It would have been great if like all the lights went off.
Yeah. Hi everybody.
Hey guys.
Hey.
And gals.
Boop.
What up? What up?
Hi everyone.
It's been 7 years.
Yeah, since you looked at me,
And
caught you out of the side and said, "I'm sorry."
You know, we're different people. This is gonna be a different string down.
Yeah, we're older.
We're older.
We're
I don't know if
older.
we're wiser. A little more bitter, probably.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, man. Hey, hi guys. Ho.
Oh.
I don't remember how to stream because it's been so long. We're back.
We're back.
My gosh, yeah, it's been so long. How you doing,
Amberlock.
How you doing?
Hey man.
Yeah, man.
What's up?
What's going on?
I feel
Welcome
like it's gonna
to-
be that little. It's gonna be a little socially awkward at first.
Yeah.
Like we haven't seen we haven't like talked to everybody, and I haven't
Yeah.
seen you in a little bit. And it's
Yeah.
just like we're like, hey.
Yeah.
What
Oh.
do we talk about?
Oh, like what have
Like,
you
our
been up
lives
to?
have gone on.
Oh, cool. Oh, you got married, huh?
Yes.
That's really cool. Remember?
You got married again?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm still married. It's the same person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man, it's cool.
That's cool.
Hey, remember that time when we were here last time? It was 6 months ago, and nothing worked.
Yeah. And you had like, you got mad.
First day, yeah.
Said some things.
Yeah. I also didn't say some things, and the things that I didn't say were way worse.
Oh no.
Yeah.
First day back
Look
at
at-
school vibes. Yeah.
Yeah. Check out my new backpack.
Oh, that's
and
the
Trapper
worst
Keeper.
vibe. Did you ever?
I used to love the first day of school.
Oh, hated it. Didn't like the environment of school.
Ah.
Liked school and liked learning. Didn't like the environment of like, and I'm not talking about like the social environment. I'm talking about like, there's a smell that schools have.
There is
that
definitely
when
a
I
smell.
go back to a school,
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't like this.
There's definitely a smell that schools have that I know from having been a substitute teacher in a lot of elementary schools, and boy, it smells bad.
Dude, when I
Sour.
came to your school to talk with your class,
You smelled it?
oh, I walked in, I was just like, oh, this is school.
Oh, I didn't. That's interesting. I
It's
didn't-
not a bad smell. It's just, but it
You're
has.
saying those children looked up to you,
Yeah.
and you're saying their school smelled?
I was just like, this is stinky, and I told him that.
Yeah. Hey guys, first rule:
Take it back.
get out of here.
Take it back.
Yeah, go-
every once in a while. It's just all bo and
Yeah.
no, it's like the cafeteria. Always
Yes, it is the cafeteria.
It comes out of the cafeteria and then it just permeates throughout all the hallways.
Yeah.
So
And
it
it's
has
this weird
this-
sour smell.
Yeah, it's
And I
kinda
thought it
like-
was the kids.
I think that's a large. It's like that combined with the cafeteria,
Yeah.
like processed foods.
Yeah. But I smelled it mainly in elementary schools.
Yeah.
It smells like children.
Okay. Well, what does that smell like? Because you have a child.
Yeah, I do have a child. She doesn't smell like that.
Does it smell like baby powder?
I don't know. I just said it because it's a Marilyn Manson album.
What is it going on there?
I don't know. Yeah, this has been.
I never.
It's been a rough start.
Ever took you for a Marilyn Manson person.
Really? Well, you're absolutely right. Hey now, what's up, Mblock? I'm not a Marilyn Manson person, but I was aware that there was. Oh, there we go.
What? 9 months, that's enough time to make a baby.
And send them to school and make that cafeteria smell.
Send that baby to the first day of school.
9 months. What the? You were into Marilyn Manson in high school.
Dyed black hair baby. What a...
What a herb.
Wow.
Hey now, thank you for those 9 months. And Black, lots of love, man. How you doing? Oh yeah, it's
Oh, we're
back.
back.
Filmography.
It's a little rusty.
It is a little rusty. We don't remember how to do anything.
Yeah.
Jeff's a little taller than me. It's
Oh,
bug-
I've
it's-
grown like
it's-
six.
It's bugging
maybe
me
7
out.
inches.
Come down here. I can't get any higher. There we go. Well, now I'm taller. Hold on. There we go.
This is as I guess.
Not me.
What? What?
No. All right. Yeah, hey guys, I haven't slept in 3 days. Wait, where's the knockoff Ray-Bans? Oh.
They're in the car.
Oh gosh. All
They're
right.
in the car, but they're around.
So we're here to talk about a movie that we were prepared to talk about 2 weeks ago when you guys were prepared to talk about it because you guys had all watched it. It's called Kathryn Bigelow's The Hurt Locker. Wouldn't it be funny if it was Kathryn Bigelow's The Hurt Locker?
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Like a Howard Zinn who directed those
Merchant Ivory.
Merchant Ivory.
Yeah.
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 It's
Sorry,
a Bigelow.
It's a Bigelow. It's a Bigelow. It's a Kathryn Bigelow joint. Yeah. Do you remember anything about this movie?
I remember liking it.
Yeah.
And then being like, I thought I liked it more the
first time.
And I think I think I liked it a lot more the first time.
Yeah, I did too. And
then the second time I watched it, I was like, I didn't remember a lot of it, but
Yeah.
I still knew the beats of it. When
Yes.
a scene would come on, I'd be like, oh, I remember this.
yeah, here comes this. And let's see how they do it.
It kind of took the adrenaline that the whole movie is kind of based off of. You know, the whole theme is like this adrenaline junkie thing. I felt like I kind of sucked out a lot of that.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I still really liked it. It just, you know.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, this is odd because, like, last time the stream cut off after we had talked about it for like 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just going to, like, retread the things that we talked about. Or I don't know.
Did we talk about
We
that?
talked about that. Because, we definitely were like that because I felt exactly the same way where it's just kind of like, oh, because the end of this film is so impactful and unexpected and kind of real and like wow and like honest and like whoa, I didn't see that coming. And then you start at this time and you realize like because it's sort of episodic. It's just sort of it follows these guys around and kind of there are these kind of blocks of the movie where it's like
sniper scene.
Yeah, which is freaking great.
It's my favorite part.
That sniper scene's amazing.
It's amazing.
It's
really the best sniper scene ever.
Yeah.
And it's also just like
and
I think my favorite scene in the entire movie.
Yeah.
Everything that happens in it, I love how quiet. Like I'm just like they're just laying there and they're just waiting.
Yeah.
I'm just like that's so thrilling.
Yeah, and he's just they're both got sand caked over all over.
Like every once like the most thrilling thing is like is he gonna get that fly out of his eye?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And man, and it's just and I it's crazy the way it's so matter of fact. And this is where you go like, yeah, that's Bigelow, man. That's Bigelow. She really knows how to do action, and she really just kind of like sometimes she just like lays it out there, and it's just this, like I mean that whole thing. You know, they drive up and they're like, "What do we do? Hey, it's Ray Fiennes, fresh off Strange Days," and and he's like, "What are you doing? Yeah, this and that." You know, like Ray Fiennes talks exactly like that, exactly like I just talked.
I'm an English patient.
Oi, look at me! Oh, you ever seen? Oh, yeah, he's Pinky from Pinky and the Brain.
Is he?
No, he's not.
Oh, okay.
No,
I would pay to see a live action. If they're gonna want to do a live action,
yeah,
do that. Who would be Brain?
Toby
Jones.
There you go.
Is this my water?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
It is true though that the voice of Pinky is the same voice as Raphael the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. It's Rob Paulson.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and Mighty Max.
You've mentioned Ron Paulson.
Rob Paulson.
Rob Paulson.
Robert
Paulson.
Rob Paulson. His name is Robert Paulson. Yeah.
That's weird. I think like you really like that guy because I know that name because you've mentioned him more than once in the time that we've been friends, which has been a long time.
And I've already brought it up, and
too many times. Even though we've known each other for like 10 years or whatever.
Yeah,
it's too many times.
I brought it up
Stop talking about
6 minutes into the Hurt Locker. I brought up Rob Paulson. He's just kind of like he's just sort of like a seminal voice of my childhood.
Yeah.
Also, Cam Clark, the voice of Leonardo.
What else has he done?
He's done
what other voices?
Liquid Snake, where he goes, "All right, brother, okay." Yeah. I wanted to say the Gmail soldiers. It's not the Genome Soldiers. Yeah. Big boss. Yeah. And the thing is, like, we were playing that. I think I've said this a million times on the stream. I was playing it with my brother. I never played. And I like I go, is that Leonardo? Because it is. Because you just add a British accent to it. But otherwise, he's like, oh, come on, guys. April's in trouble. And you're like, Leo.
So voice actors like that, they kind of just do the same voice, and then they just
not all of them.
across the board.
Not all of them, but some of them have such a distinctive. And I think there's an element because there's the element to voice acting. I'll say this as an experienced voice actor.
Yeah.
Sounds like you don't believe me.
Do your impression. Do an impression right now.
I was just doing impressions.
I don't want to hear your real voice.
All right. Clean it up. Clean these lenses, Susan. All right, Susan. Boozing.
I felt like there was. I think I was talking to you. There was like some other. What was it? But there's some like
The Hurt Locker by
well-known
Kathryn Bigelow.
voiceover, and then I found out that he had done another character like years prior with the same voice.
Yeah.
And I feel like that I've discovered that once or twice before.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing is, like, because I think there's the part of voice acting where it's like, oh, you can do a bunch of voices, and then there's the part of voice acting where it's like your voice just sounds great.
Yeah.
It's a great melodic tone to it. It has just a great quality to it that
Yeah.
just makes it very pleasant to listen to. Some of them kind of do both. Rob Paulson is really, to me, he's more of a like your voice just sounds distinctive and we want that sound. But he also does a lot of voices and accents. But the thing is, like every time he does it, I go, that's Rob Paulson because that's his voice.
But you don't mind. Like that's
No,
that's
I don't
what
mind.
like the
It makes me go like, oh, they got Rob Paulson. Cool.
Yeah, H. John Benjamin.
Oh yeah.
You like
Oh yeah. He can
when
do
I-
as many things as he
because I first
Yeah, okay.
discovered him on Home
wants.
Movies.
Hey, Sharon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's the coach. I
And
love him.
He's Coach McGurk,
Yeah.
and I fell in love with him.
Whatever Brad did.
And then when he did Bob's Burgers, I was like, this is the same voice.
Yeah.
And I'm like, thank
Yeah.
the Lord that it's the same. I was like, he needs to do this voice. Because it doesn't matter.
And he's Archer.
He's Archer, and
Yeah,
it's always
that's
the
great.
same thing.
It's
and
always awesome.
great
Yeah.
across the board.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
He's a voice in
Yeah, he's the voice of Archer.
yeah.
And Bob's Burgers.
Yeah, he's also the voice of the can in What Hot American Summer, and he does a voice in a segment of the 10, which is
Oh, yeah.
oh, you've seen it? Have we
So I
talked
saw
about
that
the
at
10?
the premiere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was at the premiere.
all right.
The whole cast was there.
Does anyone want to take questions from? Because he was at the premiere.
It was the year I was hanging out with Paul Rudd a lot.
Yeah.
And then I asked him a question, and he said, and did a Q&A for Diggers, that other...
Which you quite like.
Quite liked.
Yeah.
It was the other state movie that was a drama. It was
Yeah.
like a dramedy. And then during the Q&A, we had seen him enough, and we were just thought he was so funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we laughed a lot at stuff that really wasn't that funny.
Yeah, but it's like it's Paul Rudd saying it.
And then he looked over at us and he goes, "Was that jokey enough for you?" And we were like, "Too far."
Once you know how it ends, it loses impact. Exactly. I feel like this is exactly what we're talking about. There's an improv stand-up set on YouTube of H. John Benjamin with John Glazer, a longtime writer for Conan, where they're doing two characters called the Forget-A-Buddies, and it's really funny. That sounds adorable. The end is visceral the first time through. Absolutely. Because you go, how could he? Because that, I feel, is the setup and payoff of the movie. You go through this gauntlet of, and it really puts you through the paces. And there's so much stuff going on. And this movie goes crazy places. That kid, and he goes in search of that kid. He goes into the heart of the city, and you go like, oh, and you're terrified for his life. And then he becomes the bad guy. He breaks into this professor's house, and he's like kind of threatening him. He's like, my friend, please sit down. And he's like, you're a guest in my house. And he's like, oh gosh. And then the wife is like, just let him away. And it's just like, yeah, man. And then he runs and he gets out, and you go like, is he ever gonna whatever? And he goes and he's gonna get murdered. And he goes. And he's fine, and then he goes to the base, and you're like, "Well, he's in real trouble." And then he goes, "I was at a whorehouse," and they're all like, "I get it, we get it." Yeah,
that was one of the moments I was like, "I don't like that." I just like that was such a. I loved that he snuck out because I was like, "Oh, he's going to be fucked when he comes back," and then he comes back, and there's like, "Tell me where that whorehouse is."
Yeah,
clean slate, moving on, and I was like, as a dramatic device, I'm like, okay, you just wanted to keep going. That's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was one of the points where I was like,
But I mean, I just like you think about this movie, and you like, or at least I think about this movie, and I go, right, the bombs come up out of the dirt. There's the whatever. There's like, I'm sorry, you got it. There's not enough time. There's that. There's the, whatever, and then there's the ending. And I think about that. But then you go, oh no, there are so many adventures in this movie. Like,
oh, when they like one of the most effective scenes was I forgot how. This is one of the reasons why I don't like Marvel movies is when I see somebody like Anthony Mackie in this, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're like a fantastic actor.
Freaking awesome.
But you've been in Marvel Land for 10 years.
Because he's hanging out against one of these. This is a green screen.
Yeah.
This is a green screen, everyone. I don't know if you can tell. Oh yeah, you can tell
and then he's gonna be the new Captain America, and like awesome. You know, those movies make trillions of dollars.
But he's not. But no one's gonna.
Like,
focus on performance.
Yeah, like no one cares about. I mean, everyone's perfectly fine.
Yeah,
and
everyone's
there are
fine.
emotional moments, but like when he is talking about wanting to have a son after like that particularly he almost came close to death, and then they're driving back to the base, and he's like, I want to have a son. After the whole time, he's like, I don't know if I want to marry this girl. I don't think I'm ready to be a dad.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh wow, like you are incredible.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
What
is he
what
in Detroit?
I think he might be.
I think he might be too. We need to do.
I know. So here's what we've been. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. Secrets.
We can tell him now.
Okay, we'll tell him now. Fine. We'll just do it every.
We were gonna do Internet Month, and we were gonna do the net hackers.
We'll take. I feel like I'm open to feedback on this, but let's talk about it.
Yeah, we're open to. We were considering since things got a little wonky there for a minute.
Yeah, and I was like, and we kind of missed like part of the month, and I was texting to Jeff and like whatever, and then Jeff had this idea. Go ahead.
And I was thinking maybe we should just ride this month out and do 2 more Bigelow movies. And then we can do Detroit.
And do Bigelow Male Gigolo.
And do Bigelow Male Gigolo. It's a great movie. It's one of my favorite movies about that sinners are on a fish tank. You ever seen that movie?
Maybe. There were 2 of them. There was one where he went to Europe and fucked things.
Whoa, like a European fish tank?
No, it was like Deuce Bigelow, European Gigolo.
Yeah.
Does he have? Is there a lot of sex in that movie? I can't even remember.
He's like house sitting for a gigolo. Because
and he becomes a gigolo.
And he becomes a gigolo because he breaks his fish tank, his very expensive fish tank.
Right.
And then he's got to earn money to replace it, so he starts gigoloing.
Boning, yeah. Well, what did he do to earn money before?
I think he took care of the fish, but he couldn't quit. It was like a really, really nice fish tank.
Okay.
That's how they pitch it. It's like, so why couldn't he just buy another one? Well, because it was a really nice one.
Okay.
It's like a really nice fish tank.
Okay, but he was making enough money just taking care of the fish to live.
To live, but not buy a fish tank.
Not buy that fish tank.
Yeah.
So he was like, what is my next most marketable skill besides caring for fish? And it's caring for fish. Oh, come on. It's really gross. It's really gross.
Oh.
I'm
He's
sorry.
Like, I'm going fishing.
Yeah. I'm sorry for... That's really gross. Sorry, everybody.
He just put his little Schneider dick in the water.
Detroit and Zero Dark would be epic. We were going to do Detroit...
We talked about Blue Steel, like doing a one.
Zero Dark 30 is great. It's
great.
It's great. It's great, and it's. But I mean, this is the reaction.
Steel.
I know. I want to see Blue Steel. I've been aware of that movie forever. I don't really know why.
And then we could do one more round of like
Tom
a new
Sizemore's
one,
in it.
and see, there you go.
I mean, I think it's like a small part, but
I feel like it's always small parts.
Yeah.
Except for
Strange Days.
That wig.
Yeah.
Was the worst wig.
But then it was like, it's a wig and we know it's a wig.
And I'm like, that doesn't help the fact that I had to spend 90 minutes with that wig.
Detroit and Zero Dark would be, yeah. See, it would be interesting. It really would be interesting to do Detroit having the experience of having watched Strange Days and kind of have the seeds of it there. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting. And I want to talk about this, and I will, because I'm going to do it. Because I get to... And none of you... Okay. Whoa, I'm sorry.
Whoa.
No, sorry. This is all coming from a yeah.
It's amazing how your ego just comes soaring.
I know.
Once you're on. Like,
I know.
It's been feeling a little low, and then all of a sudden, just bam.
I am invincible. Thunk. Nope.
Schneider penis.
Yeah. How did we? Oh yeah, just because that's how we started talking about it.
Let's talk about Rob Paulson.
Bigelow. Yes, please. But it's interesting. There's this thing where early Bigelow, not a gigolo, early Kathryn Bigelow, is just a little bonkers, just a little. I mean, not even a little. I mean, it's Point Break, and it's Strange Days and it's Near Dark, and these movies. And Strange Days gets a little more serious, but it's also like, gosh, it's just big fun. It's just super big fun, pure entertainment, but also some heady ideas mixed in.
It does,
some,
but it also doesn't have time for critique. It's
and it just goes.
Oh, are you trying to criticize what this is? Fuck you.
Yeah, it's
like,
there.
That's what all her movies are like.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't have time for you to break this down and try to like criticize what's wrong with it because I'm having a good time over here. We're on to the next.
And
thing.
if you're not, then you're part of the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just here's an action scene and it's badass.
Yeah. So just shut the fuck up.
Yeah. And but at the same time, that meaning is there. That stuff is there. And it's just like, yeah, it's there. Don't make a big deal about it. Shut up. Just here's an action scene.
She treats the more serious minded ideas the same way she would deal with people making fun of it just being a fluffy point. It's Point Break.
Yeah.
She's like, both these things. Yeah. Just don't put too much emphasis.
Although in Strange Days down the barrel of the movie, it ends up kind of being like, buddy, this is about race and all that stuff. I mean, I think
that's true.
Strange Days does go, and I think that, and like as we said, that's a turning point.
And I think that was one of my issues. I think we discussed that.
I think we talked about it a lot.
I think we talked about it at length.
But
that was one of. I think that's why
I love it because it's so weird and
it is
great.
weird,
and to me it works. It lands.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. I love it when something weird lands. When it's we go like, that's an interesting amalgam.
Yeah, all right, sure.
Yeah. No, yeah. All right, let's just be.
But it would be very fun to. Or very interesting to contrast it with Detroit.
Don't critique
where that goes.
Don't critique my movies. I'll get my lawnmower. Yeah. But what's interesting is that like. Because we've got Hurt Locker, and then we've got, but it's like she used to make these very kind of like high octane, sort of, almost like Gonzo action movies, and then Strange Days came out, and she didn't do anything for a while, and then it seemed like she kind of was like, I'm just a weight of water, which we could. She kind of came back and started doing stuff, and was like trying to find herself again or trying different things and kind of like I don't know. I haven't seen this movie, so I can't really, but that's sort of what it seems like. She definitely got away from what she was doing.
Well, what's interesting is
because she definitely didn't go back to just going like, well, let's make a adrenaline action movie.
Well, I at random I watched Triple Frontier, the Netflix movie with Ben Affleck and Oscar Isaac and Charlie Hunnam.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And Garrett Hudlin. It's like it's like a man on a mission type movie, you know?
Yes, I remember seeing the trailer for that.
And the plot it's like a Netflix original.
Right.
Like they spent, I think it was the highest original because it was like a $90 million budget. Goodness. It was like a big thing for Netflix.
Yeah.
I put it on because I was just needed something on in the background, and then I ended up watching the whole thing. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's pretty down the barrel. But I noticed in the opening credits that it was written by Mark Bull.
Mm-hmm.
Bull. And
or
then,
Boal.
And then I saw that Bigelow was a producer, and I was like, I bet this was hers before. I bet I was like, I bet this is a pre-Hurt Locker type thing.
Interesting.
And it was.
Really?
And
did you feel really smart?
And I felt really smart
because I feel
patted
like
myself on the back.
Yeah.
But it was interesting. I was just like, because she was going to direct it, and then for X, Y, and Z reasons, because I guess a ton of people. Because I mean, I think you needed a lot of actors.
Yeah.
Like they wanted it to be an all-star cast.
Yeah.
And I could see her crushing it. Like it's a perfectly fine movie. It's directed by J.C. Chandor, who did A Most Violent Year and All Is Lost. Very talented.
All Is Lost is better.
But it's a pretty. It's a pretty down the line script. It's very well directed, very well acted, but it's just
solid but forgettable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It kind of reminded me of like a '90s Stallone type movie without the cheese,
which is what makes a Stallone movie.
I know. 90s, I wanted it to almost be a little more fun than that.
Yeah, because it does seem a little like we're getting the militia together, getting the all-star team, a ragtag, whatever's.
Yeah, and I just feel like she is the type of person that is so gifted at like she just adds a little bit of flavor to it in a way that's almost it's like it's not so much fun. It's like there's a rascaliness to it. There's proceedings,
and to me it's energy. It's she just directs with and every movie of hers that I've seen has that energy somewhere. It's just and it's boom and like Hurt Locker moves. Everything moves
because she's a female. She's allowed to. She's like, I know you men want to be serious and like because the Triple Frontier is very they're good at their job.
Uh-huh.
They're hard. You know, they don't talk a lot.
Yeah.
They don't show emotion.
Yeah.
It's all just, you know, it's like a Michael Mann movie.
Everybody's doing that
in a
at
lot
each
of
other.
ways.
Yeah.
She does that thing where she's like, yeah, I know you guys want to be tough and stuff, and we can do that, but you also need to be interesting.
Yeah.
So we don't need to be the big brooding. Like, we can do the brooding stuff too, but like, let's have some fun with it.
Yeah.
And she, as a female exploring like male psyche type stuff, brings an interesting perspective that I think makes her more qualified than most male directors to tackle, which is why her stuff is just so
It pops.
it pops.
It freaking pops. It really does. But it's interesting coming out of that corridor, you know, post Strange Days, where
Because she was put in director's jail for that, right?
Yeah, I mean,
for like 5 years.
yeah. I mean,
Right.
she just didn't do it right, and it's like, and then she comes back and does because like yeah, like what I think mine's out, but like what Jeff Ray paid me $10. Man, yeah, it just died right now because we've got Weight of Water.
You want to just look up her filmography?
Yeah, I'm really passively trying to force you to do that. I'm sorry. No, yeah.
So, these aren't in order, but we got the year.
Okay.
So after
The Widowmaker, which I've never seen.
Yeah, with Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
So that's 2002. What's the way to? Oh, yeah, this is the
That's-
one I
I know.
always think is U-Turn.
Yeah.
I always think this movie is U-Turn, the Stallone movie.
Right. Wait, the Stallone? You mean the Sean Penn movie?
I mean the Sean Penn movie.
Yeah.
The Oliver
The
Stone.
Oliver Stone.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I wouldn't mind doing that.
I know, and I wouldn't mind. I literally, and that's what's, and I think we've said it before, but it's interesting. She is. There are some directors where you like watch a few movies and you go, okay, cool, like I get it. But Kathryn Bigelow is she's so interesting in her work that I'm like, I want to watch everything and anything that she makes because it's like she's going to do something with it, and it's going to be
because you see a progression, like a clear progression of how her talents have developed. And then in some ways, maybe how she might have taken a step back or a misstep or whatever, or how and it certainly was Strange Days, how she refined an idea that then she later revisited in full with Detroit.
Yeah. And what's interesting is, what is this? Scott Z. Burns. Is that who is that? Sorry, I'm just kind of going down a, why do I know him? Okay, whatever, I don't know.
He wrote big movies.
So she goes Strange Days in 95. From 95 to 98, nothing. That's on IMDb at least. 98 to 99, 3 episodes of Homicide: Life on the Streets.
Okay.
2000, The Weight of Water. 2002, K-19, The Widowmaker. Neither of those made a tremendous splash.
But K-19 was a big fucking movie.
I mean, it's a.
It was a Harrison Ford starring vehicle about that was like a Hunt for Red October movie. That was a big movie.
Wow, it really is Harrison Ford. All right, so that was boy. I just saw that out and didn't have any interest in it for some reason.
Prime. We should. I kind of just want to. I
Watch
keep seeing it. I'm like, I need to watch that.
Yeah. So then K-19, The Widowmaker, 6 years later, spanned by an episode of Karen Sisko, which
I don't know what
that was Carla Gugino as like a spy or something.
Carla Gugino.
Smart, sexy, tough. Karen Sisko is a United States Marshal on Miami's Gold Coast. In pursuit of dangerous fugitives, Karen must pick her way through the dark underbelly of South
how do
Beach.
these shows, like there's a new show that I keep seeing commercials for called Stumptown. That's what it's called. It's got the girl from How I Met Your Mother as like the lead, and it's this show. It's this show.
Oh yeah,
she's just like a smart mouth, sassy.
Yeah.
It's called, and it's like, welcome to Stumptown. And I'm like, all right.
What's her name? I can't remember. The one from like Results, the one from Avengers.
Yes.
I can't remember names anymore. It sucks. It's fine. I mean, we'll use whatever. Kobe Smulders.
Sure.
Kobe Smulders, I think.
Yeah, that sounds right because it's Colby Smulders and Stumptown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sunshine and glitz at Palm Beach Island. She struggles to win the respect of her supervisor and fellow officers. Karen is a barely concealed weapon who can take down a suspect twice her size. This is just some dude who wrote this, and I don't mean to make fun of him. But anyway, Whoa. The only man she truly trusts is her father, a retired marshal with a wealth of life experience and street smarts. He's Karen's confidant, counselor, confessor, other things that start with C, and her rock when her confidence wavers, which it does every time she tries to connect romantically with a man. Whoa. Based on the character portrayed by Jennifer Lopez in Elmore Leonard's Out of Sight. Which we need to do. We need to do Out of Sight.
We could do a whole month on Elmore Leonard.
Yeah, Get Shorty.
LA Confidential. Blue Dahlia.
Blue Dahlia or Black Dahlia?
Black Dahlia.
What's Blue Dahlia?
It's a restaurant.
Yeah, you go. We're just going to do 3 movies, and then we're going to go eat at that restaurant, and we're going to stream ourselves. Have you seen Son-in-Law, bro? That Pauly Shore movie? No, yeah.
You gotta love it.
I'm wrong.
I'm wrong.
I definitely saw...
Oh, that's James
I definitely
Ellsworth.
saw...
I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
I definitely saw Son-in-Law. I also saw Jury Duty, which was also Pauly Shore.
You a big Pauly Shore guy.
I mean, I saw those 2 movies.
Did you see Airheads?
I did see
Airheads
Airheads
Wait,
later.
he's in that, right?
That's
it's
Brendan Fraser, Adam
Steve...
Sandler.
Oh,
Steve
that's
Buscemi.
Right. I thought Adam Sandler.
You're racist, man.
Yeah, I am.
You think
they're both tan California dudes that acted weird.
California. Jackie Brown is Elmore Leonard. Oh, but Jackie Brown, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I desperately want to see Jackie Brown. I feel like
it's
I have
one of my favorite Tarantino. It might be my favorite.
I have a feeling that it will be my favorite Tarantino. I kind of like the moment. I get that sense about movies where I'm like, and then there's like this tiny like outlier, and I'm like, I can tell. I go, yeah, I think that's gonna be mine.
It's interesting because it's the only thing he's ever adapted.
Yeah, that is interesting.
So it almost kind of reins it, but it's everything that's good about him reined in with a novel.
Yeah,
it's good.
I liked that sort of alchemy when Jeff Nichols directed something that he didn't write, when he did Loving.
Yeah,
I was like, that's great. Yeah, that's really great. Anyway, whatever. We got way off topic, but the Hurt Locker. So the Hurt Locker really is the next movie she made after K-19: The Widowmaker. It's 6.
What's the Miraculous Year? That's a TV movie she made.
Yeah.
I just need to know.
Yeah.
I need to know these things.
It's got Ray Fiennes and Tom Sizemore. Eddie Redmayne, Lee Pace, Susan Sarandon, Hope Davis, Norbert Leo Butts, Linus Roach, Frank Langella. I know all these people so far. Elaine Cassidy, Patty LuPone, Stark Sands, Daniel David.
It's always interesting to me how
Chronicle of New York Family.
Oh, John Logan.
Wait. Why do I know him? Yeah, I know him.
He's written big movies.
Skyfall, Aviator, Gladiator, other Ator. Sweeney Todd, interesting. A Chronicle of a New York Family is seen through the eyes of a charming yet self-destructive Broadway composer. But that sounds like a Bigelow movie. I can't wait for the movie, the part where they're running down alleys between brownstones and someone chucks a pit bull at it.
I would love to see that.
I know. It sounds very interesting. We're going to turn into the Bigelow cast.
I like that she does shorts.
Yeah.
She has a lot of shorts that you don't see that a lot.
Oh. Yeah, like she made one last year.
Yeah.
I Am Not a Weapon.
Like,
Boko Haram
really cool.
tried to make weapons out of them. These girls refused. Oh. This is a documentary? It's a documentary short, maybe.
But going back to talking about the war on terror and how her career kind of shifted over to that for a minute. I feel like a lot of that came from Mark Bowl, who she teamed up with and I think is married to now.
Really?
I think so.
Huh.
Because he's like the military.
Yeah. He was like the embedded journalist who wrote this, right? Based on his
so he wrote Hurt Locker, Zero Dark 30. Did he write Detroit? I don't know. But he wrote Triple Frontier, which she was going to direct, which is very much in line with all those other 2 movies.
Mark Bowl.
Yeah. Wrote Detroit. Like, it's an interesting...
Look at that Jason Reitman looking motherfucker.
But I get it. Like, I think it took her his writing with her direction. They found a good balance of like.
So that's it.
It's a good. It really is a wonderful match where she can find. He provides a good platform to talk about maybe some weighty societal topics.
Yeah.
But still wraps it in a nice action package.
But I kind of miss the movies that she wrote with James Cameron. And that's kind of an or like that she collaborated on with James Cameron. That's sort of an interesting thing. I guess it's like, sort of like The Notebook, where like she's with a guy now who's like a nice guy. I think this is what The Notebook's about. But then there's like the old flame, and it's like that's where the magic was.
I'm gonna say something.
Kathryn, James, get back together.
I'm gonna say something.
Yeah.
I think James Cameron is a brilliant big picture guy.
Yeah.
And I think he's a terrible writer.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I mean, like, no, I think he's a good plot writer.
Yeah.
Like beats.
Big picture.
Yeah.
Big picture, even structurally.
Yeah. Moments.
Moments.
Good moments.
But he wrote Strange Days.
And I love Strange Days.
Yeah, that is. So
I mean, I really like it.
Because there's some stuff.
I
in
really
there that
like
I'm
it.
like, I do not like that.
Yeah, I'm just like, this is how I feel about Strange Days. Yeah. All right. Yeah. And then,
Oh.
yeah. At the end, the
Yeah.
not other parts.
Now do your reaction to Titanic.
You don't want it. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Still? Okay. That's my reaction.
Okay. It's so it never picked up for you.
I just went, it's still amazing. Good. I'm just going to keep getting bowled over by it. I can't.
Because he's always like, he's so good.
Lower never did.
Did he write T2?
Dude's a freaking truck driver. Yeah. That's
T2's
basically what I'm basing this on.
Yeah. Because like, I look at something like Titanic.
Yeah.
And sure, it's easy to make fun of Titanic these days, but like, I bought it and I watched it recently.
Yeah.
And I'm like, as a big Hollywood mega blockbuster, it's great. It on a
extremely
and it's great
successful.
in terms of like structure and like, you know, where it goes and like how all the beats play out. I'm like, it's great. But it's bad, like just writing, like dialogue.
Well, and that's why I don't like it, because I just go, this is all very transparent.
Yeah.
This is like,
it's very
plot,
then
stock.
As an Delopro never let it in.
Wait, what is that?
That's Bill Paxton.
Oh. Well, that's why
And
I
he's
don't know.
like, I've been searching for.
You ever seen a giant cruise liner?
He's like, I've been saving this cigar for like 9 years. I thought when I found it, I'd understand, but I never let it in. And he's talking like he never let the ship, and he never understood until he heard Rose's story.
I'm trying so hard to remember that crazy line that he screams as the dude in Near Dark, because I really wanted to just like interject that, just so we could enjoy the the wonderful prism of color that is in.
I just like that he like frosted his tip. I feel like he frosted his tips
for Titanic.
Yeah.
And he wears that like big woolly like sweater.
Well, yeah, he's a man of the sea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I miss Bill
Finger
Paxton.
looking good.
That's it. That's what I wanted. Oh, come on, Joe. Oh, Rose. Oh, finger looking good. And then he goes, and then I can't even say this one.
The one from True Life.
That's the one.
Like, she's got the ass of a 12-year-old.
10-year-old boy, I think it is. 10-year-old boy. And you just go.
It is one of the most inappropriate, funniest lines.
So
ever.
funny and so specific and evocative. You just
classic James Cameron.
Make you sit up and beg for buttermilk. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's so great. That is the movie where I went, "Oh, I love him."
Yeah.
I love that man.
Did he write 13th Warrior?
He probably produced it. Crichton wrote it.
This is a different...
Oh, William Wisher. Yeah, he's the co-writer of both Terminators. And Judge Dredd.
James Cameron wrote Judge Dredd. Wow.
Yeah. Speaking of Rob Schneider, go ahead.
Yeah, like it's interesting how you're right. Like
I agree
her
with
career post James Cameron, it went into this is not judgment or
solid,
anything, but like she was, she dated and was married to James Cameron. And they wrote together and had a creative relationship, and her movies kind of reflected that in a lot of ways. And then, I think she's married to Mark Bowl now, and
so yeah, it didn't say that, but maybe they are together. Maybe it's one of those.
Let me just look that up. But now her career took that's the next phase of her career. I'd be curious to know who wrote Way to Water and K-19.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
And I'm curious to watch those
because
that's in between.
Yeah, phase. You're right. That's right. I agree.
I'm almost wondering if we should do those movies now.
I know.
Because then we'll have covered all like chapters of her career up till now.
Yeah. There's like her movies now are like, I feel like earlier, so like I feel like The Hurt Locker, Zero Dark 30, Detroit, they're like these movies that are very like obviously mechanically very, very, very solid, as they always are, impressive action set pieces, but also very like set, and they feel kind of like dark blues and grays and this very kind of like, this is a serious movie. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, yeah, it is a serious movie, and it's good, and it's very good, and the performances are great, and the writing is very good, and everything works, and I'm like, yeah. But I don't, and as great as the freaking Hurt Locker is, because the Hurt Locker is great. It's great. Especially that first time, it's freaking great, and it sticks with you. And I have never watched it again until now.
And here's the thing,
and
when I watched it again, I was like, I'm glad I watched that again.
Yeah.
It wasn't as good as the first time, but I was just like, it's still a wonderfully done movie.
It's great. It's still wonderfully executed. It's just that, and it just hinges so much on that ending, I think. Which is weird, because it's not like a twist, but it's like...
Yeah.
But there are other things.
It is that thing of like, Jeremy Renner is like a cipher in this movie that you start to understand as the movie, like, because you really... And that, I think that's true. So you're right. It is the kind of like, once you know what the character is, because the first time you watch it, you're like, he really is dangerous, because you don't know what he's doing. Yeah. And he just walks right in there. And like the first time they all go out to defuse a bomb together, because he takes over after Guy Pearce dies at the beginning of the movie in the cold open, which is amazing. Yeah, quite really. And he just walks right in. He doesn't communicate with them. He's not, and like they immediately know what kind of guy he is. He's like, you're one of those hothead, like fly by the seat of your pants. And it's like, that's what gets people killed. They don't like him. Yeah. Because he is that way. Yeah, absolutely. And he doesn't even say that he's not. He's just. Yeah. But he's also very, he's kind of disarming. It's a great performance. It's a great performance. What was Jeremy Renner in? I don't know. Prior to Hurt Locker. Yeah. Because obviously this was his big breakout. Yeah. Which, by the way, Jeremy Renner, in case you weren't aware, is now a singer. Oh, I wasn't aware. And like, it's a new thing happening as we speak. Like, he started doing Jeep commercials that were basically his music videos featuring Jeeps. Huh. And then I went and found out that what kind of music is it? It's like Imagine Dragons. Yeah. Oh, wow. Like, it is Imagine Dragons. Yeah. Very interesting. Hey, I love him in American Hustle. Is that a movie you don't love? Never seen it. And I think I haven't seen it because every time you bring it up and I say I haven't seen it, you make that fucking face. You do that thing. That's fair. It is a... yeah, it is you gotta see it. It's good. Love David Russell. People shit on him, but I love him because I'm a contrarian.
Wow. Did you guys hear that, or was that just my brain telling me what I think? Goodness gracious.
Yeah. No, I haven't seen it.
Do you not like David O. Russell?
I do like David O. Russell.
Okay.
I
But you like him
but
legitimately. I just like him because
I've seen him come over here and like fart in your face, and you were like, more. Like, I need it. Need it in both eyes.
Silver Linings Playbook is...
You love it.
No, I do
You
not.
love it so much.
No, I do not.
It's all you talk about.
Oh
downstairs.
my gosh. Three Kings, I Heart Huckabees.
I Heart Huckabees.
Yeah. And I love American. I don't understand why you haven't seen American Hustle. Hold on.
I think it's because when he took that, he took that weird shift into Oscar stuff.
Yeah.
What was that for?
I was making the face because you haven't seen it. I have to. Silver Linings Playbook. Silver Linings was the one where he kind of did that.
But it was also The Fighter. Like,
gosh, you don't like The Fighter?
I haven't seen The Fighter.
You! Hold on. You just did the same thing when I said I hadn't seen...
What, Triple Frontier, my favorite movie?
No, what the other thing? Yes. What was it? I can't even remember what it was. It was something. American Psycho.
I didn't do that. Did I do that?
You went like this.
I did not do that.
This is what you did. Okay, all right.
It's on tape, so we can watch right. This is what you did.
This is what you did. This is what you did. This is you did. Okay, hold on. Okay, yeah, you did that, and then you went like this.
That is what I did.
Buddy.
I do that. I just got this. I'm like, come on now. Get your life together. You need to watch American Psycho. But have you read the book?
We're really deconstructing each other here. This is us in 28 weeks later.
Have you seen Flirting with Disaster? I think that was his first movie. It's great.
That's the Ben Stiller one.
Yeah,
I don't think
he
it's
just
great.
did this.
I think it's very weird, and I don't like it.
I liked it. He does like controlled chaos very well.
Yeah.
And then like post I Heart Huckabees, like all those tapes came out of him being like a total fucking dick.
Yeah.
And I do think he's a dick. And then he just started doing these like what I felt he shifted tones completely, kind of like Bigelow does, but I didn't like it. I was like, go back to doing the weird stuff. That was like
that's kind of how
you're like every other director now.
But
you do a good job, I'm sure. I can't say, though. I'm just projecting because I haven't watched any of those movies because they hold no interest to me, it looks like. I'm like, The Fighter looks like Cinderella Man.
So that's the problem. No. The Fighter has one of the best performances I've ever seen in my life by Christian Bale. That is a movie that turned me. And I was like, oh, I'm on. So to be fair, so just to recap, True Lies made me really like Bill Paxton. The Fighter really made, and then American Hustle is the performances in American Hustle. Those people have never been better. I mean,
but that just looked like
really,
we're doing Scorsese and everybody's in a wig.
Yeah, but it's great.
Okay,
it's great. It's great because of the performances. That's the difference. The performances there, and I'm not saying the performances in the Scorsese.
Is Christian Bale great, or is it just
that he's gained weight?
Gained or lost an enormous amount of weight?
He's very good in it. Really, honestly, Jeremy Renner, Jennifer Lawrence, in that movie.
I'm growing to
Bradley
love her
Cooper
more and more and more. As I'm becoming such a big fan of Jennifer Lawrence. I revisited Mother, and I was like, and I hated that movie the first time I saw it, and I rewatched it, and I was like, she is so darn good.
Oh, here we go. American Hustle is hack garbage. All right, tell me how good. Tell me again how good Fury Road is. I know.
Let's not do it.
I know.
Not
We're throwing
touch
down.
It.
He was in the Assassination of Jesse James by Howard Robert Ford.
That's right.
He's great in that. Everyone's
he was
great
in
in that
28
movie.
Weeks Later. That's right.
North
That's
Country.
right, Scorp. He had a big part in 28 Weeks Later.
He was in...
Didn't he die in that movie? He's like pushing the car behind, and then like they firebomb it, and then I think that's how he dies. Spoiler alert. It was a very cool scene.
Catwoman the game, the video game. He's cops.
Various cops.
Several cops.
Cool.
4 years later, he would be nominated for an Oscar.
That's pretty crazy.
That's pretty cool. I wonder if I just barged into the voiceover session for Catwoman the game and said, shut up. You're coming with me.
I heard he's a really nice guy too, because we have a mutual friend who, I won't say who, but she used to be like a personal like assistant for like a long time.
Huh. That's interesting.
And she said he's very nice.
I'll find out who that is later.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. I know someone who. Oh, I still have silver paint in my hair. That's interesting. It just looks like I'm graying, but it's actually silver paint. You see this?
Oh yeah, it does. It does just look like you're gray.
I know.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I want to go premature gray.
I know.
I think it's.
Oh, you're
I
doing
have
it.
a couple grays. Yeah, I do.
No, it's.
Look, I've got some grays that are starting to pop up.
All right.
But I hope it happens, and I'm very excited about it.
All right.
All right, back to the show.
Back to badass dirtbag death scene. Lobo rocking those Polly Walnuts wings. I don't know what any of those words mean. Well,
he was
anyway.
in the town?
Oh, he was in the town.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember any. I remember really liking the town, and then I don't remember anything about that
Fair.
movie.
Same thing. Yeah, exactly. Town is like solid. Whatever.
Yeah,
I mean,
solid.
solid. Yeah, it's the town. It's the town. Don't you know what the town is? What are you looking at?
Oh, he was in The Immigrant. James Gray's The Immigrant. That was a great movie.
Whoa. I don't look at him.
We need to do that movie.
I don't think I've ever really even heard of that. And it's got 3 fantastic
Dude, it has one of
in
the best ending shots I've ever seen.
I'm not very versed in James Gray at all.
His new movie is coming out
What
at
is it?
Astra.
That's James Gray doing a space movie. Wow.
Yeah, I'm excited for it just because it's him.
Boston, a movie. Yeah. That does make me more interested in seeing it.
Because he did The Lost City of Z, which I was like, oh, Charlie Hunnam can act? Okay.
That was a James Gray movie?
Yeah.
Because this is like, we're talking about Joaquin Phoenix. What's that movie with Joaquin Phoenix and it's not Reese Witherspoon. He did The Yards, did he?
Those are the only 2 James Gray movies.
It's like
I
Neighbor.
Don't know
what the
heck
heck is it?
before.
Yeah, because he's yeah. Hold on here. I wish I could remember things anymore.
Boston the movie, yeah.
Boston. What's up, Carls? How you doing, man?
Dude, watching Triple Frontier last night.
Two lovers.
Okay.
We own the night. Sorry. Yeah.
Watching Triple Frontier last night and Ben Affleck's in it, and I'm just like, and I go back and forth with him.
Mm-hmm.
I think he should just stay behind the camera because I don't understand the appeal. Like, they made him like the lead of Triple Frontier, more or less, and I just think he's a fucking black hole of like. There's just no charisma there, and it's just a suck zone of personality. And I'm like, you like him, like in Batman and stuff.
I like that movie. Yeah. I don't dislike him in Batman. No, yeah, I think he's fine in Batman. Yeah, totally. He's totally fine in Batman. As much as I like Christian Bale, certainly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Actually,
actually, that is fair. Actually, now that I'm really thinking about it, I think I like Ben Affleck as Batman.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the few things I've actually liked him in front of the camera. I think he's a very talented director.
Yeah.
I just wish he would continue directing.
Oh.
And then he was like, I won art for Argo, which, admittedly, I don't remember that movie at all. I remember liking it.
It was good.
And then I don't remember anything about
fair.
it. This could be I just have memory issues.
Yeah.
Sounds like I just don't remember a lot of movies.
Yeah. There are a lot of movies, especially in the last 20 years, that I just do not remember having seen.
Yeah.
Because I go, and I go, oh, it's the movie's fault. And they're like, maybe it's this, maybe it's this,
old,
maybe
that. You're going gray behind the ears.
Yeah, my dick don't work. What?
Whoa.
Yeah. This is the reason that. So I got.
No, wait.
Listen. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. I'll just kind of. There we go. Yeah. Jeff, my dick doesn't work.
That's okay, dude.
Thanks, man.
How about now?
Well. Yeah. All right.
Don't touch my hand.
Okay. No, here's the thing. I for the first time, I got I don't know. I got an offer to. I got a text and it was like, "Hey, man," and he was like, "Hey, we're doing this gig. Are you interested?" And I'd be like, "Well, I don't know. What's up?" And then he was like, "It's an erectile dysfunction video." And I was like, "Oh, am I that age?" And then I was like, "Oh, I get it. I get it. It's like they want me because they want. It's like one of those things where they're like, look at this dude,
Yeah,
who like He's young, virile. Clearly, his dick works. Like even he
They were like,
can deal with.
You look a little flaccid.
No, I think it's the opposite. I think it's like that's what you would think, but then it's like what?
Well, what part were you going for? The before or the
yeah,
after?
it's the dude with like the
like the rock hard at the end. He's like, this works.
Well,
great.
and it's less that and more of like a whatever. But then also they wanted my wife to be in it, and I go, then it'll just seem like I really have erectile dysfunction. If it's my actual wife. But I was on board. I mean, we submitted for it. I hope I get it.
Cool. I have a little something too to say about that.
Okay.
Kelsey submitted for it too.
Oh, she did? Oh, okay. So it is. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Great.
So
yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
All my friends and significant others.
I hope we all end up in
this
it together.
ED
Yeah.
video.
And there's like, and it's because and as a woman, you're like, she's like, whatever. Yeah, this guy can't.
We talked about it. She was like, should I? And I was like, well, whatever. I was like, it's not. It's weird that we're even discussing this, right? I was like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like it's not anything you should be embarrassed about going to do.
Right.
It's weird that we're even having this conversation. You should go and audition for it.
Yeah.
She was like, yeah.
But as a dude, it's like a little.
It's a little different for a dude
because you're like.
But then she explained what the video was, and it's not like
it isn't. It's
like
very.
It's like explaining what the thing is. Yeah.
It's actually very. Yeah.
What
and
the
it's
thing is.
Yeah.
What the thing is.
Look, are you gonna hang dong? You gonna hang dong in a movie, bro?
Dude, I'm trying to write a movie right now, and I keep putting in scenes.
Yeah.
It's just like exterior, no,
Dick.
slat, interior, bathroom, night, dick.
Yeah. A
Bright
dick.
stick.
A dick jiggles. Then it's still. And then jiggles.
That's a great way to get into a scene.
A dick.
Interior bathroom night.
A dick.
A dick jiggles. And then it's silent.
Yeah. All is silence until.
Is that you slapping it against the
jumping,
counter,
yeah,
trying
yeah.
to get it?
And then you
like,
just,
work, damn it!
Yeah, yeah. And then you start crying. It's really great. That's how my.
No,
Yeah, you just go like, yeah.
That's how you do it, though. Yeah.
Why? Why? You just hit it, and you just hit it, and you go, why won't you? Yeah.
Stop!
You're nothing. You're nothing. You're. Whoa. Anyway, the Hurt Locker, Kathryn Bigelow's The Hurt Locker, is real good.
Click on that link that Imblock just put up. I gotta see this back tat.
Check out Affleck's sick back tat. Is it okay? So before I see it, is it a Batman? Is it of Jennifer Garner? Is it of Matt Damon? Which one?
I think it's Matt Damon.
Okay. Unable to process.
That link don't work.
Oh wait, I didn't get all of it.
Thoughts on his brother Casey?
Great actor.
He's a phenomenal actor, and he makes really good decisions creatively. He's a phenomenal actor.
Yep.
What is going on here?
I think it's that Nope.
Shut. That's not real.
Yeah.
That's real?
That's a Charizard, man. That dude's got a Charizard
That's
on his
not
back.
real. That's for a movie.
How do we even know that's Ben Affleck?
It's real and it's
spectacular.
Are you serious? Why would you... Just as an actor, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Because if you had to go shirtless in a scene, that's like 6 hours in a makeup chair to hide that. Mm-hmm. That is ridiculous. Also, he's a white male from Boston. Like, what is... Not that he can't get whatever he wants, but like... That looks like a Yakuza tattoo. You know what I mean? Like those really ornate like back tattoos that they have.
Mm. Also, it looks... What is it? Maybe it is... Well, he's at the beach. I don't know.
What does that mean?
Well, what I'm saying is...
I think the light is just making it look bigger.
Yeah, I don't think it... Yeah, it's not...
That's sand.
Yeah. It depends what time of day it is. It's magic hour. It makes it look like a giant phoenix exploding from his asshole. Sorry. But there's these like... Well, what I'm saying is like... I was like, he's at the beach, so it's not fake. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Oh, but you're talking about like Photoshop. Because you were like, it's for a movie. And I'm like, it's not for a movie because he's at the beach. What?
Because you can't film at a beach.
You can't film at a beach. What are you talking about? They don't let you, especially in California. No.
You ever see that movie, The Beach?
Yeah, no beaches in it. I don't. There probably was a beach in it.
There's many
It's
beaches.
Danny Boyle, isn't it? I want to watch that. Is that good? That was a huge flop.
It was only a huge flop because it was Danny Boyle and it was his first movie. It was DiCaprio's first movie back after Titanic.
Yeah.
And it was Danny Boyle.
Yeah.
So
Wait, what does that mean?
it just wasn't going to be the commercial pleaser that Titanic was.
Yeah.
I also don't think it was a very good movie. But I haven't seen it in a
That
really
would be a first for me for Danny Boyle, because Danny Boyle makes very good movies, I think. Besides, like,
Tell me how much you like Steve Jobs.
I like it a lot. Hey, man, you know how we like stuff? You know how we like movies a lot?
Yeah.
Don't give me
This guy
shit
loves
about
Steve
like,
Jobs.
yeah. Tell me how much you like
You know what else he loves?
millions.
Fucking loves.
There you go, you son of a bitch!
No one talks about millions. People need to talk about millions.
Millions,
more.
baby. See I'm supporting you. I'm supporting you.
Yeah, it's a good feeling, and I'm not going to reciprocate it.
Real news headline. Ben Affleck finally addresses his massive back tattoo. I'm doing just fine. Real news headline. Gosh, but what a microcosm! What an acute look at what it's like to be a celebrity. You got a back tattoo, and people are like, "What's wrong?"
Yeah.
It's like, guys.
Well, I mean, let's be real. If, like, because what Imbolak is saying is that he got it right after he separated from Jennifer Garner and he went to rehab.
I know.
So, let's say you developed a massive booze problem, and then you separated from Akasha, and then you went to rehab, and then the first thing you did when you got out was like...
Get the back tattoo that we saw on the street.
I was like, I got Ben Affleck's back tattoo, and now let's go on the show, and like, let's just start streaming. And I'd be like, okay, that's fine. Also, are you all right?
Yeah, and I'd be like, "How dare you?" And I turn around and I go by head.
Does this look like a
have
nar?
you? Yeah, have you seen it? And I lift it up, and it's the picture of Ben Affleck's back. It's a tattoo within a tattoo. It's Ben Affleck's back, rubbing his face with a towel with the big phoenix. That's what it is.
I was like, have you seen it? Yeah. He was like, I came straight from the shop.
I just trust that dude. I just got a good feeling. I wouldn't get anything as badass as that. He'd get like Leonardo or some shit. All right. That's Leonardo. True. Let's not. If we're gonna make fun of me, let's not say I'd get Leonardo as a back tattoo.
He would get an actual headshot of Rob Paulson tattooed on the back of his.
With his head on a flaming bird. Yeah. Yum. Hey, let's talk about the rest of the movie.
Yeah,
Basically, what I was going for.
We haven't talked about this movie a lot.
No, we really haven't. To be frank, it looks atrocious. I'm like, the Turtles are super badass. I don't care. I don't know what you're talking about. There you go, Nick. There you go, Nick. So, kaboof. I'm just gonna start going to my
Pierce red herring.
Guy Pierce is a red herring.
Yeah. He was so good in the opening that I just wanted him to be the lead in the whole movie.
Yeah, and that's what they do that, and that's how they do the Ray Fiennes as well. They're like, you go, oh, Ray Fiennes, and I just love,
which is cool.
Yeah, it's very cool, and they do it to you twice, and you go, and you go, if anyone else famous shows up, they are fucked.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, that's like I just love how they're because like Ray Fiennes is there, and they're having this kind of like jovial, convivial sort of like two army platoon, whatever.
Because they were mercenaries, right?
No, I thought they were British.
Private contractors?
I thought they were British military.
Oh.
I don't know.
I thought they were like Blackwater, like private military.
I don't know.
But whatever.
But
because they were doing it for bounties. Yeah, that's what it was. He was like dead or alive.
Oh, okay.
When those two guys could be a black. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was just like,
they were
let's
British.
get to some more dying. And then, so I was like, not really paying attention. I was like, I get it.
Yeah, you were like, just show me.
Yeah.
Come on.
And then he's walking back and just goes, and I was like, dang. I mean, that scene. The scene
There's
that
something
unfolds
very
is crazy.
uncomfortable about
realistic.
Like, well, just because you see that in movies whenever someone gets shot by a sniper and it just goes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that is fucking terrifying.
Yeah. And my gosh, how like it's so riveting, that whole, because there's so much. And it's been a long time, because there's the only other real sniper. There's Enemy of the Gates, which I
remember as a teenager being like, that movie's badass.
I know. I remember.
Probably not that good.
I remember watching it and everyone was like, "It's bad," and I was like, "Was it? Okay, maybe I should watch it again."
It's filmed. I think it's one of those movies like it was very well made.
Yeah.
And it had a James Horner score that was basically like Braveheart mixed with Schindler's List.
The score was.
Look, I love James Horner to death.
Yeah.
But he regurgitated a lot of his scores,
which is great because it's all great.
And the one from Many of the Gates is kind of like Schindler's List, so he kind of ripped off John Williams.
Oh yeah. That's right. I forgot.
And it's also really good.
Yeah. Barry Pepper is in Saving Private Ryan. Oh yeah, is a sniper. That's right. Yeah. It does not hold up. What, Enemy of the Gates? Yeah, I was never all that fond of it, but they were like, oh, it's snipers, and I was like, yeah, I get that idea, but I don't feel it's awesome.
Yeah,
this I was like riveted by. And
I know.
just love
why can't there be a full sniper movie like that? Like, yeah, it was so
quiet, and then it goes.
Yeah. Like, why do you gotta? I feel like with sniper movies, they're like, okay, well, but like the actual life of a sniper is pretty boring, so we should like get him like. He's sniping, and then we put him in a situation where he's got to do hand-to-hand combat. And I'm like, why? Why?
Then we give him a girlfriend.
Yeah, right. And that girlfriend's Rachel Weisz.
Yeah,
and then they have a dirty sex, like an actual, like they're very physically dirty, and they have sex. They have sex in that movie.
Just watch it again. Rachel Weisz is somehow still an underrated actress because because as respected and just held up as a paragon of unbelievable performance. She's better than she's given credit for. She's just amazing.
I think she's given.
I think so too, but I think she's. It's like Naomi Watts, where I go, Naomi. There's like not a you can't like you got those. There's like who's better than them? No one. Like there's no one who's like better.
And I think they have.
There are other people who bring different things.
What
but
do you want? They get to make really great movies.
I just don't.
And then they don't.
I just don't see them as much.
I know, and they stay.
And I guess they're doing it by choice.
Yeah, that's
maybe
the perfect life.
I don't know.
You get to act in movies that you care about.
Yeah. Like Naomi Watts is in The Impossible, and The Impossible is like cool, but I'm like, that's not a great use of Naomi Watts. Like
it's just more of an event movie.
Yeah, and I go,
it's a devastating movie.
It is, and I'm not trying to knock The Impossible, but I go like, you don't need Naomi Watts for this. Like,
but it was a beautiful movie, and she did very well. Like,
and
she's right in the plane at the end, and she's like, they go above, and they finally see the
It's amazing.
Moment,
it's great.
It's great.
Yeah. It's there's a lot to love and a lot to.
She went full Naomi in that moment.
I mean, she was like, I don't want to see the kick of her. Yeah. I just because like what's the last great true like tentpole Naomi Watts performance that she was given? When's the last time she led?
Yeah, I guess you're
a marquee movie. When's the last time Rachel Weisz led a marquee movie? She's in, she was in because like Ring and 21 Grams were the year that I think those came out within 2 years of each other. Yeah, and she's so great in 21 Grams. I was just like that's
and she's
just so.
But 21 Grams, I was just like that's some of the best interpretation of what grief is that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, that's so, and they look that it's exhausting to watch them, and not in a bad way. It's just like you go like, man, they're putting themselves through the ringer.
Yeah,
and it's you don't want anyone else doing those parts besides them because you're like they're exactly the right people for it. And Rachel Weisz had this wonderful. I mean, and this is the movie that made me go like, gosh, she's just amazing. It's the Favorite, and she's so great in The Favorite. But it just made me go like,
just in The Favorite. That was last year.
Yeah, but like, what was the last?
I don't know. She was amazing in Brothers Bloom.
Yes, but no one knows Brothers Bloom. Like, no one cared about Brothers Bloom, and it's
a great movie though.
It is a very.
A lot of people
it's my favorite Rian Johnson movie.
I agree.
Besides, like maybe the Star Wars ones, those are fun. They're fun. You like them too.
I really like them. I think he delivered the best Star Wars movie yet, and I stand by that fully. And also, it's nowhere near as good as any of his other movies. Brick's way better.
Brick is. All right, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do Rian Johnson someday. It's gonna be interesting.
It's just that I don't I grew up with Star Wars, and I love Star Wars so
Yeah.
much.
No, I don't care about Star Wars.
And I don't give a shit
No,
about
I
Star
don't
Wars
either.
anymore.
I don't either. I don't either.
I don't give a shit. I'm like, cool, you brought Luke Skywalker. Okay.
Yeah. No, I don't care about Star Wars either.
You
I've
could
enjoyed.
You could do something else. You could tell a new story.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a big universe.
Totally. I've enjoyed every Star Wars movie I've ever seen, probably, and I also don't care.
Yeah.
So
J.J. Abrams is one of those guys that I'm like, I really like him, but in terms of like not remembering stuff, his movies, I do not remember anything about them the moment I leave the theater.
Yeah.
And I remember liking them as I'm watching. I'm like, this is fun.
Yeah.
And then as I'm leaving, I'm like, I don't.
Yeah.
I feel it like going out of my head.
I mean, I really do have to wonder: is it like, are we past the age where things are going to stick like that because it's the first time we've seen them? Like, do Spielberg movies? And we watched.
No, because you talked about The Impossible, and I remember that movie very well.
Yeah, sure. He's basically remaking Clue. Yeah. I think I did maybe see a trailer.
Yeah, that looks good.
Brick is, man.
I just couldn't get over the pretentious nature of the dialogue. The in-your-face writing.
I love in-my-face writing. Like, I would call network, writing that draws attention to itself. But then it earns it.
Yeah, this one is more like, oh, see, it's gimmicky.
It's very gimmicky.
It's like
and
it's
then,
a 1940s noir.
And I go, fine. That's an interesting. It's an interesting idea, an interesting concept. To me, it was not pulled off. I go, all right, these are just '90s, late '90s actors talking like they're.
Brick is my least favorite of all the movies he's done.
Looper. I was
really liked Looper.
I was fine with. I don't really like Looper. I don't like Looper. I don't
when it went to the farm. I thought it got awesome when it went to the farm.
That child is one of the best child actors I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
It did get better when it went to the farm. I do like that part. I'm not a fan of Brick. I'm not a fan of Looper.
But Brothers Bloom was by far his best movie, and it's just interesting because
I like it.
Knowing what the I watched all the extra features and how they went back, like they had a completely different ending.
Yeah. The ending does make that movie,
and not just a different ending, like a completely different final, like 20 minutes.
Yeah, so a different movie.
And I'm just
entirely.
like, what? Yeah. And I'm like, did you go back and do that? And I'm like, do you have the money to do it? Like, how did I want to know? Yeah. What led to that, because the ending is what makes that movie as special as it is.
I agree with that 100%.
And then to see what the original ending was, and you're like, holy Moses, you were way off base. That movie would have sucked.
Yeah. And that's what's interesting about it is I'm like, yeah, and I really definitely very much enjoyed Brothers Bloom. It is my favorite of his movies.
Mm-hmm. Choosing the Fountain.
There are things, yeah, the Fountain's cool.
Fountain's great.
Yeah, but it doesn't. The Fountain is a spectacle movie. It's an idea movie. It's less about the.
But it's about two people.
I know.
And but wanting to do everything to get her better.
Name the great Rachel Weisz performance.
Fair.
It's The Constant Gardener. It was in 2002.
And that is not Pacino'd me in the courtroom, guys.
That is not sorry, but that is not. But it's not, and that sounds like I am in no way like I think that's a travesty. I think it is a travesty that she has not been given the great Rachel Weisz performance. Honestly, is because I haven't seen The Constant Gardener, and that's the problem. No one saw The Constant Gardener.
She was very good.
Yeah, and she's amazing.
That's a great movie.
I keep wanting to call it The Queen. It's not The Queen. What the heck? The Favorite.
The Favorite.
She is she is as magnetic, and she just takes over anytime she's on screen, and she is amazing. And that is just such a. And I feel like, even though it's The Favorite, and Olivia Colman won the Oscar, I still feel like 70% of the nation never saw it. Like no one cared about it.
She makes really good small movies. And there's nothing wrong with that.
That performance is amazing. I can't
believe I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
because I love Yorgos.
It's incredible.
Yorgos.
Yeah. That is that's a heck of that's the least like Yorgos movie of his so far.
Interesting.
It's like, well, in the sense that it's not like
crazy weird.
It's not trying to kind of like it's not going like interesting, right? Funny, quirky. Come down here. with me and look at what life is. You know?
I haven't seen it, so it doesn't do that.
It doesn't do that. His other movies do that.
I know, I like that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it kind of does that. It's great. You're the favorite is really more of. No, it's great. It's great. It's really great.
Cool.
It's great. That's a movie that like that one's gonna like people are gonna come back to it and go, oh, it's great.
So what do you want her to be in?
Everything.
Like, I mean, what would be satisfactory to you?
I mean, I want her to get like I love like Kate Blanchett is great. Give some of those roles to Rachel Weisz.
I love Kate Blanchett, but she's like just like Meryl Streep to me, where I'm like, yeah, you're really good in everything you do, and it's really boring.
Yeah, and it's really because she doesn't. These movies are like.
I watched Doubt the other a few nights ago.
Yeah. And
I was like, gosh, Meryl Streep is amazing in that movie.
I'm
just like, and still I'm just like, but Philip Seymour Hoffman's doing, and Amy Adams are just doing more interesting. I don't know why it's more interesting to me anytime they're on screen.
Yeah.
To watch what they're doing, because it's not what she's doing is bad. It's amazing, but I'm just like, why do you bore me as a?
Their characters have more to do. Their characters are going through more. Well,
no, she's like the center. Like Meryl Streep is the focus, like the center of that movie.
Yeah.
She is.
Yeah. That's Shanley, and we're doing Shanley one day, and Shanley's great. And I can't because you've never seen Moonstruck.
No,
it's freaking.
But it made me want it because I forgot how good Doubt was. Doubt is
great.
And so I looked him up and I was like, he didn't. I've never seen that.
Doubt is great. Moonstruck is great. Joe versus Volcano is great. And those three movies are crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Joe versus. When I saw Joe versus the Volcano,
that movie's nuts.
I was like, oh, this is not at all what I was expecting.
That's what I think, and I think the nation as a whole.
Did it not do well?
No.
Because I can imagine why. Because
it was like Tom Hanks in the '80s, and everyone's like, "Sweet."
You're like, oh, it's gonna be The Burbs, or it's gonna be Sleepless in Seattle, and then you watch it, and you're like, because this was after Sleepless in Seattle.
I think it was before.
Oh, okay.
Sleepless in Seattle was like '92.
But anyways, it's like the opening half hour is just
people were like Turner and Hooch.
I'm like dystopian.
Yeah.
Like punching clocks and just like everything's gross looking, and I'm like, it's awesome, but I'm like, this is not what I was expecting. I specifically remember going to see it as a kid with my mom and my grandmother and walking out, and they were like, that's not what I thought we were gonna get from a Tom Hanks movie in the '80s. And it's like, yeah, man, that's what happened. That's what happened to that movie. Everyone's skin under those. Oh yeah, suck. Yeah.
I know he can get the job, but can he do the job? I know he can get the job. I'm not arguing that with you.
Oh, you like really remember that movie?
Yeah.
I want to do The Fountain.
Yeah, Fountain's good. Fountain's the other Aronofsky movie that I like.
Yeah. Did you see Mother?
No. That has the potential to be the third.
Oh, you need to watch it. I think I loathed that movie when I saw it.
I know.
And then I watched it last month.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's pretty good.
Yeah. No, and that's what there are certain movies that come out, and the thing is, it's Aronofsky, so I don't know. He always gets me. I go, yes, and then I go because I want to see the trailer, and I go, all right, and I go, no, not for me. Not. I want you to watch Mother. I've wanted to watch Mother. I think it's free on Amazon. I know. You need to watch it. I'm so genuinely curious to see what you think of that. I've wanted to see it forever, and it's because it came out, and I was like, "What? That looks crazy." I don't even know. It was like one of those like tonal trailers where you just go like, "What's happening?" And then I heard people like 70% of everyone hated it, and then another percentage did, and like 20%, another percentage didn't see it at all, and then 20% were like, "Oh, it's brilliant." And I was like, that's... And I don't know if it's brilliant, but I just... You could tell me you're like, that's the worst thing. And I'd be like, okay. Yeah. Or you could be like, I think that might be the best movie I've ever seen. I'd be like, okay. Yeah. And that's so great. Yeah. That's so great. And that's why I walked away from it. I was like, I still don't know what to think of it. And I'm like, I'm so happy he made that. Yeah. Because I was pissed when I first watched it. And I was like... But I'm like, yeah, he just fucking made it. He made this thing. And like reading up why he made it and stuff, I was like, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're just like... Yeah, you're
people accuse you of being pretentious, and that's cool.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit because you really do. You funneled all your shit into your art,
That's
and then you made this thing.
Yeah.
And it doesn't paint you, because you can read that movie in two different ways. And if you look at it as a director muse thing, you're like, that does not paint you in a good light at all. I want you to watch it this week.
Well,
so do that.
All right. Meg Ryan should have got an Oscar. Yeah, she did like a mini Nutty Professor Eddie Murphy thing in that movie.
Can we talk about one thing real quick about how we're not talking about this movie?
Yeah.
And what that says about this movie.
Yeah. So it says that we meant to talk about it 2 weeks ago, and then it's been 2 weeks. But I think it's a disservice to this movie. But you're right. We are talking about.
Do you think it should have won Best Picture? Revisiting it. Because I remember at the time not having an issue with that.
Being aware of what my response to it the first time. Yeah, I think that's legitimate.
Yeah, I think so too.
What was it up against?
I would like to know.
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
Okay. I'm going to go through here. Yeah. I love some of the stuff. Welcome to Camp Liberty. Or, Welcome to Camp Victory. He goes, I thought it was Camp Liberty. And he's like, they changed it last week. Victory sounds better.
Yeah.
It's just some really great stuff. The relationship that they have, the kind of relationship that develops from the moment where he comes in and he's like, you're this, and he's like, I'm not trying to fill his shoes. And he's like, yeah, appreciate that, because the Pierce got blown up. And all the way, and there's an arc that goes from there all the way to the they're in the car, and he just goes, what? And he just goes, why do you think I am the way I am? And he's like, I don't know. He's like, no, like really though, because I don't know. And it's like,
yeah,
dang, it's good stuff.
Yeah,
there's some. This movie really is.
It hits upon some really. I mean, it really honestly explores like addiction in a really interesting way that I could identify with, where that type of like conversation and just like not know, like when he goes and he tries to find that kid, and then he realizes the situation he's put himself in, and he realized what a mistake. It's a wonderful piece of acting from him. I was just like, yeah, that, like, if you take that as a metaphor for like addiction, how you find yourself in like weird positions where you're just like, why are you really like you're looking for this kid for one reason on a surface level, but like on a deeper level, it's like you just need shit to keep doing, things to fix or things to solve or things to do, and you don't care about what you left base. Like you don't care what the consequences are really. Which is why I wanted there to be more ramifications when he came back, because I just thought that would have been interesting. But
what do you think is that what he said? Oh, is that what he says? What do you think is wrong with me? You're talking about that's what he says in the car? What do you think is wrong with me? He says that. It famously beat Avatar, which, if you remember, really upset Sigourney Weaver.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. It was up against Avatar, Up, Precious, The Blind Side, and District 9.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait. This is the year that... Oh, there's a lot of... Up in the Air, A Serious Man, An Education, and Glorious Bastards.
Yep. Yeah, I'm 100% totally fine with that beating.
Yeah. Me too.
That's it.
Me too.
That's the one. This deserves to be an Avatar for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's... I haven't seen Precious. I own it. I haven't seen it. But... I haven't seen it.
I would say most movies are better than... on there are better than Avatar. And I liked Avatar, but it's just like... That's not a Best Picture movie.
Huh. I mean, they're kind of going for it, but yeah. It's like, it's like if it won and Terminator 2 wasn't nominated, then it's like that's ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we got that set piece where the car comes and he's like, "What are you doing?" And that's pretty great.
And that's that thing where it's just like, on that first viewing, you're like, holy Moses.
Yeah.
And then the second time, he's just going to back up and nothing's going to happen from it. And you're like, this is going on for a long time. Yeah. But that first time, it's so unbearably long that you think it must be leading somewhere. So really, that's great filmmaking.
It is, and I don't think
and I shouldn't count that as a strike against.
I mean, it is an interesting because I mean and I think it's natural because it's our second time through, and we're parsing our experience that way. But yeah, by no means like there are stories that you only can really hear once, and that's fine. That's fine. That's just what it is, and it really is. It's pretty slam bang the first time, and then it's still there are still great moments the second time. It just kind of you've seen it.
Yeah. When Mackie's like
that's ridiculous. That's the one thing that I was like.
When Anthony Mackie is like, he realizes he's like a loose cannon, and then
he goes, I forgot my whatever.
I forgot my gloves down there.
Yeah.
And he
drives
down,
all the way
and
down.
He's like, they have a conversation about like a very cryptic conversation about killing him.
Yeah. Where he goes, these things blow up all the time.
I did this. Like, I rolled at that.
So did I.
And then I
really
also,
hard.
but at the same time, I was like, but then. What if you were working with someone who was your superior, who was clearly had some sort of couple of nuts and bolts loose in his head,
and you think he's going to get you killed,
and you think he's legitimately going to get you killed? Is that a conversation you have perhaps with someone that you're very friendly with?
Sure.
And they talk, and that's what, and then I reassessed, and I was like, that's not a bad scene.
And then he goes,
because they talked about it cryptically. It's kind of
he eventually goes, are we really going to do this?
And that's when it kind of
kill him.
Yeah.
And you go.
And it was how he
Brian Garrity. I like.
It was how he. I like him too, but it was kind of how he played that moment. I wish it was just more. They didn't treat it too seriously.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. Like I really liked Inglourious Basterds out of those. I know it's unfair when the movie isn't rewatchable, but loses something. And I think that's a fair thing to say. But I also feel like Fisher Stevens won an Oscar that year for what? We talked about this recently. I can't remember what Fisher Stevens is in recently. All I know Fisher Stevens from is Short Circuit.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah. Oh, and
is he in Hackers?
What's that?
Is he in Hackers?
Maybe.
See that kind of nerdy looking guy with a beard, really thin neck, big head?
Yeah, 100%. He's in Hackers?
I think he's the villain in Hackers.
Oh my gosh, we got to watch Hackers. We're doing it.
Okay.
It's
the skateboard, yeah. Right.
Oh
yeah.
my gosh. This movie sounds great. But I get it. I get what you're saying. I honestly feel like the way that was presented cinematically just made me go. It was the way it was written, the way it was presented, the point at which it came in the movie. I was like, come on, man. This is way early for him.
It was because it was too. They arrived at a conclusion of like, are we really about to do this right now?
Yeah.
And I'm like, you should have just peppered it and be like, these accidents happen all the time. Is like, yeah. And then that's it.
That's it.
That's all you got to say.
And that's exactly what I was going to say. I wish it had been like he drives down there, and they're looking at him, and Mackie's looking at him, and he kind of looks over at the thing. And maybe not even, just something subtle where you're watching and you go, that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't want. It's all for him to come out and go. I go. That doesn't belong in this movie. That is a level of There's a level of realism that we're dealing with here that is not.
I felt like I actually kind of liked that they. It just kind of showed how much they trusted each other to be talking about something that. Combustible,
I really just
but it just needed to allude to it and then do the thing you're saying, like have him look at it and be like, these things happen all the time, and then you just end it. He's in that scene.
I think you could do it with. I think you could do it with a look and
I think you're right.
But yeah, I don't know that was like that
right,
really is the one part of the movie that I go, oh, that just feels off.
Yeah,
that doesn't. Because then I go, I'm supposed to still be sympathetic to you. You were gonna murder him, and it hasn't been that long, And
it was an odd placement in the story.
It was early, and it's just kind of I don't know.
Hurt Locker won 6 Oscars, which is kind of nice. Yeah.
Sound editing, effects. Renner didn't win. Did he win? No.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't think he won. Director, picture.
Did it win? It couldn't have won for cinematography.
Jeff Bridges won.
Oh, yeah, for Crazy Heart.
Yeah. Probably was nominated for cinematography. 6 Oscars. So
that's a lot of Oscars.
Score. Oh, screenplay. Screenplay, director, picture, sound editing, and probably effects. Cinematography is some of the slow motion displays and shots is awesome. Yeah. There's that. Yeah. The
cinematography is amazing.
Great. It is great.
It's Oscar worthy.
Yeah.
Like it. I kept watching and I was like, man, this is that kind of movie where you watch it and you're like, I could go shoot that movie that way.
Yeah.
And then you have all these guys who want to make these movies with military guys and guns and stuff, and then they try to go make that movie and film it this way, and like that just looks fucking sloppy and lazy.
Yeah.
And you don't like it's very hard.
It did win editing.
Like it's you have to be very calculated with how you use your handheld stuff.
And it was very well edited.
Beautifully edited.
So I'll add, I'll say, the Academy got it right this time.
Yeah.
No, but it's true. No, it's true. Well, I mean, we already talked about the sniper scene. That's great. There's that like when he takes a couple. It's so crazy, and I just love how matter of fact and how detached and objective she is about it. Where he's like boom, and he's like, he's down, and you see the guy like slump in the distance. It's great. I mean, because you watch that scene and you go, yeah, that's how you do that scene, and you can't imagine it any other way.
Yeah.
But hand it to any other director, hand it to 10 other directors, you would have gotten it. You probably would have gotten. I want to say 10 other ways. You probably would have gotten it one other way.
It's interesting because like.
And she, I don't know, the conception of that.
Because I'm so happy that I watched Triple Frontier on a whim last night because.
It was great.
There's a scene where in Triple Frontier, one of the main men on a mission guys, Garrett Hudlin.
Yeah.
He watches 3 people get executed by a drug cartel, and he's supposed to be this. They're all supposed to be these hardcore, badass, super professional dudes, and the way he reacts to that is subtle, but it's just like he's like, and it's just like I'm like, you've seen this shit all the time, like, and you seem upset by it on your mission, like. My main issue with a lot of Triple Frontier was that I was just like, you guys are letting emotions get involved in this, like, very quickly. Like, the whole reason your whole mission goes awry is because you become emotional, like, almost instantly. And then, but you're supposed to be these, like, super badass guys. And, like, I'm wondering if that was more of a directorial, but no, that was just baked into the screenplay, I guess. But then
she did direct it.
But she didn't direct it. But like watching Hurt Locker, what you're saying, that is the fact that he just goes down, and then they cut to it, and I loved how they cut to these hyper blurry, like just looking through the optics of like the scope, barely like the heat waves, barely seeing like but seeing the guy slump down, and then realizing the gravity of like what that is. Yeah, and it's so quiet, it makes you. The nature of like how far away like all this is happening, geographically, I'm like, it's almost disconcerting because you're like, you probably wouldn't feel much.
Yeah,
and it's just like, boop, and then you don't hear anything, and then you see a guy fall down.
Yeah, and Renner's
and maybe a little pink dust, and that's it.
Yeah, and Renner's there, and he says, it really is just kind of. It does detach you from it, and we do see on our side. I mean, it is very our side and their side. Like Ray Fiennes gets. You know what I mean, the only thing we see from their side is like we get a couple of like shots over the shoulder shots of them like adjusting a gun, and then kind of whatever, just so that we know to anticipate that someone's going to get shot, and it really is all about the other side. It's interesting, which is not. I don't think that's. It's not. I don't think that's like a political statement. It's just keeping us where we are.
I keep waiting for. Frankly, I would, because I would love. I'm not like, I have no desire to ever make like an action movie or anything. But man, I it's crazy to me that no one's made like a legitimate sniper movie.
I mean,
because
anime gets to be it, and then
after I
this.
watched this one,
Yeah.
I went out. I was like, I want to know about all the. I did like a big Wikipedia search on all these like snipers and stuff, and there are some crazy snipers out there, like
There's
from
an American
history.
sniper, but that's about so much more.
Yeah.
I mean, or that just there's so much more story.
There was like one guy who's killed like 400, like some crazy amount during World War II in like a matter of like 90 days or something. He killed like 500 Russians or something like that. And I'm just like
it must have been the thing.
And he's like a very quiet dude, and he just lived in the snow, and he barely moved for like days at a time or something.
And he just
like
waited
that.
for someone to come check on the guy and went, Doop. And
Yeah.
then someone goes, 2 guys died. Doop.
And it's crazy.
3 guys died. Doop.
Yeah.
You just go, boy, this AI
Like
is not.
These Ruskies are.
Yeah. Used his hunting. The Finnish guy. He was a farmer.
Yeah.
Used his hunting rifle.
I think that is him. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. He didn't even use a scope, right? Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Excuse me, have you not seen Sniper starring Tom Berenger? I have not. Have you seen The Substitute starring Tom Berenger?
Dude, I have seen Sniper starring Tom Berenger, and I was like, because as a kid, I was like, I thought snipers were so cool, and then I think this was around the time of Enemy at the Gates, and I was like, that was pretty cool. I was like, well, what are other sniper movies? I was like, that's called Sniper. Let me watch that, and I was like, not great. I was like, what did they do? They have like a bullet camera that's like a green.
Is it?
That was like the big thing of the movie, and I was like, that's not good. I'm like 13, and I know that's not good.
Well, and that's it. That like I love that whole sniper scene. Obviously, this is like, I mean, the greatest. This is the greatest depiction of that I've ever seen in a film.
Yeah.
And the most impactful and the most, again, objective, and besides the fact that we're entirely on one side. But there's one shot where he's like, boom, boom, taking these dudes down, then he goes, boom, and then it just cuts to this slow-mo thing of a shell going, boom, 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 boom,
Yeah.
boom, 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 and I go, I don't want that.
You didn't.
It's cool looking. I feel like it's in there because they're like, look what we made this shell do. Because I was like, no,
But
man.
it was like the final one.
Yeah.
I thought it was effective.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
I thought that and the placement. I can't remember what happened right prior to it, but I felt like it fed into what.
Like you're saying it fed the drama of did he get him or is it the last one? I don't know.
It fed into. I remember watching and being like, "That's cool," and also that means something. I was just like, "Oh, it's a cool shot that means something."
And I get it.
I can't remember why I thought that.
I get it if they'd done it for like a second and a half or something, where they go, "Boom, that was meaningful," and then right back. The reason I love that
slow motion, so
yeah, it's a good. It might as well have been. It probably was. But the thing I love about that entire sequence, from the moment they pull up, is the lack of stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I go, I don't want it even now. I don't want
it.
Give me maybe if you're gonna do it, give it to me, sure. But it just goes, and like after a while, I go, I'm just watching, and it is cool that it goes end over end and hits very neatly. It's cool that you got it to do that. I don't know. But anyway. So I was still making sniper movies. One came out in 2017 starring Tom Berenger and Billy Zane. That makes...
Oh, yeah, baby.
Flies. Fly goes in Renner's mouth. I said slow-mo shell casing, somersaulting through sand. Why? Renner gets it. Oh, this is a thing where this was the thing that I noticed about it this time, where I was like, because Renner showing up, he's like, oh, he's this badass. But that whole thing, and he's like, hey. And he's like, I can't remember the guy's name, but he's like, hey, and he's like, I don't know, and he's like, no, man, you did good. He's like, you can take this, you can just shoot him, whatever, and you're just like, man, he's good, like he's got it. This is a tough thing, and I'm with that guy, but like he's just like a good leader, and so we thought he was crazy, he's whatever. He says, blah, 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 blah. Get yourself a juice, blah blah blah. Again, he's like, we need a juice. He brings it up, and you go like, oh, and he gives it to Anthony Mackie, and you go, he doesn't need a juice. Man, that guy's a badass. And I'm like, it's like almost too. I'm like, is he a superhero? I guess like there was just a little too much where he was in control of every situation. He was the one coming out on top every single time. The one moment where he drops it is where he goes like, what's wrong with me? Or he's like, why am I the way I am or whatever. I get it. There was just a little too much. A little like he's fighting Anthony Mackie and Anthony Mackie goes boom and then he goes, oh, I hit you way harder. And it's just like, I'm like, there's just a little, and it's probably based on real dudes, but unspool. That's Hawkeye, bro.
Further, I mean, he gets his partner shot, you know, like when they go and investigate the fire, and then it's like, let's go and do this, and then that doesn't work out, and then he goes and he find the kid, and that was a huge mistake, and
I don't know.
I felt like they did a pretty good job of showing the arc of like, because like,
I mean,
there
they're
are
showing
those guys and in all walks of life.
He's in his element.
That when they're in their element, and like those really the guys who are like so cocky that you're like, yeah, that's gonna work really well for you until it doesn't.
Yeah.
Which is what this movie was.
It is.
It's like riding high on that insane amount of confidence / adrenaline and the addiction of that.
/ nothing else.
And thinking you're indestructible or not caring or whatever. And then going down that route until there's ramifications, and then all of a sudden it just you collapse.
Yeah. There's just a bit of it. I think really what it is like I was like, all right, cool. Like, yeah, he's just awesome in every situation. And I do get it that he's like that. This is like it's like
it's macho. It's macho.
Well, that's fine because there's a lot of that in the military, I would imagine, right? But it is this sort of thing where like it's like in Good Will Hunting, he's like they could just play, and he's just like this is his element. This is why he's addicted to it because it's where he feels alive and it's where he feels on. But it's just. And it was like, I'm like, cool, okay, cool. And people were like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? And he's just like, fine, whoa, cool, man. Well, this is, oh shit. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And all that's fine. All that's fine. He's a badass. He's a badass. He's a badass. It just was like, there was just a couple points where I was like.
Why did the juice bother you?
Because he's just like, he's a badass. He's awesome. He's also like totally selfless. Because they're both sitting there. But he's not. Encrusted.
See, I took it as, I'm going to show that I'm a good leader, and that in moments like this, like I need to just be supportive and I want to show, like I know these guys have issues with me.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna help this guy because he's legitimately freaking out. He was just helping him.
That's
in that
fine.
Moment.
That's fine.
And then the juice thing was like, and I'm gonna take care of my guy who's got his gun trained on. I thought it was great.
Yeah. I think
something that you and I do a lot is we really break it down on a writerly level, and I'm like, that's pretty efficient writing, like all things considered.
Yeah, but there was something that there's something that felt like they were.
I mean, he just handed him a juice.
I know.
He was thirsty.
He was equally thirsty. They'd both been staying up for the exact same time, and it's just him going like, I'm a bit more of a badass than you are.
I think this is. I want to unpack this because this is saying. First of all, I'm never offering you juice ever.
I go
because
okay.
You think you're better than me.
Yeah. No, it's the culmination.
You think
it's
I
the
need
accumulation
juice more
of everything.
than you need juice?
Yeah. No, nobody has juice. Drink it.
I think he was doing a nice thing to make amends, and also just in the moment being like, you're the one with the gun, and you're the one who has to stay on with his eye. Like you have to stay incredibly focused, and you're the one taking the shot. I'm superseding my own thirst, which he took a sip right after. He was just like, you want to sip first? This is a nice gesture.
Did he also take a sip?
It wasn't my dick's bigger.
Did he also take a sip?
I think he did.
I don't know that he did. I really don't know that he did. Because I think I wanted him to, and I was like, if you do it, it's fine. And then he went like this.
Just like, Lover, did you like that movie? I was like, I liked it, except for that fucking bullshit Capri Sun moment. Like, it ruined the whole movie for me.
Look, man.
Like, take a sip, bro.
Look, man.
Show me you're cool.
All right. I know this is a monolithic thing, and I'm supposed to either like all of the movie or not like any of it. But sometimes I have a critical mind.
That's not what I'm saying.
No,
I know.
But
what I am saying is fascinating is that I feel like you're reading so much into that.
I'm not.
It
just
like,
bothered me.
This guy.
It just
is fucking offering me his juice, like he's fucking better than me.
It's not that.
Like, did you grow?
It's the writer.
When you were in like elementary school, did someone offer you their juice? And like someone way cooler than you, and you were like, I don't need your fucking juice, bro.
First of all, when I was in elementary school, there was no one cooler than me, which you can all tell is true. Yeah. And did you notice that like he gave him the juice, and then like they were both laying on the ground, and he kind of moved up a little bit because his dick got big. He was just like, oh, sorry, I can't. I'm a little more of an angle than you are. So you get enough juice.
So in your mind, what did you think?
He's just perfect. There? He's just perfect.
So on a writer level, you just
that's
think,
it.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Wait. What do you think I was saying? Like a performance level?
or just as his character. Well, I guess it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I think as a writer, they were just kind of going like, he's badass, he's a loose cannon, he's crazy, but he's also totally selfless, he's whatever, and he just doesn't have a crack of anything.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And then like they fight, and he's the one who fights harder, and I just go like, just humanize him a little bit, just give me a little bit more, and
just like the stuff with like, I loved when he took a shower in his full gear. I was like, that's a very poetic.
It's great.
I really liked that.
It's great.
Because, you know,
I just wanted a little more.
I feel like as I get older, I'm like, I was like, okay, I can kind of understand. It's just, I like moments like that where I'm like, what is that? What are you trying to tell me? Because it can mean a couple of different things, and I love that. That was a complicated thing.
Which one? The shower thing?
The shower thing.
Yeah, shower thing was great.
On like a one obvious level, it's like, oh, it's just because of everything that they've gone through, and you can lead. But I was like, that's such a. I don't know, I just really, really liked that moment. Yeah. Because it was dense to me. Absolutely. I totally... Because I was like, there's a lot of things going on in that moment. Yeah. Anyway. I totally get it. I actually don't have an issue. Like, so the juice thing is fine. What I needed is that's a redemptive moment. Mm-hmm. That's the way they're playing it. Yeah. They're going... You didn't like that. I don't mind it. I don't think because they're going like, look, he's a good dude. Yeah. And we're supposed to go, that hits me, he's a good dude. Yeah. At no point has he not been a good dude. He's been doing things kind of haphazardly. He's been a loose cannon, which as an audience member, you automatically go, well, that's fucking cool. He has not been doing anything. He's been like, oh man, he turns off his radio. Oh man, whatever. He hasn't been doing anything like actually. That's fucked up. It is fucked up. That is fucked up. It is fucked up, but there's no part, and maybe this is a second time through thing, maybe, because there's no part at no point do I go, he's gonna, like, that's the whole point. He's been very selfish. He's been very selfish. It's because he only cares about getting his adrenaline rush, and he does like that's their whole conflict. He's like, you're part of a team now. You can't do this. Because we don't know, like, I get this directly affects us. I get that. And so the juice is him saying, I know we're part of a team, and I'm going to help you out here. And because everything leading up to that moment prior to that was him being selfish and doing things his own way, and then telling him not to do that, punching him in the face, his superior officer, and being like, you don't do that because that puts my life on the line. I totally understand, and I totally get where Anthony Mackie's coming from. What I'm saying is, what we've got here is this sort of like, because you see this in a billion movies where there's the way things are done, and then there's this loose cannon who comes in. It's like Maverick, like, like oh, for Tom sure. Cruise. I'm not saying like, and look, the story overall. I mean, I've seen the trope, and I'm not saying, and I don't mind that it's done a lot, but I go Maverick. He comes in, and Maverick isn't an asshole. Maverick's just like, I just see things a certain way. And he is kind of an asshole. He's a cocky asshole. Jeremy Renner's not really. He's not really. He comes off that way, but he just goes, I just see things the way I see it. Yeah. And that's why he's a virtuoso at this, where he disarmed 860 whatever. He's got like borderline adrenaline Asperger's. Like, he's just where he's like, I'm brushing you off and whatever, because I just got to do this shit the way I do. And he's like, and I know that it's rough on your feathers, but I got to do it, and I know it's going to be okay. And so but that's like what I've learned being in a relationship is that I'm like, because I identify with that completely. Yeah. Because I'm like, I'm going to do this, and it's going to be good, and don't worry about it. And it's okay because you need to communicate to me. You need to tell me that like these things. Like, I don't care whether it's how you're going about it. Yeah. And that's why that was like an olive branch that he was extending to be like, it was just like, it's just juice. It's not a big deal. And I was like, you're thirsty? And boom. And then I think he takes a sip, and he takes a sip after him. And it's just like, okay. And I'm like, that's a nice, very innocuous, it is subtle way of being like, sorry, without saying I'm sorry. See, and I don't even think it was that. I think that he was just like, I think it's more what you're saying earlier, where he was like, you need it because you're shooting. I think it's that too. And that's a good thing. But I think it's both. But what I'm saying is that I think that was there for impact, and it didn't have the impact for me because what they had been doing, because that being there for impact implies like, here's a guy who's really fucked up and needs to make up for it. He's not fucked up. He's not done anything that's fucked up. He's been right every time.
what this movie has done so far is like, here's the way that it's done. Anthony Mackie it represents the way that it's done. Here's a different philosophy, and let's watch these things rub up against each other and bump up against each other. And Jeremy Renner does some things wrong because he's like, he's like, I'm sorry, I just got to do it. I know that it bothers you, but I got to do it. And this is how I got to do it. And this is how we're going to get out of here safely. I'm the only one who can do this. And Anthony Mackie kind of steps over the line because he punches him in the face. Whatever. It's fine. It's just it's interesting because it's like, here are these two philosophies. Neither one is really being an asshole. And then he just does this thing that's supposed to be redemptive, but it just kind of goes like,
it's about being a team player.
It is.
Because especially when you're on an IED team, like, you're supposed to be a team player.
I know, and I agree. But it just didn't, I don't know. Something about it didn't land for me because I was like you're showing me that he's awesome, you're showing me that he's whatever, and then you're showing me that he's cool.
He's showing that, like, that moment to me was, like, in this type of, like, in an IED unit, you cannot, like, ego is something you have to put aside. And so that's why the amazing just premise of the movie is that put an adrenaline junkie in that role who wants to do things his way, and put an egotistical guy in there. And that's why they have Guy Pearce at the beginning showing him how methodical and how, and how it can still go wrong even if you do it that way.
Yeah. And that's honestly kind of a thing. It's like Guy Pearce is a good dude and he's whatever. He gets blown up.
I know, and so which is another like nuanced thing about the writing, which is that what you're saying it is true as well. He's not wrong, but it's how he's going about it. When you need to find a balance between not having an ego but being able to work well with others, because it's not just you. It's you have two other people whose lives depend on you. Yeah. It can go wrong very, very quickly for any number of reasons, which the opening suggests.
But I think,
because it's not just a bomb there. It could be a bomb. It could be 6 bombs, and all of a sudden that explosion and the radius goes bigger. Or there's a bomb there, but then there's one in a pile of garbage, like way closer that they didn't find. Totally. You know what I mean?
But it is this thing where like this is interesting to me because there is this juxtaposition that isn't really, they don't dwell on it, but Guy Pearce is the nice guy. He's the nice guy who does this. Mm-hmm. He's not as successful as Jeremy Renner. He blows up. Jeremy Renner,
he's not a cocky asshole. He's a sociopath. That's true.
Sure, but he's great at this. Yeah. And they make a point, like in this movie, this is for our purposes in this movie, he's the best there ever was. He is. Because he goes 800 something,
yeah,
and that dude goes, that's hot shit. You're crazy. And his reaction to it is like,
yeah.
And he's like, I don't know. It's just what I do. I'm not comfortable with this part. I just want to. Yeah. I don't know people.
I want to do my thing.
I just want to go do bombs.
Yeah.
And that's the whole deal. He does bombs. He doesn't do people. He can't do his relationship. Mm-hmm. He can't really do his relationship with these dudes until they go through something crazy together that he gets them out of, and then they're like, we'll just punch each other and we're cool. And that's
why the juice thing works. Because you're right, he doesn't know how to work with people, so for him, he's just like, I'm going to give him some juice, and maybe that'll be enough. I don't know.
But here's what I want.
And it was enough.
Here's what I want.
Because he took a sip.
No, the thing is, it was too much. Like, what I want is, the scene where they, like, have that, where they punch at each other, and then he goes too far and puts a knife at his neck. Mm-hmm. If the juice thing happens after that, then I go, yeah. Because they've actually had a thing where he lost it, and he has something to do.
Honestly, I didn't like the knife thing.
Yeah.
I didn't like the knife thing.
Yeah.
Because I was like...
It's too much.
And I was like,
that's
okay, maybe it's booze, and so. But
well,
I'm like, that's a knife. You should know.
But that's a hint at what's inside him. That's a hint.
Yeah,
because they've tapped in, they're drunk, and that's the shit that drives him.
I know.
And he's got darkness, and I'm.
But it wasn't Jeremy Renner's.
Yeah.
It was what Anthony. The fact that Anthony Mackie did it in the first place. You need to answer that.
I don't know what that was. It's cool. We feel differently about it, but do you? I don't know. I
see what you're saying.
Okay.
I liked it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But I didn't like Anthony Mackie putting a knife to him because I'm like, you're punching each other.
No, Anthony Mackie doesn't do it. Renner does it.
No.
Renner pulls a knife on him.
No, Mackie does. Yeah. Because Renner's on top of him, and then Renner.
And he does that thing. Yeah.
And I was like, I don't need that.
You're right.
You do it in a more subtle.
You're right.
way.
You're right, and all of it boils over. But that's what I'm saying is like they have this confrontation and then they kind of just like whatever. And it is, I mean, it's fine. But I wish if that juice moment had come after that,
I see what you're saying.
I think it would have done what they wanted it to do. Where before I didn't need that because these two guys who are equals and they're like whatever. And then honestly that's what it is. They're like equals. They go about things differently. They're both kind of sticking to their guns. They're kind of trying to be nice or whatever. They're equals. They're equals. And Jeremy Renner goes. And it feels like the movie's going, Jeremy Renner's right. Jeremy Renner's stronger.
That's what you're saying.
And I go, I don't want that. You're making, it's like, Mackie seems a little bit, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's what gets me. They're going like, and he's the stronger one. And I go, I don't need that. You're giving me so much of that anyway. I am in a Hollywood, in a movie, I am automatically attuned to the dude who is good but does things unorthodox. I go, that's the guy. Mm-hmm. And then they're just like, and I don't know. It's not a huge thing, but it just kind of was like, okay. Gosh, that body bomb. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. Now why?
That whole thing was crazy.
That was crazy.
There's a little bit of a thing where it's like all this shit happened, but
yeah,
but maybe all this shit happened.
But I also liked that all this shit happened once he arrived. You know what I mean? Like
yeah. I mean, maybe there's something to that. Maybe he's an agent of chaos, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, would you have preferred? Did you like that the kid was alive? And it was all for naught.
That it was the wrong kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do like that.
I think I liked it too.
Because it goes, and that's it.
But I could see the benefit of it being the kid too.
And that's the shit because it makes him more complex. You go, he made a mistake.
Yeah.
And it's like it's these moments where there are these cracks in his single-minded, I'm right all the time. That's why I got to knock people off.
Yeah.
Because they just get out of my way, I'm right. Get out of my way, I'm right. And there are these two instances involving this kid, which is interesting because he has this kind of like, I don't know, fatherly, brotherly. I don't know. I can take care of something.
Like in a lot of ways.
Huh? Yeah, that's interesting. Because he just doesn't know what else he's for.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what else he's supposed to do. Besides, he's like, this is the only thing that I'm good at.
Yeah.
I'm very good at it. I'm bad at everything else involving people.
Yeah.
Like
I understand it.
He is kind of like a superhero where he's like, I can save him. I can't. Connect with them.
Yeah.
And it's very lonely, very interesting, very confusing life.
And a selfish thing that has positive humanitarian benefits.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I know. It's just like it's a good thing.
It's secondary.
It is almost like he's a sociopath, but he's just attuned to a certain thing.
I think he gets off on it in like some way, but not in the main way. I think he's just like he likes putting his life in danger like that.
Because like who cares? What else are you gonna do?
Because what else? And he's good. And he's incredibly good at it.
Yeah, and he just doesn't feel like there's anything else that makes sense.
Yeah, which is why when they goes home, that cereal aisle thing.
Yeah.
Was great. Really as great. Impactful as it was because I was just like, you don't know what the hell to do here. This is gonna give you PTSD. Like, I mean, you're riddled with it, but you don't know it.
Yeah.
Like this isn't healthy for you. Yeah. Like you don't. That landed very hard. Where
it's that
like,
Brooks was here thing.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Where he's just like, it was the opposite. Like I got out of prison, everything was too slow. Yeah. And like I don't like this at all.
Yeah, and there's too much. I don't know what to.
It's like there's 30 million choices of what fucking sugary thing I need to put in a bowl. Like I don't give a shit about this. Like
totally. And it's so interesting too because that cereal scene, like I remembered it. I remember it was coming up. And it's weird because I wonder why we keep coming back to this in this movie because I go like, it's fine. It's just that it whatever. But I watch other movies. It's not like this movie is like, that it has like a twist or something that you don't see, that you have to not see coming in order to. There are things that like should have impact on the second because movies are like that. I watched Field of Dreams. I know what's going to happen. I watched Seven. I know what's going to happen.
It's interesting why this.
Like I wonder why
for both of us lost impact. Yeah, and I can watch some movies over and over and over and it doesn't matter.
And maybe it's because that's what made it slightly different from other war movies. Like it took that angle on it. Back into the fray. I don't know.
I don't know though.
Yeah, so
I don't know why it lost the impact. Like it really shouldn't have.
There's nothing obvious that contributes to that. I don't know. But it is interesting and it seems to be all around. I feel like Embelak, Tarkovsky,
Yeah.
everyone's kind of like, yeah.
Yeah.
Second time around, it doesn't work as well.
Which is weird.
It is weird.
Because a lot of times with like twist movies and stuff, like I can watch I just think Sixth Sense is a great movie.
Yeah. Twist movies, they have the same impact almost.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love watching it a second time and a third time, and I'm just like, wow, that's great.
Yeah.
And on the second time, I'm like a lot of people are like, it only works once with twist movies. I'm like, honestly, twist movies are some of the most fun ones to rewatch.
Yeah.
More than twice.
Yeah.
Like you can unpack them, and then you're just like, wow, that's really cool. And then you just get to experience. It's great.
And I think the reveal about his true nature is so interesting, unexpected. It elevates what could otherwise would be a relatively traditional war movie. And I think, and that's it. You're right. I think because it's not a twist, but it goes, and it's subtle.
Mm-hmm.
And a twist movie is building to that twist, and you can still ride that ebb and flow.
Well,
in this movie, you don't know it's coming, and it just goes.
Because it's always about this jingoistic, like, you know, and then always like, I do this for my family.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, he didn't really. He's not doing it for anyone except for himself. Because once he got a taste of it, it just became. I mean, it opens with a quote where it's like, "War is a drug."
Yeah.
And it's like that's what became his addiction.
That's what it is. It's almost too subtle because twist movies and other movies are like plot leads to this, and that can be satisfying more than once, even if you know it's coming. This is things are happening. This is something about this character.
Yeah, it's not.
And once you know that about that character, you go once there's this reveal, and it's not a breakdown.
Yeah.
It's not a this is what happened to me when I was a child, and it's just a like I haven't solved it. The only thing that makes sense is to go back, and you go, dang, that's true. That's true. That hits home and that rings true. But once you know that, you know that.
Yeah.
And you go, cool, and I'm watching this dude go through it, and then at the end, he's just going to do it.
Yeah. You know what emotional... Because you're trying to crack him as a character the entire time.
Yeah, it's an emotional... And it's not even...
Yeah, and then once you know what that character... You understand what's motivating all these moments.
Yeah.
And then you're... So from the beginning, you're like, he's a good dude. He's just damaged.
Yeah.
And
you don't get any answers. You don't get why he's damaged. You just get that he is damaged. And it's not... I almost wouldn't even call it an emotional twist or a character twist. It's just a character...
Like
not even changing.
Yeah.
Like, because... I mean, talk about a character not... people are like, your character has to change. He goes, he does not change.
Which is... Yeah, that's
he grows a little bit...
That's what makes this movie... I'm like, yeah, it should have won. Because... But it is incredibly subtle. Is like, when he comes home, you expect him to be different. Yeah. At least towards his family. Yeah. You expect him to suffer from like the PTSD and things like that, but like you expect him to love his family.
Or you
in a meaningful like this is why I do it kind of way, and he doesn't.
He doesn't, and you expect it. And what's interesting about the way that they do it is that he doesn't. It's not the thing where he goes and he's just like, "Huh, it's good to see you. I'm weirded out. Huge emotional mood swing." It's not. Everything's fine. He's like, "I get along with you. We get along. I like you, baby. I'll go buy the stuff. Blah, 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 blah. I am dead right now. I'm not living.
Yeah, he's
everything's fine.
Yeah, he's emotionally
everything is
flatlined.
fine, but I am not living, and I need to.
Yeah.
And and that's it. And it is and that is what makes the movie what it is, because that unchanging, because when it hits you and it goes back in, you go, you're going back into that hell, you're going back into that machine, you're just doing that, and you go, yeah. And then because the character doesn't change, you're left and you go, wow. And then you sit there and you go, that's what war does. And that's what makes the movie.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
That's it.
Because it's like, it doesn't even matter if you survive.
There's a mystery to the movie about what's driving me. Once you know, that sucks a lot of the air out of the narrative. But see, I don't even know. We still don't even really know what drives him. He doesn't really know what drives him. That's the thing. The character doesn't really know himself. He just knows.
He just has.
This is what I do.
The edge.
Yeah.
It's just like it's
like his life back home is muted. Yeah.
Recurring, like that's a Point Break theme.
Yeah.
Being on the edge.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. This is the grown-up Point Break, and Detroit is the grown-up Strange Days, maybe.
Shit. Because, I mean, those are the two main themes of both Point Break and this movie. Is like, it's pushing yourself to feel alive.
Yeah, I feel like he would.
And then
he's the more realistic version of Bodhi.
Yeah.
Hi, honey.
Oh! Vegan chicken sandwiches.
Why did you pick a vegan one?
Because he ordered it, and I was like, that sounds interesting.
Okay. I was like,
I was just curious.
Yo, the pizza.
I like a good... Have you ever had an Impossible Burger? Have we talked
They're
about this?
fan-freaking-tastic.
They're
They have
amazing!
Impossible Whoppers.
I know!
And they're great, and I always want to eat them.
Have you had them?
I've had like at least
They
two
taste
of them.
as good as a burger.
Absolutely.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm so excited that Burger King has them.
Go to Hop Dotty. They have it fantastic.
I've had them at Hot Toddy,
Yeah, they're
but
great.
but the one at Whataburger, because I love, Burger King.
Yeah.
I love Burger
Oh, if they
King.
do it at Whataburger, my life would change. I
But like
haven't
the
had
one
a
at Burger
Whataburger.
King's really good. Oh, this is so exciting.
Yeah.
Oh, this looks good.
This is making me more excited about Detroit. Now we got to do Detroit.
Okay.
We got to do Detroit because we've done the. What's that?
You may notice that both of your fries are a little light.
Okay.
You've been nibbling?
No, so we're really surprised.
Oh.
We'll bring her in here because I'm gonna yell at her.
She was
You do not eat my fries.
These are interesting.
says that all the time.
What's that?
She screams, "No, you may not do this!" to like inanimate objects. Bag! No, you may not! No, you may not bag!
That's what I do at home when Kelsey's not around.
I definitely do that.
And when I say objects, it's the mirror.
Dude, is there no video?
Yeah, this video.
Oh, you're just not looking at yourself?
What is this place? Fly Right?
All right.
Fly Right, guys.
All right.
That's a little bit of Dijon.
Ooh!
Honey Dijon. Something like that. Honey
I gotta
Dijon.
pee. You ever feel like you can't really enjoy anything until you pee?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Almost on the hour.
Okay, you guys want to talk about Hurt Locker and Back?
Have you seen it? Did you watch it with them?
I didn't watch it with them. I saw
Have
it
you
when
seen
it
it
came
before?
out.
Did you like it?
I think so.
We're talking about how it.
I don't think I was like, I love this, but I think I liked parts of it or things about it.
Yeah, and like the second time we watched it, we both had the same reaction of just being like, it's not as good. And we're wondering why, because it's not like there was.
Not as good as it was the first time.
Yeah. We really both liked it, like quite a lot.
The first time.
The first time. But the second time, and we still enjoyed it, but it wasn't nearly as good.
Interesting.
And it's like, I mean, I rewatch movies I like all the time.
Mhm.
And they never get less. I don't know. Carl really liked it.
You guys did not watch Zero Dark 30, right?
No, but I think we might do it now. It's because we're going to do two more.
I feel like I've liked her things.
Did you like that one?
I think so. I think I've liked a lot of her things, but I haven't been like, I love her. I will watch all of her. This is it.
I really want you to watch Point Break and Strange Days. Here,
I
I'll get
do
a
wanna
third.
do
You want to sit?
I can sit for a little bit.
I told him, I think 2 weeks ago, or whenever we
Yeah.
just started.
I know what you're gonna say.
Oh
But I
my
was
gosh,
like-
has that been up here the whole time?
I
I didn't know we had a fourth chair of that
No, I didn't either.
design.
It's like, that's
That's
some of our dining room chairs. What the hell?
It really is. It's one of our really gross, painted, dirty, peed on
Hey, was it
dining
good?
room
Was
chairs.
it as good this last time?
I have a problem with a lot of
I got-
Nolan movies. I enjoy them the first time. They have almost no rewatchability. Inception is the main one I'm thinking of.
I can see that.
Yeah,
I want to
I
watch
can
Inception
understand
again.
that.
I do too.
Except for The Prestige. That's a one-off for
Prestige,
me.
yeah.
I think The Prestige is a genuinely great movie. But I have a lot of issues rewatching his movies. Yeah, agreed. And Balak. But what I was going to say is, I was telling him how once
Oh,
we were
that's
getting towards
interesting.
the end of this month when we first tried to do Hurt Locker 2 weeks ago, and I was like, this is like one of the few directors where as I've
Oh.
watched it, I'm like, watched her movies, I'm like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that my opinion has lessened, but I'm like,
Oh.
I don't think for her as a director, I think she's a very, very good director.
Right.
I don't love these movies as much as I thought I initially did.
Wait.
And I think I never loved them.
Wait a minute. Are you saying the second time around you watch Point Break, you don't love it as much, or are you saying because for me
No,
the
Point Break is still great.
Yeah.
But
or are you saying the later movies are
but
not
like
as
Near
good as
Dark,
the
I
early
didn't
ones?
like Near Dark as much as I thought I did.
No.
Oh, you hadn't seen
Hurt
it?
Locker, same. Strange Days, he loved it. I did not like it that much.
I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah.
I didn't see that one, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I want you to see that one.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, so if we're gonna do Detroit, that'd be cool. I think we should do Way to Water or
Yeah, it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see what she did
Blue
before she
Steel.
got into this.
Mm-hmm.
That might be. I mean, like honestly. Oh, Gosh, I want to do Blue Steel. I want to do Blue Steel because it's her only like. Maybe not her only, but like.
Way to Water would be cool because it's her transition period.
Way to Water is her. It's written. It's by. It's a novel written by a woman, and the other screenwriter, I believe, is a woman. So like.
What do you mean by transitional period?
After Strange Days, she got blacklisted for a while because it made no money.
Yeah,
and
it was
had
really
a
expensive.
big budget, like $70 million.
It is so impressive, though.
It was a big flop, and she got put in director's jail for like 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then like I think she broke up. She got divorced from James Cameron.
Oh gosh.
And then
He was like, I can't be seen with you.
like, yeah, your movie. Because didn't True Lies come out the same year as Strange Days? It did Gangbusters.
Yes, it did.
And he's on the other hand making Titanic.
But we made this. Yeah, but I feel like we said this, and like it's like we watched Strange Days, and I'm like, why did this flop when like?
Can I try it? Let me
It's
get
not
back
very
to that.
good. It's very interesting. It's not a
Who's-
very good movie.
Who's in it?
If you compare it to other things that were very, very big hits around the same time, you're like Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd was a big hit.
No, it wasn't.
Sure, it was.
Judge Dredd was
Yeah.
Stallone.
Yeah,
No, that movie was garbage.
I'm not saying it's not garbage.
I love that movie.
Did
and
well.
It's garbage, and it did not do well.
What?
That kind of put Stallone in jail.
What a party
is
they
this
were
jail?
having. A butt party.
What year is Strange Days?
95.
So yeah, like let's say Speed is 95.
Mm-hmm. He's right.
Okay, Speed is great.
Mm-hmm.
Goldeneye, great.
Strange Days is way more interesting than Goldeneye.
It more interesting, sure. As good a movie, no.
I mean, that's like.
I would rewatch Goldeneye way more than I would ever watch. I would never watch rewatch Strange Days. Ever.
That's like Goldeneye versus Strange Days is like a souffle that kind of like failed versus a peanut butter
Here's
jelly
what Strange
sandwich
Days
that
is.
you like is fine.
Strange Days is like a Wachowski movie to me. I'm like, I admire the ambition. I admire the fuck out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a good movie? No. Speed Racer, Cloud Atlas, Jupiter Ascending. I watched all of them. They're swing for the fences.
Mhm.
I'm like, tone it down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You'll make a good movie if you just tone it down a little bit. Take one of those ideas. Just one.
Jeff Ray is the dream killer.
Did you read my synopsis for my new movie?
Well, no, I
Don't
definitely.
worry, it's not written.
No, I definitely
Still
have
struggling.
I definitely have a soft spot for things that are ambitious, but not perfect,
Yeah.
such as the XFL.
The League?
Yeah. I don't really care.
What a random ball.
I don't really care about it, but I'm like, yeah, good for you for trying.
Yeah, so-
Chris Gaines, the Chris Gaines period of Garth Brooks.
Now you're talking about language.
Yeah. I don't know any of it, but I'm like, good for you, man. Reinvent yourself.
One of the artists I do music videos for, his manager used to be Garth Brooks' manager,
When he was Chris Gaines?
like for most of his career.
Oh my gosh.
So he's like really good friends with him. And in fact, I think I might ask him when I go back out there. I'm gonna ask him about it because I want to be like, what? You gotta tell me about the Chris Gaines period. It's fascinating.
And he's gonna be like,
We don't talk about that.
Yeah, you're gonna like sleeper cell awaken him or something. Like the name Chris Gaines goes like, really self-destruct.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Concept-wise,
Chris
Stacey-
Gaines was a period where Garth Brooks had an alter ego.
He was a pop
He
star.
wore a wig.
Oh, really?
He
God,
had
no.
like
I have
emo
no-
hair.
This is way outside of my.
Oh, I didn't know who Garth Brooks. I mean, you know who
You
Garth
know who
Brooks
Garth
is.
Brooks is.
That's
Yeah,
it.
That's it.
That's what we knew.
That's all I know. You know
Entertainment
more.
Tonight. Entertainment Tonight was like,
You know one more thing, so don't say you only know that.
well,
He had
Concept-wise, Strange Days is cool as hell. It just doesn't pull everything off perfectly. I agree with that. Well,
yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I think, and that was the other thing we said is how I think a lot of her movies, I would love to see them remade by her.
What?
I finished that in a
What?
different way.
What?
Well, I was just looking. It's cool as hell, and we were talking, and there's just no way to not be sexist with this comment and thought, which I am sexist.
Being remade by them.
Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
I thought you were gonna say that, but we were talking about like, Cameron has the Heart movies, and she has these like war, cool, whatever movies.
She wears the guns in the relationship.
Yeah, and it's just really interesting, and it's interesting that she's the only one who's gotten an Oscar, and hers have a lot of male elements at least.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also just interesting. Like it doesn't seem like she's forcing herself to do that necessarily because been throughout her career.
It's her. Yeah,
it's just her.
It's definitely her.
It's what drives her, and it's fascinating. I kind of want to watch interviews to see like what her personality is.
Yeah, me too.
But when you said that, I thought you were going to say by a man, and it was.
But I think she does it better than I think.
Well,
we were talking about earlier how. Like I watched this movie that she was supposed to direct and was written by the guy who wrote Hurt Locker, Zero Dark 30 in Detroit. And it was called Triple Frontier. And it was like a new Netflix movie that came out last year. And it's like a man on a mission, like military movie / bank robbery type thing. They rob like a drug cartel.
Right.
And it's written by that guy. And it was supposed to be directed by Bigelow, like prior to Hurt Locker. And then it got put in a turnaround for like 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I feel like that movie was lacking in script, but I was just like, she has this thing where she can turn manly stuff, and like a male director is just like, and male actors, they get together and they're like, yeah, and you should be stoic and hard because that's what we believe in.
Yeah, we're not gonna.
that's
No one's
what
gonna
looks
admit that
tough.
we're anything else.
But she's got this weird thing, just from a female perspective. She's like, yeah, I know you
uterus?
think that's what is cool as a man.
Yeah.
But what I'm telling you as a woman is that here's what's really interesting about being a man. And
Yeah.
as an outsider looking at you, here's what's really fun about it and interesting and psychologically complex. And then she does, and then through that filter, she makes these crazy movies that feel more masculine in a good way than like a Michael Bay movie ever would. You know what I mean?
And I don't even know.
And I mean that in a good way.
Extremely interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I've been. I'm always surprised by how many female-led movies I end up acting in, all written by men.
Mm-hmm.
And every single time I go, I wonder why he wrote, like the one I just did. Why did you write a movie about the mother-daughter bond?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're not even a father.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what? And I think it was just to see what he needed.
Well, it's a horror movie.
dramatically. But I'm just like,
Now, did
every
he
time
write it as a
yours
woman?
was about sisters. It's just
Yeah.
like, these are
Because
things
for
you
me,
guys are not.
I love writing for women,
Yeah.
but I don't ever view it as writing for a woman. What I think is innately fascinating to me is to write a character,
Right, and that's what the character.
and then give it to a woman, and then see her do something like that is genuinely fascinating to me.
But I think, and I also think though,
But when you
especially-
write it for like this is what a woman thinks, well then it's gonna be terrible.
But also, there's
You're
a
not a woman, you're a man.
there's a genre element here too,
Okay.
because there are
Prove it.
when you've got like look at the percentage of modern horror movies where the protagonist is male and where the protagonist is female. They're just like put a woman in a perilous situation. I mean
That's a perilous situation.
there's an element of that to
Reason.
it, and I think Kathryn Bigelow's movies are fascinating. I don't know how much of it is due to the fact that she's a woman and how much of the fact it is that her brain just works the way it does. That she's Kathryn Bigelow.
Yes, I'm not trying
I
to
know.
put too much on her gender,
I
but
know. But and then the other thing is that because we are, and I think we made this point, and I certainly was like, interesting that she's the only woman who's ever won Best Director, and she's known for quote unquote masculine films. The movie she won for is a war movie, a male-led war movie
Starring a man.
that has one woman in it. Maybe his wife, and he comes home and goes, "Nope."
Yep.
That's the
She has
whole
like-
thing.
She has like 2 lines.
So there is this thing where you go like, "Oh man," and not that anyone's saying anything other than this, but like I feel like that says more about. It's not like it's not that like male movies are just better and they win awards. It's that the power structure that doles out these awards is male centric, and is like, yeah, that's the kind of movie that we sort of. I don't know. I mean. Allie, thank you for this. Thank you for continuing the gift sub that you got from Basically I'm Blind. Thank you so much. Lots and lots of love. I think she does bring nuance to it. I think she brings.
Yeah.
She brings she brings meaning to
Yeah,
it. And I think, and that's
And I don't even think that's a gender thing.
No,
I
and
think
I'm
that's
not.
just her. She's just like, you can make an action movie, and it can be about something more.
Absolutely.
And that's my favorite kind of people are the ones who are like, I love genre stuff more than anything. And I'm like, but you can also, it can be more than that.
And it really is. There's something like, as much as I gravitate mostly to like kind of quiet dramas and like relationship things and whatever, and I'm like, oh, that's really what I, whatever. There's something about taking a genre film and turning it into a quote unquote real movie. Because genre films, in some ways, could be said, like, those are the most cinematic films. Those are the ones that can't really be books. Or shouldn't really be books. You know what I mean?
Genre movies?
Yeah, like, if you're like, Point Break, should Point Break be a movie or a novel? You're like, definitely a movie.
Yeah.
Like, no way should that be.
Well, what I mean when I'm saying, like, deconstruct, I'm not even talking about being like, oh, this is an action movie with something to say or something.
Right.
I'm talking about people who, like, genuinely break down the genre, like,
Whatever they're working
because
on.
the genre also has structure to it,
Sure. Yeah.
and people like just ignore that entirely.
Yeah.
I'm like, just because, like, that's why we were talking about what Andrew Dominic, who did Jesse James, which is one of our favorite movies. We're like, what's he been up to? And then we were talking about Killing Them Softly, and we were both like, yeah, it's good. And I'm like, and now the more I think about it, I was like, what I respected most about that movie was I was like, oh, you took a heist movie, and then you just it's not that you deconstruct it, you just didn't give a shit that it was a heist movie, and then you did something else with it.
Yeah.
That's what I love.
That is true. I agree. Yeah.
I love when someone's just like, yeah, just because there's a bank robbery in it doesn't mean it has to be a bank robbery gone wrong and then X, Y, and Z happens, or it goes right because they're such professionals. X, Y, and Z happens.
Yeah, it's like a kind of a sprawling, meandering, almost like novelesque sort of.
Which is just what he does.
I know, and it's great.
He needs to be doing more.
Killing Softly was interesting. Yeah. Wait, what is the ending line? It's something about
It's like, fucking pay me.
Oh yeah.
How was this?
Huh?
How was this?
That was great.
It's good. I wish it. I wonder.
If it was fresher.
Yeah, it was warm or whatever, but it was really good. I think.
I really
I
enjoyed
mean, I liked it. I always like the combination.
Right?
Yeah, Fly Right. R-I-T-E.
Is it like a drive-through type? Like
It is.
Terrace?
It is drive-through. It's like
You look at the-
revolutionizing fast food. The chicken is all.
Which means $9 burgers.
It is. Well, they're like $7.50.
Wow.
$7.50. But the chicken is all like antibiotic free and vegetarian fat,
Cool.
whatever. And then like the breading is made without MSG and in house, and all their sauces are in house, and
That's good.
all the ketchup packets are even like no high fructose corn syrup, like, so they're like taking all the
It's like P. Terry's, but like more
crappy
expensive and
stuff.
better. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, P. Terry's is pretty limited. This has, like
Yes, that's true.
many more.
Yeah.
It's all chicken based. They have salads.
They have a larger menu.
Salads, wraps.
Oh, cool.
It's
Sandwiches, wings.
It's also a weird looking building. Like if you see it once, it's like it's this big, almost like a spoiler or
Triangle.
something on the front. It's this big red.
Kind of looks like a P. Terry's. It's got a lot of
Oh, yeah,
triangles.
P. Terry's is
P.
great.
Terry's has
reaching
one
out
that
into the
does
world.
exactly that.
P. Terry's, the thing about P. Terry's, it's like P. Terry's, no one cares about this because no one knows, because no one lives in Austin, but P. Terry's, I feel like, because everyone looks different, and I just go like, oh, so the architect of P. Terry's is the mother from Beetlejuice. Because, like, those things all look insane. Like, they all look like Kathryn O'Hara from Beetlejuice like, created them.
But it goes to show how, yeah, I like that they don't all look the same.
America's not a country, it's a business. Yes, yeah, I agree. And that was definitely, that's the line.
Is that the final line? I thought, is it America's not a country, it's a business, now fucking pay me? I
Yeah.
could have sworn the ending line was fucking pay me.
Probably. That's a punchier.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
What's
that's
that
cool.
file in that says our daughter's name asks about Gar?
It's an audio file of her asking about something. I don't know. I can't remember what it is.
Garfield? What would it be?
We can.
Garfield. It's gotta be Garfield.
About James Garfield, yeah. She's wondering about gargoyles.
Can I have a picture of? Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was like Dark Souls or something.
Did you ever watch Gargoyles, the show?
I didn't.
Neither did I, but everyone has always said that it's like Batman
Yeah.
animated series level good.
Yeah, and I'm like, I get it.
What?
And I'm like, cool. And I'm like, yes, the animation looks similar, and I bet it's the same writing team and the same score and whatever. And I'm like, cool. So it's like Batman the animated series, but you take out Batman. And I'm like, that sounds less interesting to me.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah. No, I know.
He's
No.
like, yeah, but we put this.
Yeah, just
This is good.
but we made up gargoyles
Yeah,
that move.
gargoyles.
I'm like, I
They
get it.
made up gargoyles? No.
Yeah.
No, I mean they
That was
they made up gargoyle characters.
medieval. Okay.
Yeah, they're just like, look, a bunch of gargoyles, and this is
Come to life.
Spike the gargoyle, and this is Steve. This is Lucinda the gargoyle.
So it sounds like Gremlins.
No, they're like very over serious. Sort
Really?
of like, well, we
Sort
gargoyles.
of like from Batman the Animated Series.
Yeah, and they're like, we gargoyles have lived here for ages, watching over the humans. And I'm like, humans built you so water would pass through your mouths, you weirdos. You're an architectural flourish.
All right. Now answer that question in that voice. No, we weren't.
Yeah, we were much more important than that. So, but like, people built you out of, okay, so it's like if someone,
Dude, it's Nicolas Cage.
yeah, okay. You're like if like a backsplash came to life. That's what you are, gargoyles. That's what, yeah, it's
An
like,
aqueduct.
yeah, well, an aqueduct would be gigantic. Backsplashes. We have waited here in the kitchen, watching you. We are sparkly.
For about six months.
Yeah. We raised the value of your home slightly. Gargoyles had a crazy voice acting cast. Yeah, interesting. I've never seen it. I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's overly serious. That's what I'm sure it is.
I mean,
Of course I'm a-
Batman was overly serious.
It was. And I'm an adult man, and I'm criticizing without having
guy-
seen.
He's just look.
All right.
I think you're just like
All right.
you have a need for levity, because like we were talking about this juice box thing in the movie when during the sniper scene, Jeremy Renner gives Anthony Mackie. They're both like just laying there, and he's like, and he gives him some juice. Capri
Pay
Sun,
attention,
and he
'cause
lets
this
him
is-
sip on it.
I want you to pay attention because this is an objective telling.
And then, and he was like, and he said, what did you say? You said,
I said a lot of things.
but you were like,
To explain my
I don't
position.
like that he gave him that juice
Mm-hmm.
because he thinks he's
Mhm.
better than this guy,
Mm-hmm.
and he thinks he's got a bigger penis.
Well, I did say that.
You did say that.
Well, we
you said
we talked.
you said
about it.
his you said his waist lifted off the ground because his penis swelled up.
Yeah,
If we want
which
to
was
be
yes,
verbatim about.
that is true. That is what I said after after I was asked if it was about a big penis thing. This is what I'm saying. Well, I don't know.
I really, well, we got to the bottom of it, and I see
Agree.
what you're saying, and I
Agree.
I agree.
You agree.
And I
You
also,
agree, that's
Well, I
great.
disagree because I like that. I like that he gave him some juice.
I know. I just
This
think
guy doesn't like this movie because he gave
I-
his friend some juice.
I think that they've
All I can think
introduced.
about is those juice things are just not good quality juice. I can't.
They need
I
to go to
can't get
Fly
past
Right.
The jukebox.
It's like, if you get those from Fly Right, then you shouldn't be drinking those juices.
Yeah, while you're sniping
Just like juice.
enemy
boxes.
combatants. I just think it was two opposing philosophies, and then they treated it like boom. But then he won because he gave him. You
Yeah.
get it. You get it.
Yeah.
We get it. Everyone's Gargoyles had a crazy good act. Yeah. Okay. So no one said anything. I was just trying to change the subject.
I'm sure they got a funny gargoyle in there.
Yeah. He's got
For
like
sure.
he's like on rollerblades. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like a nerdy
Where did you-
one with
where did
glasses.
you
get those, Spike? And he goes, I found them. Wait, so I probably
like
done talking
Tex
like that. Yeah. He goes, imagine if Juicegate took place during the first 5 minutes. Hey, do you
Yeah.
remember? No.
Yeah, this was basically like the opening of The Insider placed
Is
about
it really?
45 minutes into the movie.
Is it Capri Sun?
It is a Capri Sun.
It was a Capri Sun.
Capri Suns are. I mean, they're water. They're fine.
I've never liked them because there's so little juice in there.
Yeah,
It's like you
They're like the potato
I
chip bag
literally
of
would take
juice.
one sip, and I guess I take long sips.
Yeah.
Because it would just be.
Yeah.
And then the visual representation of it.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, it's not full anymore.
Yeah.
This is garbage. And it's like a lot of garbage because it's made out of like plastic. Like, I'm like, this has got to be bad for the environment.
Yeah.
But I guess I'll have a fruit roll up now. And then I did.
Yep. I think that's it. I think that's a totally legitimate criticism to have of a juice receptacle.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Of a juice receptacle.
Yeah. I don't think.
Not the nature of one of how one hands me some juice as an olive branch of friendship.
So we have a film criticism podcast, And there's been a lot of exception taken to any time I
This
criticize.
isn't a podcast.
All right.
Hey,
Yeah, what's up?
this is a stream.
It's a stream. I mean, barely. Sometimes it is.
Look, we're not criticizing you for not liking the Jew scene. We're just saying that you're wrong.
Yeah, which means you're wrong, so that's fine.
No,
I'm not
I
criticizing.
I
I have no
know.
idea what you guys are talking
I
about.
I do understand what you're saying, and I
But it's
disagree
more
with
fun.
it.
But it's more fun.
I
to-
liked it.
It's more,
I liked it.
yeah, it's good.
I liked it.
I know.
I
That's
thought it was actually effective writing.
Yeah.
Because he could say, but I understand what you're saying was like, you wanted that scene placed after the fight later. in
It
the
also
movie.
just
and I agree with that. I
it's
feel like
it's
that
the
could have been
writer.
cool too.
It's to me that it's the writer siding with one side of the argument, very clearly to me.
I agree.
Cool.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
All right.
I'm just busting your beans.
I know. I know.
You got any big waters in here, Brian?
Right behind. No. Yeah, right there.
This guy?
Says Batman.
What was your favorite Capri Sun flavor?
I don't know.
Say,
Aren't they all the
They're all
same?
kind of the
They-
same.
they are
Tropical,
all the same.
whatever. And then there's like,
Or-
but except cherry. Cherry
but they
sucked.
had like 9 different flavors, but you could never tell.
Yeah.
They all tasted like Capri Sun.
Yeah. They're all
Yeah.
just like, hey, it's like flavored water.
Our
Yeah.
daughter received her first and only within the last few months. I was like, here it is.
Where did she get it?
that barn?
I bet
Oh
she
yeah,
loved it,
that
too.
barn. That
She
sounds
did.
Of
so
course
weird.
she
out of
liked it. You know
context.
why? Because
They
it comes in
gave
an inflatable cup, and you go, and you're like, what? And then
They
it's
ga-
done, and you're like, that is so cool. And then you grow up, and you're like, that's horseshit.
That and
Give it to you in a
Cheetos. And she
Mylar
was
bag.
like, what is this called again? Burritos? And we were like, Cheetos.
Cheetos,
She's
yeah.
like, I want more burritos.
And I was like, yeah, you do.
Cheetos.
We were
These
like,
are great.
you definitely like Cheetos.
I bought a bag of cheese balls, and I haven't had cheese balls since
Yeah,
I was a
those are
kid,
good.
and
Those
I
are
was
fun.
like, these are like little orange pieces of crack. They're really good.
Yeah, they're good.
I had many nights of stomach aches where I ate them at like 2 a.m. and I was like,
Yeah.
I ate half that bag.
Yeah.
Felt good.
Cheese balls are good. Hey, do you want to talk about the net at all? Should we save it? We should save it. We really need to do the net and hackers because we need to do
Should
the
we?
hackers. Yeah.
Does that mean we're gonna wait until next month to do
No.
Internet Month?
I don't know what we're gonna do.
Life
Life
Next
is
month is
fluid.
your Halloween month, isn't it? Usually.
Oh, is next month
Oh
October?
my god! Yeah, we gotta do it. Okay.
What was
Yeah, we
what
gotta
was
do
the stuff that we
Halloween.
did not because we didn't do the fly. We didn't do. We actually. Oh, what we did last time was we did. No, wait. What did we do? We did Alien.
I think we did The Exorcist.
Oh yeah, because we were finishing up. Oh, are we coming up on a year?
Yeah, you must be.
Yeah.
Because
That
you
our-
did it already.
Yeah.
We must have already hit a year
Yeah.
because if we were
We've been
doing
doing
the
this-
Exorcist.
How many episodes have we done?
I don't know, but I don't know. Probably around 50,
That's awesome.
if not more. I
I
know.
can't believe we've done
Crazy.
50.
We're gonna release a box set. I'm gonna make it and I'm gonna release it to you.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
I'm gonna sell it on Wish.com. We have not done the thing. So these are the we haven't done the thing. We haven't done the fly. We haven't done the haunting. We
could
haven't
do
done.
the fog.
I've never seen the fly.
Oh, it's good Carpenter. It's like one of the Carpenter's best.
Yeah.
It's really good.
The
Great
m-
music.
I never saw the mist.
Oh, let's do the fog. I'd rather do the fog than the thing, and the thing is one of my favorite movies.
Yeah.
But I think the fog is such an underrated. It's like the Rachel Weisz of Carpenter.
And what we did,
I appreciate that.
Well, he was the one championing
She's
it.
so good.
She-
Yeah.
She's so great.
He went on a tangent about
What was
her.
the
Yeah.
movie that we saw her in?
Yeah.
What's it called?
I can't ever remember. It's not the Queen. It's the
The
favorite.
Favorite.
Favorite. Mm-hmm.
The fog would be sweet. I'll totally do the fog. Who is that? Adrian Barbeau? Yeah, I believe.
And it's got like everything.
Adrian Barbeau, the voice of Catwoman, married to John Carpenter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Mm. It's great, man. Like it's got fog and pirates,
It's got pirates.
and it's got
Okay, hold on.
It's got a lighthouse,
That's cool.
and it's got and she plays like a night radio DJ,
Yeah.
which is like all my
that's
favorite
awesome.
things, man. Like because she's like one of those smooth jazz. She's like
Yeah.
she's like welcome to night moves.
Hope you pirates are enjoying the fog. Well, that's the whole movie, so I'll see you guys later. Yeah.
It's so good.
I'll totally watch The Fog. The Fog.
Have you seen the Suspiria remake?
No, we should do Suspiria.
That's
we should do both
fucking great.
Suspirias.
I could do that.
Yeah, and then we could do The Fly. We could skip the thing and bring it back later.
I feel like The Fly I love The Fly.
Yeah.
I almost feel like it doesn't belong in horror mode.
You know, it is. It's almost more sci-fi.
It is.
I mean,
more
it is
sci-fi.
definitely sci-fi.
It's sci-fi.
It's definitely sci-fi.
It's
horror.
sci-fi horror,
Yeah.
but it's so good. It's like I feel
It's less
weird
scary
relegating
than it is like
thought-provoking.
just like yeah. And it's a
Yeah.
tragedy, my guy. But it is also kind of like it's the twist on like a classic monster movie. It's like Frankenstein. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
like
it's beautiful.
It is great.
It's so beautiful.
It's really great. I would.
And yeah, it is gross, but it's like
It's so gross.
thematically.
Oh, I've
beautiful.
never done The Witch. I've never seen The Witch.
It's on Amazon.
Yeah. What we did last time, one of the things we did, we ended on Night of the Living Dead. Remember we did that live?
Yes.
We could do Carnival of Souls or something. You ever seen that? Public domain.
Now, did we like watching a movie on the stream though?
I don't remember.
I felt like we just watched the movie.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Kind of did, but we were like, we don't want to talk over the movie.
Yeah.
Which was dumb.
Yeah, we were like, shh.
Movie's playing. It's cool. We both already watched this.
I mean, we talked a lot about it. We talked about.
We did.
Yeah, it was fun. We'll see. Hereditary. I don't want to do Hereditary. I would rather do any of the movies without which Hereditary
I've like
would
rewatched
exist.
all these recently.
Like Rosemary's Baby or.
I've seen.
And that
I've
one's
watched a lot
fine.
of horror recently. Like I just watched the Suspiria remake again. It was
Mhm.
fucking great. I just rewatched Rosemary's Baby.
Which is,
I understand why you say it's like, where do I have time to watch all these movies? Because
Yeah.
I always am like, I
Because you
recently
have all
watched
of them.
that, and I'm like, yeah, I guess I do. I watch a movie a night.
You what?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Gusto86, thank you for those 10 months of unbelievable support, my friend.
Thank you.
Description. Na. My nose itches. Why does my nose itch?
Pay that. It never goes away.
Subscription. Thank you. When he asked about it, he said, I just love movies, man. Classic.
It is classic Cruise, man.
Tom Cruise also watches the movie today. Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Thank you so much, Gusto. 86. Thank you, man. I'm hoping to volunteer with a women-directed horror movie film festival in a while. Went to it last year. It was awesome. That sounds great.
Cool.
What's it called?
Women-directed festival?
Like a movie where they accept horror movies directed by women, I assume.
Oh, I thought he meant run by. Oh, I don't know.
Only horror movies directed by women?
Bloody Mary Film Festival. That's nice. Don't say it 2 more times though.
We can do the others.
Yeah. Have you seen The Haunting, the original Haunting?
Yes, with Vincent Price.
No, I think that's A Haunting of Hill House.
I think you're right.
I've
one-
seen the original Haunting.
Yeah, that one's great.
Can you believe I've seen a movie
Yeah,
that's horror?
I've been married
That
to you
you're
for
talking
like
about?
12 years, and I know that we watched a lot of movies.
I've seen both.
How
I've
many
seen
horror
the
movies
remake,
have you
too.
seen?
How many horror movies have I seen?
Yeah.
10. I don't know.
Yeah, but
Ten.
like there's 4 of them with like these past 2 weeks, right?
No.
Okay.
Most of them were
10? Yeah.
Were like from my dad before I was like, just no more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Black Christmas, Olivia Hussey.
Never seen that one.
Yeah, and they're doing the remake. They're doing a remake.
Oh.
Actually, wait, they already did a remake. Are they doing another remake?
Get Out or I haven't seen Us.
I haven't seen Us either, but I'm like,
Lupita Nyong'o.
they're doing another one, right? What's that?
Is that Lupita Nyong'o?
Us? Yeah. Us was real good. Interesting. Well, I thought there was something interesting. Or no, I think maybe I'm thinking of, for some reason, instead of Black Christmas, I was thinking of the new Charlie's Angels.
Why?
Because they have, I think, casts who seem like they're similarly aged. And I was like, the new Charlie's Angels, you see the trailer?
Yeah, it looked like garbage.
It's directed by Elizabeth Banks.
Yeah, it looked like garbage.
It's got Kristen Stewart.
I love Kristen Stewart,
Yeah, man.
and she looks like garbage in that movie. No, I think she's a great actor.
I
A
think
lot of
she's a
people
great
shit on
actress.
her. I think she's a fantastic actress.
She's a great actress.
But she does not fit the bubbly personality, like outgoing,
Well-
like super sharp,
Yeah.
always one-lining.
Yeah.
That's just not who she is, like remotely. And I'm not saying you can't cast against type, do all that stuff, but I'm like, it's like they didn't cast against type and then do something different. There's like they cast her and then they were like, but do this.
But they,
And
I
then
don't know.
I'm like,
The
I don't
trailer
know.
seemed to be edging toward this kind of like it's feminist and it's this and this and this, but then at the end, like it goes Charlie's Angels, blah 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 blah, and then it does like it goes Good Morning Angels, and they go Good Morning Charlie, and I was like like what? You can't. I mean like it's fine to do a whatever you want, like but I just was like that whole trailer until that last 3 seconds seemed to be convincing me that it was not that,
Yeah.
and then I was like
have to watch the trailer.
yeah.
I've never seen anything about Charlie's Angels.
About any Charlie's Angels?
I've seen the show. I've seen one
Yeah.
of the movies, and I'm like, I don't like any of this.
Yeah,
I
I-
don't like this world. I
no,
don't
I
like
totally
the
agree.
characters. I don't like the setup. I don't like the storytelling.
Yeah.
It's cheese
It is.
all the way through.
It
I
is.
don't know how this got respected.
Yeah.
Like it seems like something that just like randomly got super popular
Yeah.
that had no real reason to. Like it was like
Well, it's
what I
bec-
feel like Stumptown's gonna be.
Well, yeah. Well, it was very much Farrah Fawcett, Jacqueline Smith, and whoever the third
Yeah,
person
right.
was.
It was
and
the hair and the
and it was
style
like
It was
like the Wonder
I don't
Woman-
know if
it
it's
was the-
respected,
it was-
right? It's
Yeah.
just a
well,
thing.
it was a TV show, and it was the Wonder Woman era, and it was the Batman era, and they were just like putting stuff on
Yeah.
TV, and they were like, it's camp, and these girls are gonna go da 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 da, pff, ha, Charlie,
yeah.
you know, and it's like
Yeah.
I'm not trying to, whatever, like it was what it was, but
Which is weird that
I'm not
like
trying to make fun of Farrah Fawcett.
so are they reinventing it?
I think they're trying to.
But it's like they already did.
already
with
tried
the,
to do that?
with the movies,
I know.
with Cameron Diaz and stuff.
The McGee films. Hey, what's up? You okay?
I just vomited a little bit.
She's baseball is still Alice. I agree. Still Alice made me cry a lot.
Still Alice.
Yeah.
She's really funny on that SNL episode.
Yeah.
What's Still Alice?
Still Alice is a movie
What's her name?
with Julianne Moore, and she has Alzheimer's. Yeah.
Kristen Stewart's in it.
Chris Stewart is very good as the daughter who is an actress.
Cool.
Yeah.
I could see that. I could see
Julianne
that.
Moore is very good in it, man.
Julianne Moore is very good in it.
Who's the dad?
Remember Crispin Glover in the McGee one? Not really. I only s- we I
Yeah, didn't he was like Drew Barrymore's boyfriend in the movie, right?
wasn't he like a silent assassin or something?
Oh, yeah. Alec Baldwin was in
Still
Still
Alice.
Alice. Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Oh yeah.
Man.
Oh, I should watch
Yeah.
that. He was
Yeah.
a bad guy. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember. Yeah, the Charlie's Angels movie.
Exactly.
He was a bad guy. I think. Exactly right. Exactly right. So Sam Rockwell is in one of them, and he dances. He's the bad guy, and he dances.
That must have been the second one that I didn't see.
Yeah, full
Full
throttle.
throttle.
Full
Full throttle.
throttle.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, I don't know. Did they drive a lot of cars in Charlie's Angels?
But like they
don't.
made
Why
a
is it
badass
called
woman
Full
in that
Throttle?
one, but like,
Yeah.
is that now? They're like, but we got to reinvent that. It's like
Yeah.
we're not just
Who
badass
is the-
chicks. Now we're badass chicks. Like, what are they doing to reinvent?
I
it?
think
Why was this movie made again? Why was this movie needed?
because they were
It
like
makes me angry.
because I think the second one was the movies were like we're badass but we're like chuk 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 and we're empowered and we're whatever, but then we're also still like Cameron Diaz very much was still like thanks Charlie, you know, and she's like I think she's being the whatever. Drew Barrymore was like Charlie, but I'm a
Yeah.
boss bitch and I do the business
But
or
now
something.
this one,
And this one I think is a little more just like yo, it's an action film.
then they did it. At
But
the
then
end
they
of the
went
trailer.
thanks Charlie, but then they didn't
Who
go
else
like
is in it? Is Kristen Stewart in House?
Kristen Stewart, and I don't really know the other two actresses. I want like Lori Petty. And like two CGI Lori Petties. And like Keanu Reeves, just like as one of them.
As Charlie.
Thanks, Charlie. No, he's just like one of the angels.
Oh, in a wig.
Yeah, and Charlie's like old, and he's like that one's long. That one's really pretty. The one with the long hair.
Oh, you sounded like Buffalo Bill there.
Yeah. Would you?
Poop.
Charlie's Angels 2000 had a $93 million budget.
Yeah, that's a big movie.
What?
Yeah.
That's a big 93 million for 2000. That's like $300 million.
You know what I saw by McGee that I liked? He made a very nice cake once.
We Are Marshall.
Oh, yeah. Did he also do Invincible? Or was that just the same movie?
Invincible.
Yeah, it's like Mark Wahlberg and he joins the Philadelphia Eagles. He's like, all right, Eagles, here we go. I'm going to kick a field goal. Okay, all right.
Oh no, I don't think so.
I was like, this is all right. I'm on
on
board with this.
Classy, you know. What movie of his did you like?
It was Where Marshall.
Did you like it because of McConaughey?
I mean, he was the protagonist, and I did not like him.
So
I thought he was
you
good.
liked him. You liked the movie because of McConaughey.
I liked the movie. I think I liked it.
Is that the one you were gonna say?
That I was going to say Invincible, but I might be wrong in saying.
I don't think that's a McG movie.
Okay, it's a Disney movie.
Terminator Salvation is a McG.
That is a McG movie.
It's my favorite Terminator movie.
That's not even
true.
remotely
very
close to anything.
It's true.
Resembling any.
Look up it on IMDb. I bet it's in the top 100.
Wonder what category.
Why?
Yeah.
Why are you?
I mean, what's the number one movie on IMDb? The Dark Knight.
It's probably The Dark Knight.
Dark Knight.
Probably The Dark Knight, followed by Lord of the Rings, Return of the King.
Yeah.
Good news, McG is executive producer on A True Lies.
Oh.
I bet he's a fine producer. First movie Ella Balinska's been in that had a Wikipedia article, so she's pretty new. Oh, there you go. Naomi Scott. Yeah, I guess Naomi Scott was some kind of a child star. I see her name sounds familiar, but I also have just heard of the names Naomi and Scott, so maybe that's just maybe that's
that
what
sounds like she's the daughter of someone famous.
like Ridley Scott.
I don't know why, but I bet you that's true. Let me look it up. No one say anything.
I wish we had some. Yeah, okay. I wish I had some music.
That's beautiful, guys.
Thanks. I guess Naomi Scott was some kind of child star. She was Princess Jasmine in the Will Smith Aladdin. Thank you for saying the Will Smith Aladdin. Man, can you imagine like time traveling, like taking a screenshot of that, and or just like being like you're doing like a Christmas Carol, and you come to the window and you watch, and we watch us doing this thing, and then someone goes in the Will Smith Aladdin, and you go the Will Smith Aladdin, and then you just get whisked away, and then you just go, and then you what?
I don't understand what you just
And the
said.
Emma Thompson Beauty and the Beast, or Emma Stone?
Emma Thompson. Oh, Emma.
Thompson.
Well, I mean, they're both in it. Not Emma Stone. Emma Watson.
Which one's Emma?
Emma Thompson.
Who's
Emma Watson. Emma
Emma
Thompson.
Watson. Who's Emma Stone?
Emma Stone is a redheaded woman. She was Mary
Big eyes.
Jane or Gwen Stacy, one of them. And then she was she's in The Favorite, and you know who she is by now. She's Emma Stone.
And then who is
Is that
Emma?
an impression of Emma Stone?
Yes.
Who's Emma Roberts?
Emma Roberts is Julia
That's-
Roberts' niece,
Okay.
and was Nancy Drew.
Okay.
Give me some more Emmas.
Who is Emma
Thompson? Emma Thompson was in Wit. She was in Sense and Sensibility.
Oh, I
she
like
was
Emma
Mrs.
Thompson.
Potty. Yes, you do. You right.
So
You like
who's-
the right Emma.
And then Emma Watson is
Emma Watson is the one I
Belle.
always think is Emily
Hermione.
Watson. Yes, she's Hermione.
Yeah.
gotcha.
And she's also in The Bling Ring.
Do you think Emma Watson is a good actress?
I've seen The Bling Ring, and I've seen the Beauty and the Beast remake, and I've seen her in those two movies.
And
Sure, she's fine. I thought I
Not
liked what
great
she
yet.
I liked what she did in The Bling Ring.
I've not seen The Bling Ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting. But then there was a part where
She
I was like,
talked
or
like that.
not. Yeah.
Or not like that. She did it better.
It was an impressive accent for a British person. I thought.
Yeah. It's like someone, yeah, it's like, like I've never, how people call people an airhead, and I just was like, this is going to sound odd, and you go like, oh, I guess, well, I don't know, airhead, but she actually sounded like she had a hole in the back of her head through which air was just going, and that's
Wow.
what she was talking, yeah, she was just like, and it was great, it was really good.
What the heck are we talking about here?
Emma's, we're talking about Emma's, some TV roles as a kiddo. She's a power, like all those Emmas. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about what we're gonna do next week.
That.
We're gonna do Detroit. We're either gonna do
I
Detroit
think we should end
with
with
A Weight of
Detroit.
Water. Yeah, I know we should end with
So you're tabling the net till November?
Yeah.
Yeah, that just turned out to be a movie I got to watch.
Yeah.
Fun.
It was fun.
Got to watch it for free.
But let's, in case we don't come back to it, which we will, because I got to watch Hackers. We were saying this. I just feel like if nothing else gets said about it. Sandra Bullock. In the
Delightful.
90s, she's just wonderful. She's such a movie star. She's a great actor. She carries this movie.
We were
She's
talking about how
she's great.
when she goes on her vacation at the beginning of
Yeah.
the movie before like everything goes wrong.
My gosh.
And she meets this dullard of a British guy. Like the dialogue in those scenes is so it's not even corny. It's just nothing.
Mhm.
They're talking about nothing.
Yeah.
And it is so dull,
And
yet she is so
engaging,
and charming,
Yeah.
and it makes it look effortless. That those scenes work,
Absolutely.
like shockingly.
It's the kind of thing where, I mean, because that movie would be fine. It would be just a movie, but it works because of her. She's the kind of actress
entirely.
that, like, she's the sort of thing where, like, you take Turner and Hooch without Tom Hanks, and that is barely anything. You put Tom Hanks and Turner and Hooch, that's a movie. You take The Money Pit, I don't even think you can do that movie without Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
Maybe you can't even do, certainly not in the same way. Tom Hanks is someone who, like, Tom Hanks, and this is an interesting comparison. I'm going to call what I'm saying interesting. To me, it's interesting to think about. But Tom Hanks is like in the 80s. Tom Hanks in the 80s is like, and this is strange because they're entirely different and they have an entirely different screen presence, but is the same sort of thing as Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey would get put into a movie and it would be they would just go, we got a script, but like whatever. You're gonna make it better. Tom Hanks, and not necessarily in the sense, and I don't know that he would improv through the whole thing and just create entire whatever. But you put Tom Hanks in a movie about a cop with a dog. You put Tom in the 10th movie about a cop with a dog. You put Tom Hanks in a movie about
Tom Hanks is the only movie about a cop with a dog
that matters.
That works.
Yeah.
No one's talking about
K9 with Jim Belushi.
Yeah.
Although I bet he's good.
Is K9 the one with Jim Belushi?
Yes.
Which was just hilarious to look at the cover of K9 and then you look at Turner and Hooch.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, they didn't even.
Yeah.
They're not even trying to hide.
Yeah.
Like the poster is almost identical.
Yeah.
Like the background photo mat that they used to
Yeah.
do the shots of the dog, like it's the exact same thing.
I also love that people
but with Jim Belushi.
I love that people were so in love with the fact that K9 is K9. Maybe
cool.
I'm gonna be dumb. I'm gonna be dumb here. Maybe
It's
that's
great.
an actual police designation. Maybe.
It is.
Okay. But maybe okay. All right.
It is.
I'll be quiet then.
Because I was think it was like a 7 thing.
What do you mean a 7 thing? No, I just thought that
Like,
they were
we're not gonna put a V in here.
K9, and they were just like K9 cop, Rin Tin Tin, K9 cop, K9. There's like 2 different, whatever. Here's the thing: Tom Hanks, the man with one red shoe.
Do you not like cops, or
I do like cops. I mean,
why are you shitting on K9?
I don't not like. I like. It's a fine profession. They're brave people. They're good things that have been done, bad things. This is terrible. Tom Hanks and Jim Carrey are the same sort of things where you put them at the nucleus of your movie and it just becomes entirely different.
Mm-hmm.
And it becomes them, and it's in a good way.
Yeah, you don't have that. I guess it's that thing with like
who
movie
is that?
stars we don't have movie stars the way we had movie stars in the 90s. So like that thing of like you anchor your entire Ace Ventura Pet Detective.
Yeah. is Jim Carrey the movie? Every Jim Carrey movie is Jim Carrey the movie almost.
What did they? So I'm working this out in my brain for the first time. They wrote that movie, but like not with Jim Carrey in mind.
Potentially.
Is that true? For sure.
Well, is that true?
I don't know.
Because how do you write? I mean, that was his movie that broke him out.
Absolutely rewritten.
Yeah.
Well, he was already like doing sketch comedy and stuff.
Yeah, he was on In Living
There's
Color.
no way they were like, let's do open calls. Oh my gosh, who are you? You know, there's no. But
This
I wanted
is
to
true,
say
Evelyn.
something about Tom Hanks in the 80s.
Yes. Give me 1 second. That is absolutely true, Emma Locke, and I think that did not need to happen, and that is the part of Turner and Hooch that I forgot. And then I watched it, and I was like, oh, what? Come on, 80s. Why did you have to throw grit and violence into our lovely whimsical? Because we've talked about this. almost every comedy, successful comedy in the 80s has a drug subplot and someone
Yeah.
trying to kill somebody and a bunch of silencers.
Yeah, because we like
Yeah.
watched 3 Men and a Baby,
Three Men and a
and
Baby
we're like,
has that.
there's a drug supply. I was
Kindergarten,
like, what?
Kindergarten
This
Cop,
is
of course,
why-
does. Yeah, but there's someone trying to go for
It
those
is such
drugs
the
and
era
kill.
of
Yeah,
Dare, where it's just like we're all just like,
it's silencers.
man, if you're like, if you are working for a business, you're evil,
Yeah.
and everyone's always gonna get hit by a drug mafia at one point in their life, no matter what that you're trying to do. It's ridiculous, totally out of genre. It's like 3 Men and a Baby.
3 Men and a Baby
Yeah.
absolutely has a drug plot. They put drugs in the baby's
just do it in
diaper, and someone's
everything.
trying to come get them, and there's someone's gonna get murdered, maybe. Like Kindergarten Cop, of course, has guns and violence because it's a cop. Twins has a hitman. Twins has a guy who's coming to kill them with a silencer. I love that actor. He's in Total Recall. We watched Legal Eagles. The cover of Legal Eagles is Robert Redford and Deborah Winger striking like a saucy pose, and it's a comedy, and it says like they're a silly fit, aren't they? Weird. He's 40 years older. Who cares? Something about it. And it's like, oh, they're mismatched lawyers who fall in love.
It's
The
like-
end of it turns into like The Fugitive.
It's like they don't know how. They're
Freaking
like,
crazy.
how do we raise the stakes? Drugs, right?
Because
Yeah.
and I think it's because it's the
like they
it's the
had
decade
to.
of action
Like they're
movies.
like, but where's your drug subplot? We're
Yeah.
not making this
Yeah.
shit.
yeah.
Well, it's because they took, like, I feel like they were like, okay, we can take these little unique, like, twins. We can do that.
Mhm.
But we still, if we're going to put this much money into it, like, we're going to need a base level of, like, half this movie's got to
Tension.
be,
Yeah.
It's got to be action.
got to be a normal movie.
And I
then
think-
we can do your weird twinsy thing.
And I
Yeah,
think it's because
you're right.
because the 80s they were like the birth of the action movie.
Really?
And everything, I mean, yeah, like everything that was in theaters that was successful on a popular level almost was an action movie. I mean, like
Wow.
Lethal Weapon, Die Hard, I mean, everything,
It just
anything
goes
and
to show
everything.
how young this art form is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That in the 80s you see stuff like that and you're like, oh, they're like, we now know that you're not really supposed to just like
Yeah.
you're like, well, whatever,
Yeah.
it's a cool enough idea, but just we'll do half of it,
Yeah.
and then put the other half with a drug movie and put it out and it'll make money. Like now
I
you
felt
can't
about
do
the
that.
Professional though.
The
Was
Professional
that for you
is
guys, or was
weird.
that just us?
We watched it.
Just us. Yeah.
Professional
I
is-
You
really
didn't like it?
expected more.
Totally weird and just
Yeah, I didn't like
It's
crazy.
been,
Yeah.
just this thing, this beacon my whole life. Not my whole life, but like.
Me too.
And
Everyone
I
was like,
watched
"Watch
it, and
watch
I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
this is like, there's no. This
It was
is
a thing
not
of its
good
time, and I
in
think-
almost any way.
I-
I don't think
yeah.
anything's good about
I
this.
think-
I think it's this most very, very lazy, forgettable movie. I don't know why it's got attention whatsoever.
Yeah, I was
She's-
I bought it because I was like, well, it's gonna be great, so I'll
Yeah,
just buy
same.
it. And then I bought it, and then I watched it, and I was like,
yeah.
And
disappointing.
Natalie Portman's got something, but I don't even think she's well cast for those lines.
She's
They
not.
don't. They're not right. She's supposed to be way
She's
more.
clearly
like,
not that child.
Yeah, she's.
It's not her fault, but
Yeah, I was like, you're not even well cast, even though you are
it's
something from a child.
and
actor,
Jean Reno's
but-
doing like this weird. It's almost like he's like this Charlie Chaplin character, and then like a 10-year-old boy gets murdered, and then like it's just so tonally off the wall. But I think the thing with the Professional is that at the time it came out, it had some elements that were so memorable that people were like, oh, like there's like this hitman and a girl, and then she trains her to be a girl, which like Luc Besson was like, I like training girls to be hitmen. That's what I'm gonna do for a large portion of the beginning of my career. That's my thing. And then like there's just these bits and stuff. There's these kind of, and then there's the finally the like, oh, he's dead. Wait, he's got your grenade rings around the thing, and he blows up, and he blows whatever. And I think it's just like that was such a memorable ending, and people were like, I've never seen that, and now you've seen it in like 3 or 4 other movies.
Can I say what I was going to say about Tom Hanks?
Yes, please. Sorry.
It's small, but I found it interesting. I think it was maybe Actors on Actors, one of those interviews, and he was talking about how he had changed, from decade to decade, and like when he first came out of college.
He was like food. Sorry.
What?
Never mind.
Okay.
Because he got larger.
Okay.
That's really mean. He's
Yeah.
he's a national treasure.
He
Sorry.
aged like a normal human being.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
So did I. Good.
No, he was talking about like basically he was just really poo-pooing his abilities at that time.
Early on?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sad.
I was like, what? That's your best time. But he was like, he didn't know what he was doing, and his like he said his approach was fast and loud, and it just worked really well for him. He's just fast and loud and wasn't doing anything more really.
It's just pure talent.
Yes, he's just very charismatic.
Absolutely.
And I think just funny came to him, and that was a good formula for him. But as he got older, yeah, he started to like evolve as an artist, I guess, more than just and he didn't have any reason to stop because he worked a lot, and he was back to thing, and he was just working, and it was just so interesting to have him kind of be like,
yeah,
oh, that part of my life.
It's like when Spielberg
and I was
disavows
like,
Hook.
Oh,
Yeah.
those are so good. Yeah.
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 I think, the other thing, because the weird thing about comparing him to Jim Carrey is because they're obviously so different, and Jim Carrey's just like, everything, and I think Jim Carrey is one of the most brilliant physical comedians who's ever lived. He's a brilliant improviser. He's a brilliant impressionist, which no one ever sees anymore. He is one of the most, largest. He's one of the largest and most powerful personalities that we've ever had. Tom Hanks is as well, but in a totally different way. He takes over a movie and infuses it with just as much energy, but in such a grounded way. He does these crazy things, but I believe every single bit of all of it. And it's a different focus. There are things that he does in the Money Pit that no other actor could ever do. When he falls in the thing and he's just like, and a million times when
I'm gonna say that's my new favorite movie when people ask. I just
Money Pit?
love it so much.
See, I love
I
him.
don't think I've seen the Money Pit. I think I always reassociate.
It has a weird
the
drug
verbs with
subplot.
Does
Doesn't
it have a weird drug subplot?
It has a weird.
It gets dramatic.
It has a weird turn, but in its like I don't know what to call it, but it's honeymoon phase. It is hilarious.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's a movie that becomes something else because they didn't want to stick with it, or
they evolve as a relationship. But when it's in the middle of it, it's
There's a part where because the Money Pit is about a house that's falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
They buy it and then they realize it's a lemon, and they're just it's got some of the greatest physical comedy, whatever. Don't
tell him, right?
The tub falls through the floor.
Tell him.
There's no way I'm gonna ruin that. And it just falls, and he just looks down. He looks down at it, and they've gone through so much, and it's just all in his face, and he starts laughing in a way that only Tom Hanks can do, and it is the funniest thing in the entire world because of that laugh, not because of what just happened. He's in a Bugs Bunny cartoon, and he is just reacting to all of it, and that part of the movie is brilliant, and then it turns into something else, and you go, I missed that other movie. One of the things that I go like, yes, because there are things, the Oscars are the Oscars, but sometimes they get things so right. And Tom Hanks was nominated for an Oscar for Big, and that is 100% absolutely right. Like, he was so great in that movie, and he says fast and loud, but there are emotional beats in that movie that he hits, and they're absolutely arresting. Like, he's just Tom Hanks in the 80s is just one of the most magical actors of all time.
It's kind of one of the things I love about movies
Absolutely.
in general, is him in that time period.
You love Shelley Long? No, you don't. Really? Okay.
Oh, I love Shelley Long.
Really?
Yeah. I wish he would go back to doing, like Imbolc said it best. He was like, because I love Tom Hanks. I love Tom Hanks all the way up to, like Castaway.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Castaway is great. Love that.
Yeah, remember when Tom Hanks was great and played original characters, not just modeling impressions of beloved people from real life. Get real.
Yeah, I know.
Because have you, I see the trailer for the new Mr. Rogers thing, and everyone's like, that looks great. I'm like, that looks not good to me at all.
What? Oh yeah, me either.
Because have you seen the documentary?
Yeah.
Because you're not gonna beat that.
Yeah.
Because that documentary was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And it was the real thing. And then you get Tom Hanks to do like your Hallmark version of that. Even if it's good, I'm just like, yeah, but you already have this amazing documentary.
Yeah.
That crystal clear like shows what the real life, and it plays like a cinematic movie. Like I'm like, why can't Tom Hanks? Because when you see him in interviews on talk shows and stuff, now, he seems like the type. I'm like, when I see him in interview, I'm like, God, he's so funny. He's so
Oh,
sharp,
really?
even
Yeah.
now. And I'm like, if you're like that all the time, I don't think I can hang out with you. I bet that's why you're so prolific, because you have that. If you have that energy all the time,
Yeah.
He doesn't have it all the time,
then
probably.
yeah, I mean, I would imagine not. But like, if that's like his baseline of
Mhm.
like, I'm just like, okay, that's a lot. But he still got it.
Yeah.
So why doesn't like, he doesn't do comedies anymore?
And
even the closest he gets is like a dramedy of some, like the closest
Well,
he gets
this
is
is
like a Charlie
Prestige.
Wilson's War.
Yeah.
Like that's it.
And he's
That's
all-
about as funny as it gets now.
He played like
How about the
Foghorn
Ter-
Leghorn in that movie. Yeah.
Terminal.
I like the Terminal a lot. No one likes
The
it.
I don't like
Terminal.
it, but-
I didn't like it, but I thought he was
Doing something.
very interesting in it.
Yeah.
But I really do wish he would do the 80s thing, because I think he's still like, I think that's who he is he has that innate funny, but he's always got to do like a character. Like I hated the
real
Lady
person,
Killers,
yeah.
but I was just like,
I don't like him in that. I
and
don't like him.
he was
I
like
don't think he's
Colonel
good at
Sanders in
acts.
that. I'm just like,
I
can
don't
you
think
not?
he's good at accents and characters and.
I just think he
that's
should,
his thing.
when he does funny stuff now, he's got to do the Southern Lady Killers or Charlie Wilson's or.
Because
I'm
he's
like,
a prestige actor now. And
I
he
know,
feel-
but
and
why
it's just
can't
like,
he
no, I
do
agree.
A comedy.
Or
Well, De Niro went comedy. Why can't he go comedy?
well, but
De Niro
just
doesn't
De Niro
have
went comedy.
what Tom Hanks had. Like De Niro's not inherently funny.
No, he's not.
Niro's
I
a
hate him in
dramatic
comedy.
actor.
Yes, but the time
I
where
like
it
King of
switched for
Comedy,
me was That Thing You Do. You haven't seen that, right?
Mhm.
Have you-
I've seen it.
Oh, you have seen it.
The
When
50s boy band.
Yeah, which he like produced, I think.
He directed it.
Uh-huh.
Directed,
Mhm.
and that was the first time he was like not the positive force in the movie that I saw, and it broke my heart a little bit. I was like,
Yeah.
I don't want to see that.
But he was on, and that
Which I
was
hate to say because I
purposeful,
don't.
yeah.
I hate to say because I don't like it when actors can't do that and they get stuck somewhere as they age and they want to tell a different story and nobody wants to hear it from them. I don't like that concept, but I felt it. But I mean, he's funny in I mean, it's a long time ago, A League of Their Own, but that's kind of a.
That's
promotion.
that's the last
that's
one.
The last
That's,
one.
That's
yeah.
the
and,
last
and he was
one,
an
yeah.
older person then,
Yeah.
and that was his.
And it was
really
like,
good
oh,
for
weird.
him.
Tom Hanks put on a little weight. Weird. And he's
Perfect.
kind of.
Oh yeah, that was really good. Actually, match for his age and comedic skills. But you're right. Now he's doing all the big movies with Meryl Streep. Just doing all the
Yeah.
He
people.
has it. Like he has that twinkle in his eye. I'm just like, if you wanted to, you're fucking Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
You could get any movie made
Yeah.
realistically that you wanted.
Like Larry
especially
Brown.
a comedy that's inherently cheaper. Like you could get what was Larry Brown?
Larry
was that
Crown.
I think
it was him and
Julia
Julia Roberts, and it went nowhere.
That's
and he
right,
directed
I
it.
forgot. Oh, he did.
But I
did
think,
not know that.
but I think it was kind of like a little bit of like
I
a.
forgot about that.
I
one.
think it had a. I think it was a little dramedy, romantic, whatever. This is what I'm
He
saying.
did You Got Mail, and Kelsey and I watched that recently, and I'm like, everyone, that movie.
Is that good?
That movie got shit on because it's not Sleepless in Seattle.
I have
We
an
watched it
opinion
and we
on
were like,
that.
that's a charming as fuck movie.
It is.
It is.
Okay.
For me,
It's got, you could break it down and shit on it all you want and you'd be right.
I mean, I haven't seen
But they are both full on, she's doing full Meg Ryan
Yeah.
and he's doing charming Tom Hanks and it's lovely.
I
And
thought.
Dave Chappelle's in it.
Yeah,
No.
that movie for me
That's
was the point at which I was like, Meg Ryan's time is over. Her
Mm,
style,
ouch.
who and I
So what kind of mild
love-
critique, which is like, her time is over.
I love her in
Yeah.
her heyday.
Oh, she's
But-
magical.
Yes, she is magical, but that style is no more. And You've Got Mail was when I was like, oh, we don't make movies like that anymore. To me, I was like, oh, that's not acceptable anymore. That's too cutesy.
Too
and also,
idealistic
she was a
and-
little bit too old to be so cutesy.
Yeah.
It just wasn't
Yeah,
working for
maybe.
me anymore. And it did feel like both of them were like, I can still do it to me. It felt like this kind of like, we're not
Yeah.
dead and irrelevant yet in this thing. And it just, for me, it was like, ooh, that was one movie too far for
As
That's
late
interesting.
as French
You're wrong,
Kiss, though,
but
she
yeah,
still
it's
had it.
interesting.
Yeah.
French Kiss is
the
fine.
thing with-
She's middle age. She owns a bookshop. Okay, you're actually very right about the age thing because you're like, oh yeah, she is too old to be acting as naive about life. As, yeah, that part
Yes,
was a little. That's
But it was the first time it just
all
seemed-
right.
It was
It's-
the first
I
time-
liked it.
It was the first time for me that I saw her doing it on purpose instead of it just feeling like it was her. You
Punch,
know,
punch.
I
Yeah, I've never
I just
punched before.
it
What's
just
this
felt
look
like written in for
Yeah.
her to do, like, let's write something Meg Ryan, you know, and she was like, okay, I'll do my thing instead of her just living,
I
which
think-
is what I felt from her other
I think
ones.
everyone gives her credit for being cute. I don't think she gets enough credit for transforming the scene the way she does. She does it in the same way Tom Hanks does. She does physical stuff that, wow.
Right.
I thought that was Channing Tatum.
Yeah, that's Cloud Atlas. I forgot he played like 9 roles in Cloud Atlas.
Oh, I would love to watch that. I'd love to watch that. The
Really?
thing with
He plays like I think what 4 or 5 characters,
yeah, or something. I don't know.
all in heavy makeup like that.
In When a Man Loves a Woman, she's fantastic, and
Yeah.
that's completely dramatic.
The
There's
thing,
no comedy whatsoever. She has those skills.
yeah.
She got Miss whatever, and she got work done. She lost. She didn't like transition
Sure.
correctly. It's a shame because she is good.
The thing with Tom Hanks for me is that like because
Fuck
he's
your lips up, it's
so
so true.
he's so sharp and so alive in the 80s. We get League of Their Own, and he changes kind of almost like a little
Yeah.
bit of an anti-hero, sort of a little rougher edge. Then we get and then he moves into this sort of Saving Private Ryan, which is still, that's good. And it's like, oh, this is interesting. This is new. And then he just does that, and he goes, and it's like, and he flirted with a little something darker in Road to Perdition, which I still haven't seen. And from what I saw, I was kind of like, I don't know. Yeah.
Like I loved Road to Perdition, and he did not flirt.
Isn't he kind of a bad guy?
He's
But it's-
he's
it just-
he's the hitman for the mob, like the legendary like kiss
Yeah.
of death hitman type guy, and I love that movie to death.
And don't buy him
he
in it.
is completely miscast.
Absolutely.
And he acts the fuck out of it, and he's still completely miscast.
And
in
I
that
feel like
role.
he's miscast a lot because what he is
Yeah.
what he's miscast as now is, as many people have said, he's like Jimmy Stewart. They go, we want to remember the wonderful things that we felt with Tom Hanks, and so they cast him. Tom Hanks will now have played Sully.
He was great in Sully.
What, really? Okay.
Maybe Captain
But
Phillips.
both
would
he
lead to
will
that.
have played now Walt Disney and Mr. Rogers. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
And Ben Bradley, like huge.
Which is a totally different, but like,
Yeah.
but like they just like they're essentially going like, just play these really good characters.
And he played Santa Claus
in what?
in
Polar
Polar
Express.
Express.
Oh, screw that movie. Sorry. Ugh. Sorry.
But he's
But what
I'm saying he's
Yeah.
like, I'm playing all the wholesome ones.
Yes, and it's
the
all
legendary wholesome
It's
ones.
buttoned down, and Tom Hanks, his appeal was never that he was wholesome. In those old movies, he's not wholesome. He's just alive. So I want him to either
He's just
cut loose
trusted.
and be funny, and cut loose and be vulgar, and cut loose and be all that, or really dig into something dark. Really move into a different.
I don't know if he could do that.
But that's what I'm
Something
saying is I
dark.
don't know if he can.
I don't know if he has that skill.
Like,
it's weird to
can
say.
you imagine how interesting? Like, what's a dare? Like for Road to Perdition, who could be?
Description? A hitman? Anybody.
No, but like who could go? Because here's the thing: the whole idea of that movie was that here's this killer,
Yeah.
and then his family gets murdered, but he's still got one son left, and they go on the
Yeah.
and then he learns how to be a father, and the son learns about his dad on this trip to a literal town called Perdition, which is another thing I didn't like.
Right,
I really love that movie, but But
That's
the whole thing
the
is like
comic book.
you cast America's dad in the father role, and I'm like, well, you exude a fatherliness of like, I want you to be my dad.
Yeah.
So that's one strike against your performance.
Yeah.
Already.
But I think that's interesting what you said, which kind of.
Thank you for the sub, nameless no one, for those 30 months of unbelievable support.
Wow.
Yeah.
None of our favorite roles of his are fathers.
No.
He's not America's dad.
It's like he's been retired
just-
since 1994.
He's just
94.
loved and trusted, and we go him. And he's the hugest name in his age bracket.
No, but we want him. I'm not saying he plays dads. I'm saying he is.
You want him to be
He
your
is
dad.
America's dad.
But I think that's why.
Because I'm bored with that.
Yeah, that's why
I wanna
he's
watch-
kind of falling flat for me right now. Is because they are just putting him into these wholesome dad roles, and I think you're absolutely right. That's not his best contribution.
No. Like if you go back and watch, The Money Pit, he's sarcastic. He gets angry a lot. He flips out. He's
God, I
he's
just wanna end the stream and
exasperated
go watch it
constantly.
Right now.
I mean, even Big is wholesome, but he's playing a literal child.
Mm-hmm.
He's not playing a wholesome
And he's
dad.
abrasive. Yeah. And he's
Yeah.
not even a sweet kid. He actually is a sweet kid.
He's a very
But
sweet kid.
But he's also abrasive.
Yeah, he's I don't know. Tom Hanks is one of those actors
Irreverent.
who can perform legitimate anger, and it's just funny, and it doesn't take anything away from it.
Yeah.
But you know what?
It's a cartoon.
And then I saw him in Captain Phillips, which I was like,
Yeah.
How
that's
was
an.
that?
I was
We
like,
didn't see
it's an
that.
okay movie.
I've seen that scene. and
It's
that
an
scene
it's an
is-
okay movie, and then the final 2 minutes of that movie
Yeah.
is the best acting I think I've ever seen him do.
Yeah.
And it is. I watched that whole movie and I was like, this is okay, and then it kind of fades to black, and then like the movie kind of ends,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's like this one last scene, and like it fades back up, and I burst into tears.
Yeah.
Like I burst into tears
Yeah.
because of how effective his performance was. Granted, you had 2 hours of a movie of what he went through to
Right.
make that moment as powerful as
Right.
it was, but he made it. I was just like, that's the best acting I think I've ever seen him do, and that's Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
And it was in Captain Phillips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always
He was
wanted to
awesome.
see it. We missed it and never.
It's
watched
worth
it.
it.
I saw that-
Genuinely, and you're gonna be like, I don't know if I like this. Like
Yeah.
you'll probably say that, but as you're watching it. But just watch it. I promise you, because it'll be worth it for the final two. It might not make the movie worth it, but you'll be glad you watched the whole movie
Yeah.
to watch those 2 minutes. in
And I feel
context.
like you have, because I watched the scene without context,
Mhm.
which is
All right.
probably a mistake.
Yeah,
But it was
I
still
want
good.
to stop learning things about this scene.
It's just a scene that exists. Master of Monkeys. So I watched the clips of The Mask on YouTube the other night, trying to imagine what my dad felt sitting in that movie theater watching it. He's exhausting. That.
Yeah.
But it's amazing.
Mask is good.
Yeah.
Cameron Diaz was Foxy in that movie. That's
That's
all
her,
I
like,
remember.
Her first thing, right?
God love producers who just show up, yes, for any script and say, yeah, but where's the Coke deal?
Yeah.
Where's the over-the-top Russian henchman? Oh, this is
Yes.
back when we were talking with an Uzi. Are we making a movie here or what? Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
And they have to be wearing a blazer and a black turtleneck with a
God.
silver chain. The lady gave her input a bit. She has her finger raised. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you feel that way?
Yeah, nobody was looking at me.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Well, we just
I tried to raise my hand.
you did.
Tried to help me.
He
with
did
my
try to help.
finger.
Sorry, we just usually yell at each other
I
until the
know.
other person yells louder.
Yeah, we just interrupt.
Yeah,
well,
yeah, we
I-
just yeah, we just.
When I
Yeah,
do
we
that
do
with
it.
you in real life, you don't like it, so I don't do it.
Had to reinforce the Clinton era war on drugs policies in Hollywood somehow. I really think it's the fact that they just didn't know what would be successful if it wasn't partly an action movie.
Yeah.
Playing Colonel Tom Parker in a 2021 Elvis movie. Can't wait for that. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I was watching clips of
Elvis, that's older Elvis would be interesting.
Yakov Smirnoff is in the Money Pit. Oh gosh, sounds familiar.
I don't know who that
We
is.
throwing down again. De Niro was great in Midnight Run. Remember
What
this?
do you think about? Are you excited for the new one?
You talking about the Scorsese one?
Mm-hmm.
The
The
Irishman.
Irishman.
I know. I saw the trailer and it'll be. I feel like it'll be good. I don't think I'm like that's going to be his greatest
I agree.
anything. Yeah, but sure.
I keep watching Shutter Island, and it keeps going up my list.
I can't believe that,
Some-
but that's okay.
like one of his best movies.
Wow.
I just love that movie.
Wow.
I love that movie.
That's. I'm glad someone does.
I know. Like
No,
I know
I think
I'm
a
an
lot-
outlier.
No, I think people like. I think a lot
I
of
don't
people like it.
think
I
so.
like what's her
I don't
face
think
in
the
it.
reviews were all that great,
Yeah.
but it is. Boy, I love that movie.
Earlier this year, at the age of 68, Yakov Smirnoff obtained his doctorate in psychology from Pepperdine University. Really? Ex-LA Lakers point guard Doug Christie played for Pepperdine University. Never mind, man. I forgot that. Good for him. Yeah, Yakov. Nameless no one. Thank you for those 30 months. Thank you for those 30 months. Reminds me of Green Room with Patrick Stewart. Him playing a neo-Nazi was terrifying. You can never see Tom Hanks pulling off a dark role like that.
Yeah.
But that's why, wouldn't it be fascinating and terrifying if he did?
It would.
You don't think
I
he
just
can
don't-
access that? You don't think he has
I
that side?
don't.
I don't.
No.
I don't know if he can. I don't know if he's comfortable starting to do that at this point. It's just it would be a huge risk.
Tom
To
Hanks,
be that different.
can we watch Dragnet? I would love to watch Dragnet. The CGI de-aging looks sketch.
Oh, for The Irishman, yeah.
Oh, Ebert gave Shutter Island 3.5 out of 4.
Oh, okay.
But that doesn't. Tom Cruise was a brilliant baddie in Collateral.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise is good in Collateral, yeah. Tom Cruise, I think there's never been a more... Tom Cruise is a freaking movie star. With tax, this was almost tree fitty. Oh, Potato Face James! That is, Dragon.
Who?
Potato Face James.
Cool. Hey, Dragon.
Yeah.
Wow. Wait, have I been cussing? Am I allowed to let go of that life?
He's fine. LMAO. Hi. Tom Cruise, I think the best marriage of Tom Cruise to a role is Jerry Maguire. By far.
I've not seen a lot of his.
With
classic
tax,
movies.
this was almost tree fitty.
Carson Drew, thinking of this 30 months. Lots and lots of love. Potato Face, how are you doing? Is definitely doing more interesting stuff than Tom Hanks. That's fair.
Who is?
Tom Cruise. That's because Tom Cruise
Yeah.
looks like he's 40, if that, and can still.
25.
What would you like to see Tom Hanks like as a baddie?
I don't know.
against type. Like, what do you think he could realistically pull?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard because I really haven't seen that.
Yeah, it is hard. Because as much as I love him and I think and what he does better than everyone. I think he doesn't have a lot of range. I've just.
But
seen,
what does he do better than everyone still?
I don't know.
What he
does
used to do, he
still.
better. Yeah.
I don't know. I'd probably
Field
go with
yes,
the illegal
low
Arrow
brow
to
love, low
start
brow
and
love.
like develop that kind of because that is an aged great. That's great. Damn, it's great.
What?
But like League of Their Own.
Yeah.
But like I didn't like Terminal. I didn't like Lady Killers when he's trying to be funny, over the top character or an accent. Charlie's Wilson's War. I thought he had a scene with Philip Seymour Hoffman that I was just like, oh my god, somebody has to just fire Tom Hanks from this movie to save his reputation. He looks so bad.
In what movie?
Charlie Wilson's War. Like on the scale of realism, Philip Seymour Hoffman
Philip Seymour Hoffman
was
outacted
grounded
everyone in that
at
movie.
a 1, 0 being the most grounded, and he is up there at 8. I was like, you look terrible.
Well, so
Like,
did
next-
everyone. Yeah. Philip
And
Seymour Hoffman
actually-
in that movie he's the best part of that movie by far.
But actually, he doesn't fit at all. I think is poorly directed to even cast him, and he was in a different universe from everybody else. But everyone else was bad, and what's her name can't do it either. Julia Roberts couldn't pull off the accent and the character. It's weird to see all these big names just like flop. To
In a
me.
Mike Nichols movie.
Ugh.
That's interesting, Tarkovsky. I feel the most evil he could go is uncaring corporate exec, like someone with no qualms with raising interest rates on poor students. So here's the thing: you take that image and you play it again. Because you're casting Tom Hanks and you have to play with that. Because that's what movies never do when they cast Tom
Well,
Hanks.
I think that
You have to kind of go like he is this beloved character, and you
Yeah.
find an underbelly behind, like someone gets
I
behind the
think
scenes.
he could
or
do something like
That'd
in
be
Tropic
predictable.
Thunder, like what Tom Cruise did in Tropic Thunder, where he played Lou Wasserman, but
Yeah.
like a Lou Wasserman type, which is a studio executive, but an over-the-top evil maniac. I think he could, if he was going to do a comedy, I think he could do that, and that against type, casting against type, I think he could because he is funny. He's a funny man, and I think
Who, Tom Hanks?
Yeah.
Tom Hanks is a very funny man. Or I mean, but his comedy has to change. He has a different presence now. He just has a
But
different
he's
presence.
funny in talk shows now.
Okay. Well, I haven't seen. Yeah, but he's just not. Because no one's gonna cast him as the main physical comedy role in a comedy anymore. People say he's the last Jimmy Stewart. And I was like, no, he's Tom Hanks, and we don't know what he's doing now. And Jimmy Stewart was Jimmy Stewart. Jimmy Stewart was Jimmy Stewart his whole life, and fit those roles. Tom Hanks. I don't know. Like I
wanna
watch
see
those
him-
movies and I go, great. I'm seeing what I've seen a million times.
How did you like him in The Post?
I never saw the post.
He was all right. I really like The Post. That's Meryl Streep's movie. I mean, 100%. Do you think that's more of a failure of language coaches or accent coach? I don't know.
No,
I mean, I think
it's a lack of skill. It's just not his thing.
well, I think he's stuck in something and he's being cast poorly because no one knows where to put him. I think he needs to
He needs to lose.
Like we're all giving.
I know.
We're
It's
like,
weird
here's what
that
Tom
they're
Hanks
looking at
needs to
and
do.
that
I
Tom
know.
Hanks is walking the room, and I wish I knew what to do
Yeah.
with you.
I think he needs to get back to like Castaway skinny.
He definitely needs to stretch. Yeah.
He needs-
Castaway Skinny was a
he needs
unsustainable diet.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying he needs to do that. He needs to grow that crazy long beard. They need to dress him as the Man in Black and then cast him in a hard R Western where he's like a sadistic villain and you give him like 6 lines the whole movie. And then you let him talk with his eyes and then
That's interesting.
And then you just have him like do a bunch of nasty shit. I think he could do it.
Yeah.
Like that would be interesting for me to watch.
Yeah.
To see that play out.
It would be interesting to have him do an almost wordless.
Yeah.
Well, Castaway, but the movie accidentally gave him diabetes. What movie?
Oh, Castaway?
Oh, yeah. Was the original Big Fat Great? Yeah, because he and Reed Wilson kind of like discovered the first one.
I wonder what I was going to say.
Oh.
But it did start with I wonder as well. That Thing You Do.
Mm-hmm.
I bought, even though I didn't like it, I did buy him as a industry insider who knows how this goes and is kind of bitter on the other end and like accepted it. Like that could be that was darker to me.
Mm-hmm.
He was killing dreams.
Yeah.
And he was like following the money. That worked in terms of believability for me.
The problem with Tom Hanks is any role I see him in these days, I don't hear his lines. I just hear I'm acting. Exactly. That's exactly where I think we're all dealing with. I think that I kind of wish he was the villain in his Sisters Brothers now. Huh. Yeah. Like I think what it is, it almost feels like, and I'm not saying this is the case. There are actors who have in their contracts that they won't do certain things or be seen a certain way. They have to be the good guy. They have to win the fight. They have to whatever. And it's almost like Tom Hanks has that sort of restriction on him because producers know that no one wants to see him as anything else. They want him to be wholesome. They want him to be whatever. Tom Hanks, if he wants me to be happy with his performance, here's what he needs to do. No, I think to stretch, he needs to find whatever darkness is inside him and deal with that, or whatever complexity is still inside him. He has been enormously wealthy,
I know,
enormously
that's what I'm saying.
enormously famous,
That's what
enormously
and
beloved by
yeah.
America.
I'm like, he's like, Brian, there's nothing in there, buddy.
Yeah.
My life is
It's
awesome.
fantastic.
I have the best
Yeah,
life.
he's like, I am zen all the time, and if I can't access any darkness, that's fine
I'm
with me.
so happy to be talking to you right now,
Yeah,
Brian.
yeah. And I go,
I love my life.
okay, man. No, yeah, but like, there is a flip side of that. There's a flip side of the way he has to live his life. There has to be. It's a gigantic.
Yeah.
So, and there is some darkness. There's some resentment. There's some bitterness. There's some feelings of unfairness there. Tap into that. Play something. The problem with him is he's such a thing that you put him in something and you only see him. So work with that.
What about a Lost in Translation? Kind of a person who has been surrounded by supposedly everything everyone wants and is not feeling fulfilled. Would that work?
Yeah.
But then we'd all be like, "You're Tom Hanks. Quit complaining." I mean, I feel like we have to we have to tap into that. But I feel like
I would be happy to see the honest side of that.
I could
his
see
experience.
him in Lost in Translation, like doing that part. That's what she said.
Oh, Lost in Translation. I thought you were saying Stranger Than Fiction for whatever reason. Lost in Translation, absolutely. Absolutely. Totally. Yeah, that's great.
Thanks.
That's great. That's what Bill Murray did. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I could see.
They're
him
not
doing
exactly
that.
the same. Bill Murray's always been
Yeah.
more straight-faced.
Yeah, it'd be different, but like
Tom Hanks was so grounded in
that
the
would
80s.
be
I think
a-
he'd get back to it.
because that's a difficult. There's actually not a lot of other actors who could step into Lost in Translation and be like, yeah, I could think they could effectively do what Bill Murray did
But I think Tom Hanks was
within their own, space of creative space. But I think Tom Hanks absolutely
And I
could.
think he has to. You know what it is? I feel like Tom Hanks has just had a forced smile in movies for decades, and I just go, drop it, just drop it and be sad, drop it and be there, drop it and whatever.
But
And
he
the Lost in Translation is exactly what.
But
you
it's
would,
that. But he doesn't stretch. He just doesn't.
Yeah.
He just, and it's not that he hasn't. I'm sure he at his absolute creative peak, he could have done that if he wanted to.
Yeah.
Like, it's always interesting to me because, like, there's like some movie Nicole Kidman was in last year. I didn't see it.
Oh,
Like,
Destroyer.
And
Karen Kusama.
I was like, you don't have to do that.
And that's crazy.
And I'm like, and I don't know if it was good or not, but I saw the trailer and I was like, good God,
Yeah.
you are, because she's, I don't know what age she is, but I'm like, you are constantly stretching, like pushing
Absolutely.
yourself into territory that everyone's like, I did not expect to see you do this.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can do this.
Yeah.
But you're doing it.
Yeah.
And that's
True.
pretty cool.
And she's backwards because when she started her stuff, I see her in. I'm like, you're a little thin. Is there anything to you except for like a soft, sweet voice?
Yeah.
And apparently there was.
Oh, she's letting it all out now.
amazing.
She is
She's truly
blossomed
amazing.
in her later years, whereas I think
And
She
To
goes
Die
the
For
other
was
way.
kind of a.
Yeah, truly.
Yeah.
Gosh, she was so good. In
She's
that movie.
fantastic in that movie.
That when I look at Nicole Kidman now, I'm like, the way people revere Meryl Streep, I'm like, that's how I feel towards
really.
Nicole Kidman because I don't get Meryl Streep.
Really? I think Meryl Streep is so like whenever people are like,
I don't
who's
get
their...
Meryl Streep the way I don't get Robert De Niro.
Well, see, and that
I don't get Robert De Niro.
I
But
do.
I get him. I get 70s De Niro.
Yes.
I absolutely understand.
and that's what
70s.
that's all it is.
But it's like
I'm not
people
even that-
still
Yeah.
carry like they're like he's amazing in Goodfellas, and I'm like everyone's great in Goodfellas.
It's
and
like
then I do that, and I'm like,
it's
okay.
it's like if Michael Jordan
I feel the same way.
just kept winning, which he did, but just like if you scored 50 points a game in the 80s, 60 points a game in the 90s, 40 points, 30 points, 20 points, you're like, and he's still doing it, and it's like you're still doing what you're doing very well. Like Goodfellas, he's great in Goodfellas. You don't want anything else from him in Goodfellas, but he's also not an entirely fascinating character. I mean, he's not an arresting. I mean, he is, but he's not like it's not like I was blown away when we went back and watched Mean Streets, and he's John Boy, and I'm like,
Exactly.
oh my gosh, he's electric.
Because like
That's probably the most I was
Yeah.
like,
He's
well, I
electric.
get it.
but when he's in
Godfather 2.
no, I think he's amazing in Godfather 2.
Yeah,
He does so much with so little
he does.
that it's amazing.
Yeah.
When I see him in Goodfellas, and then I see him like 2-3 years later in Casino,
Yeah.
I'm like, it's the same movie to me.
It's the absolute
it's good.
same
Same
thing.
character to me.
Absolutely.
Like
I don't get
and they're
Casino.
Like, and
Well,
but
Casino's great.
those
It's just
two
like
are
a
like
sequel, almost.
It's just the same
It's a
damn
spiritual
movie. I
sequel,
just
yeah.
don't understand why Scorsese's making the same movies with the same people.
But he also makes very, very, very different movies with very different people, and no one ever pays attention to him.
But those are his best movies.
But
Yeah.
why is he still making the same movie still?
Because he
Why
likes
does
that
he do
too. I don't know.
I think he genuinely likes.
Yeah.
It's too hard to make, especially when you're at that. It's just too hard to make a movie to be like.
That you
Just
don't.
give them what they want as an actor. You can do that and be like, well, this is what they like me for, so I'm gonna go do it. As a director, it's like you're not gonna be like, this is what they like, so I'm gonna spend 6 years or whatever.
Yeah.
And especially with someone like him, because I've seen behind the scenes with
Yeah.
Scorsese, and that dude, he's the type of creative where it's just like that killed me a little bit.
Yeah.
That one killed me a little bit. I hope I have enough to get to the end of my life and still make good stuff, but each one of these is killing me.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. It's hard. Like, it's hard for me. And so you just don't, because he just cares that much, and you can tell, and that's why his movies are still good. Like, I think he might have Asperger's. Or I think he might be on the spectrum somewhere.
I think
Spielberg
maybe. I
and-
think Hilarion said that he and Spielberg. Probably.
Spielberg and
Oh,
Scorsese
really?
are potentially.
Apparently, Spielberg is
Oh,
pretty
Spielberg.
publicly
Oh,
Asperger.
really?
Yeah, Wolf of
Oh,
Wall
really?
Street. Wolf of Wall Street was enjoyable. Wolf of Wall Street is definitely enjoyable.
I want to see it again.
I loved it.
But
it's
I mean,
it's not even remotely close to like my favorite,
Scorsese.
or what I would consider top tier Scorsese. But when I watched that, I was like, I can't believe he's like in his 70s, and it was the same feeling I had when I watched it before
Lumet.
The Devil Knows
Yeah.
You're Dead with Sidney
Oh.
Lumet,
Yeah.
and I'm like, how are guys at that age
Mhm.
making movies with this kind of energy?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because it is like, it's not like, oh,
Big
this
dick
is
energy.
energetic filmmaking. It is a palpable sense of just something
Yeah.
is rising off the screen
Yeah.
that almost no movies have
It is
from
like
much younger filmmakers.
it's like Fury Road as far as the amount of energy being delivered by some old MFer. I agree.
Right.
I'll agree with that, Embelak.
In terms of energy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not
And it's
about whether
and it's
good
totally
movie
a
or
good,
not.
solid movie that should just never be nominated for an Oscar. It's okay, but we're gonna talk. No, I forgot. I didn't know what I was gonna say. I got so distracted.
But yeah, like so go back to Meryl Streep.
Oh, Meryl Streep. Okay, so here you go. Because like when
Because
people,
I don't get her.
'cause
I loved her in Adaptation. I loved her in
Yeah.
Adaptation.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought
yeah.
that was awesome. I was like, do more of that.
that was my reawakening where I was
Have
like,
you
oh, she can
seen
still do
August
everything.
Osage County?
She's great in that.
August Osage County?
No.
Or The Post?
She's great in The Post.
Didn't see the post.
She's great in The Post.
The post just looked like I was like, yeah, that looks
I don't know.
tailor made for an Oscar.
Yeah,
It just looked like a parody of like who's like and now the
Absolutely.
Oscars, and
But
I was
it's
like,
good.
it just looked like a parody of what an Oscar movie is.
But I'm
But her
sure you've
journey
seen
in that-
I'm sure
some
it
of
is.
her good stuff, and if you're not feeling it, I just don't know.
What?
It's like I don't know if we can explain it. It's kind of like if you don't
Well-
feel it, you don't feel it.
But I saw her in Doubt like 2 weeks ago, and
You
I
know,
thought
Doubt
and I
is
thought she
not
was
my
awesome in it, and I was
favorite.
just
That's not my favorite
but then
hers either.
but then when she was on screen next to it's like three
Phillips.
people in the whole movie essentially.
Yeah.
It was like
Oh, sorry.
she was amazing, and then she was but anytime she was against Philip Seymour Hoffman or Amy Adams, I was like, they are doing so much more interesting stuff to me.
I agree
Like-
with what you're gonna say.
like,
I really
by
did
far.
not like Amy Adams. In
Oh, I
that.
thought she was fantastic.
I was like,
She's good. She's
she
still
is
good
not
there.
good enough to hang with this crowd.
Oh,
she's
she's
overrated and
better.
explicit.
She's doing
Wow.
some of the most interesting work in the movie because
Oh,
she's not
man.
given a lot.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we're gonna do that movie. That movie's fantastic. We're gonna do Zemeckis, and we'll do Death Becomes Her. That movie is
Becomes Her.
brilliant.
When she read that for the first time, the offer,
That's a good
she
movie.
thought
It's a
she
great
was
movie.
being considered for the dumpy one, and she like was like, course, and then they're like, we want you for the beautiful actress, and
really?
she was like,
Me, Meryl Streep. I think,
you
and
see
I,
yourself as a pretty
well,
girl.
what's interesting, yeah, because to me the ones that stick out recently in the past however many years, yeah, it's like Adaptation, August Osage County, and The Post. There have been others.
Those are ones that I saw, and I was like, I don't know how she's, after all these years and after all these movies, how she's surprising me. I don't know how she's
How
doing
did she
things
surprise you?
What it is, yeah.
with the life. Well, every time I see her in these things, I started to realize that I would see these very different things from her, and I'd be like,
To be
I
fair,
feel like-
I'm not saying she's a bad actor. I'm saying she is
You
as
couldn't.
she is doing almost exactly what Tom Hanks is doing at this point.
oh wow, no,
Oh,
I don't
think
agree.
she's way more.
Well, I
yeah.
remember, I think it was after August Osage County, and I was like, wow, she is really good. But I was like, but that's just her.
Mm-hmm.
That's
This
just
is
her. And I was just like, it's just perfect for her. And then I see another movie, and I go, well, that's just her. And then I started to realize these are not the same characters.
At all.
And every time she does it, I go, well, it's effortless because that's just her. And it's not. She's being the perfect actor. She is everyone, and it feels like it's absolutely her personal story. And I was like, I don't know how she's doing that. But you should watch August Osage County. I thought that was pretty amazing. That really was the one that made me go, she might be my favorite actress.
Yeah.
And
Maybe I
then
do. Maybe I just haven't cracked her yet.
She's the one.
I feel like there's actors like that where I'm just like, they're so talented that it just seems so effortless across the board in every performance but then I look at someone like Philip Seymour Hoffman and I'm like, no, that's a legitimately like,
Yeah.
that guy was,
Yeah.
that was the actor.
I
for
think
me.
those are the two for me.
Yeah.
Like the absolute pinnacle of
Yeah.
what I've seen in actors. But watch August Osage and
Yeah.
The Post, and then talk to us. And if you
Okay.
don't
Then
understand,
come back.
if
Well, because it's just like I like
And if you
Nicole
don't
Kidman
agree, then we
excites
just
me
disagree.
in like her
Sure.
choices. You
Sure.
know what I mean? Like I don't get excited by even like look, she's amazing in Doubt. Like she is amazing. That's an amazing performance. She is the anchor of that movie.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. Both the other actors were just making choices that were more interesting to me. I'm like, I knew she was giving a great performance, but
But I
was
really do
just
think
like,
that she's the more settled through that whole movie. She's the more settled of those.
there's
Agreed.
doubt cast on him, and she is frantically trying to. She's caught between them. Amy Adams is caught between them, and Meryl
she's
Streep is the
being
one who's
the-
like, I am strong,
Yeah.
I am right until the end,
And I think
where
they-
she breaks down.
And I think
And
you're
Viola
right. So
Davis
maybe
is great in
it just had a lot to do with
Viola
the material.
Davis is great in that movie.
Yeah,
That-
she is
that
great.
doubt
Oh my God,
actually-
yeah. She actually stole the movie.
Yeah, she did. Watching
One
that
scene.
movie, I definitely was like, that was good, but I wasn't like moved like I
She
thought I
devil.
should be with that cast. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't use that one as your like.
Because the ones
your
where
metric for
the ones
her.
where she digs deep into crazy shit are Augusta Osage County.
Which
And-
we have, right? We could lend it to him.
I don't know if we have it, do we?
Thought about
Maybe.
it.
And the Post is not. She doesn't do crazy shit, but the arc of her character is something that she embodies and
I think
does
I always
really
get
well.
the Post mixed up with because didn't she play like Margaret Thatcher?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the Iron Lady,
Yeah.
and I was not interested in seeing that. I'm sure that's fine.
That looked. I think
I didn't really
those
like
two
her in
movies
Julie and
blend
Julia.
together to me to be like an Oscar movie.
But watch the Post. Watch the Post because it's interesting that you said that she's doing what you think Tom Hanks is doing. Watch her.
I
and
didn't
Tom-
mean it.
No,
I said it and then I take it back because I don't mean that.
But
Because
what
like
I'm-
she does
yeah.
make because she's still making interesting. She's pushing herself. I know she's pushing.
and she
herself.
has scenes.
I just have never gotten her.
Yeah,
I just don't get her.
that's fine.
In the same way that like even De Niro in his prime, with something like Raging Bull, that I can absolutely admit I'm like that's a stone cold classic.
I've not seen that
Pushing
movie.
like
Yeah.
just really pushes himself and pushes the form and everything. I still feel like I've seen better performances from other actors,
Sure.
like much less famous actors.
I get De Niro, but De Niro is not my favorite actor. I
Mhm.
get it.
Not at all.
I get
I
it.
feel that way about Pacino too.
I like
And
him in
I
a few
love
things.
Pacino, and
Yeah.
I love young Pacino,
I love
but I
young
still
Pacino,
feel
but I
like
don't
I've seen
him.
other actors who just. Okay, I take that back because young Pacino is.
Dog Day,
Yes. Yes.
Serpico. Yeah.
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 So I take that back.
Yeah, but it is
Godfather.
only young for me.
One of the most
I
just
take that back entirely.
Yeah.
Pacino is still making really cool shit.
if you look
Like
at
what?
Godfather, and look at
What?
Dog Day,
Hold on.
I just think those are two entirely different people. Like if you look at
Yeah.
The Godfather and Dog Day, you just go, that's the same actor. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Have you seen? I watched it for the first time. I'd never seen it. Watched it on a whim. Donnie Brasco.
I don't know. I'm like, oh yeah,
I
yeah.
I think I thought it was Carlito's Way,
Yeah,
and so I watched it, and I was like, "What the fuck is this movie?
yeah,
This movie's amazing."
yeah. It is.
And what the fuck? Why have
One
I
of Johnny
never?
Depp's better performances.
What a Johnny Depp's.
Yeah,
I was
maybe
blown
yeah.
away.
Yeah, maybe
I
his
was
best.
blown away by his performance, and then I
Mhm.
saw what Pacino was doing.
Yeah,
Because I just had this. I don't know what I thought, but I thought it was like Pacino,
yeah.
and it wasn't.
No.
And like he has a scene at the very end of his last scene in the movie,
Mhm.
and it is quiet,
Mhm.
and he does some choices there, and he does some things that I was just like that.
Yeah.
And he's like in his 60s by that point,
Yeah.
and I was just like, because that's 96.
Yeah, that's
I
one of
think.
his latter great performances.
And I was just
I
like,
would say,
holy
so, yeah.
Moses, that was one of the best things I've ever seen you do.
Yeah, I don't. And like, I don't know I don't know who is better than Pacino. I don't know that you can answer that. I think Dustin Hoffman is up there.
Dustin Hoffman is.
Yeah, he's
way up there.
Yeah,
he's
he's-
like Philip Seymour Hoffman level
yeah.
for me.
To me, it's
Wow.
it's
Yeah.
Not
Pacino.
for me.
Really? Oh, yeah. To
Dustin
me,
Philip
it's,
Seymour
and
Hoffman
he's.
trumps him to me.
Oh, I agree, but like,
I
that's
don't-
my
I
top
don't-
tier. But Dustin
it's
Hoffman,
hard for me to say. Yeah,
it's and for a guy to still be as good as he is now,
so good.
like
And he can do anything.
and he can do
He
any,
can do
and
comedy. He can do
so-
big comedy. He can do small comedy. He can do drama.
When
He can
he
do anything.
is like in I Heart
So funny.
Huckabees, he's
Oh
like,
yeah.
it's like, do I know myself?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That's
Do I
pretty
know
good.
He is
How
so.
do I know myself?
He is so, and that's what
How
it
do
is.
Or in Stranger Than Fiction,
Yeah.
or you know,
Is he in that?
He is so. His thing is because Pacino is amazing. Dustin Hoffman is so
Synecdoche,
alive.
love.
Dustin Hoffman is so effortlessly alive all the time in anything I've ever seen him in, and it's just amazing.
mm-hmm.
And I just think, like,
Yeah,
I think he's so amazing in Tootsie. Like
Yeah.
Tootsie,
Yeah.
Tootsie is the one movie like that that's an actual movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like it's not. It's like. It's like there's this quote unquote joke at the center of it, and every other movie that came after it that was like, well, you know, was a joke. It was a joke, and there's like Mrs. Doubtfire is the only one that is, but Mrs. Doubtfire compared to Tootsie is like a new Hollywood film essentially.
Oh yeah.
And Mrs. Doubtfire is like a I mean, it's a '90s movie. Like you can feel it. It's just crazy. No, Emma, like Mrs. Doubtfire is delightful and lovely. It is not what I would call a film in the sense that Tootsie is.
Not Tootsie level, but it is a classic, very solid film to me.
It's a great 90s Hollywood movie.
Yeah, it's like Home Alone. I mean, it's just like it hits everything right. You know, it's what it is, but
it's a Chris Columbus movie.
It is.
So that's who did Home Alone.
Oh,
it is.
Yeah.
Synecdoche's great. Synecdoche's fantastic. I love Synecdoche.
I love it. That's
That's my favorite Kaufman.
Have you seen Kramer versus Kramer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's actually a Meryl Streep one that I'm like, I remember watching that. And it was funny when we did Deer Hunter.
That's like one of her second or third movies.
Yeah,
it's really early for her.
Because Deer Hunter was her first?
I think maybe
first.
One of
I
them.
remember being very, very impressed with her, what little she had, but very taken with what she did in Deer Hunter. And then I forgot about Kramer versus Kramer.
Oh yeah.
Because when her and Dustin Hoffman, like, they have this dinner table scene, he like slams down the table and like drinks go flying. It was all like
Silkwood. Haven't seen Silkwood.
But she's amazing in that.
Yeah.
And he's amazing. That's a great movie.
Yeah.
I want to see that again.
Yeah, Dustin Hoffman. Where's he at? Is he retired?
He has been accused of being a dickhead.
Ah, shit.
I know.
And I dismissed it, and then I read into it more, and it has colored. It was hard for me to.
No.
Reading on, I was like. And now I don't have this response to too many people. I guess I don't dig into things, but when I see his face or name now, I go.
Ah, shit.
That's the one.
That hurts.
Everything else I've been like. But
yeah, so you can't watch stuff anymore?
No, I could watch that old
that way,
stuff,
but-
I'm sure. I could, everything we just said, yes. But when
Because, like, can you watch Polanski stuff?
See, I don't know the details of that.
it's weird.
It's bad.
It's different.
I'm sure it is. That's
Very bad.
I think
and it's documented, and it's like, he did it. Like, and he has admitted to it.
I think that's the difference is... You know, I just for some reason went down the rabbit hole and read, detailed account, of just the very specifics, and I was just more as it went on. I was just like,
yeah.
And Bullock says first Max Landis, now Dustin Hoffman. All the
God, I read all about that Max Landis stuff. That guy just seems like even if he hadn't done anything, I'd be like, that guy's a fucking asshole.
Anyone seen this? How and why? After his children's science show is canceled, Goodman Hesselman tries to start over with a new show at his little TV market as also a portal to the supernatural world.
That's with Jim Carrey. Oh.
No. Charlie Kaufman.
Wait, what's the one?
I've never even heard
Michelle...
of that. 2014?
Interesting.
yeah.
What's the one with Michelle Gondry?
Michael Cera? What?
Oh, cool.
Oh, a TV movie? That's crazy. I was like, how is there a 2014 Charlie Kaufman movie that I'm not aware of? That's nuts. What Michelle Gondry? Oh, you're talking about Kidding?
Yes.
Yeah, that looked great.
It looked cool. I never watched it.
I haven't seen it either. That's nuts, man.
I watched...
He also wrote on Ned and Stacy, and he...
Kelsey was watching Superbad last night.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fun movie.
Yeah.
It's like probably one of the best comedies in the last 20 years.
Wow.
It's very funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, I haven't revisited a lot of those.
Is that
like kind
Emma
of.
Stone in that?
Yeah, she
Yeah,
is.
it's
That was
like-
her breakout.
That was her breakout role.
Yeah.
I don't know why I
It's a
thought
big movie
she...
for all of them.
I always thought she was bigger in that
That's
movie.
crazy.
And then she got like rail thin, and then I watched it last night, and it was just on in the background, and I saw her pop up, and I was like, oh, you're just...
That's what she looks like.
You just always look like that. You're like just skinny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just completely skinny.
I saw her. I think one of the first times I ever saw her, maybe the first time, was in The Rocker. You seen The Rocker?
Oh yeah.
With
Is that also with Mark Wahlberg? I feel like Mark Wahlberg.
that's
did...
Rock Star.
Oh yeah, that was
Stand
his...
up and shout.
I feel like he did these
Jennifer
movies
Aniston.
where he was like, all right, I'm gonna be a normal guy who plays for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they're gonna call it Invincible. Wait, I'm gonna be a normal guy, and then I'm gonna be the lead singer of a That's what Rockstar is, right?
Yes, he's
Like the same plot, right?
he's a singer
But he's
in a cover band, and they pick him out of the whatever. But remember,
It's the same. It's Invincible.
yeah, I was like, oh, interesting. He's a rock star. And then I go, Marky Mark was a pop star.
He's a good pop star too.
Yeah,
It's great.
got the good vibration. oh, 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 oh. Amazing.
It
You can
was
sing that
so-
high.
Rainn Wilson is who you're.
Rainn
saying.
Wilson. Thank you.
It was-
That's a funny movie.
Which one?
The
The
Rocker.
Rock.
The premise of it is basically no one's gonna care, but it's kind of like it's the Pete Best story. It's like he's the drummer in a band, and then he gets
and they got
they're
famous.
like, we want to give you a record deal, but like not with him. And then he goes and somehow starts a band with these kids. It's weird, but the best part of it, well, it's really
I think he
Christina
sits
Applegate's
in
really
for
good.
them or something when they lose their drummer.
Yeah.
And then they break out and he's with them.
But there's this part where I think after like they leave him in the other room and then they sign it and they kind of start driving away and he comes in and he's like, what? And he like, and they start speeding away from him and he starts running after them. And he has these drumsticks, and he jumps on and goes like the T-1000, and it's this insane part of this movie. It's great. Anyway, it's funny. And Emma Stone's in it. She sings. How did Marky Mark avoid getting canceled? He blinded someone when he was a young street tough. Yeah. Charlie Kaufman's movies are better Philip K. Dick movies than the ones actually based on his books. That's cool. Yeah. Well, hey, it's 11:38.
I had one more thing I was gonna say. What were we talking about right before?
Dustin Hoffman.
Oh, I remember when
Superbad?
I remember we were talking about Marky Mark, and then I remember being introduced to Donnie Wahlberg
Yeah.
through Sixth Sense,
Yeah.
and being like, that was an amazing little one-off performance. And then he showed up in Band of Brothers,
Yeah.
and he was like one of my favorite parts of Band of Brothers. I was like, wow, you are an incredible actor. I was like, who are you? And I looked him up,
He's a new kid on the
and
block.
then I was like, I used to have a beach towel that had your face on it.
You had a Sixth Sense beach towel? It's pretty fucked up, man. He's strung out on heroin.
Dude, he was ripped.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they like got back together, and like they did like a reunion tour.
Yeah, and he was like part of it.
And then like to see him on stage being all like smooth
oh,
and and like wearing like cut off jean jackets and stuff, and
Servants.
like showing off his and I'm like, I hate to be this superficial and judgmental, but it ruined it. It just ruined it for me because I was like, oh, you're
Couldn't
like a
take him
really
serious as
nuanced
a-
actor.
Yeah.
And then I saw him do that, and I was like, what? But, and I know it shouldn't, because I'm like, your performances are genuinely great.
Yeah.
And I was always surprised that he didn't, because I think he did more like standard, like didn't he get on Law and Order?
Yeah, maybe like TV
a
stuff.
cop or something. Yeah, like just kind of standard cop show stuff. I just thought I really thought he would have been bigger as like a character actor.
Yeah. He's got Wahlburgers.
Have you ever been to Wahlburgers?
No, have you been to Wahlburgers?
You ever had the Impossible Wahlburger? We don't have those. All right, go fuck yourself.
Impossible.
All right, it's all meat.
Yeah. Did he have any hair left at that point? Okay. All right, how you doing? Okay.
I guess
Yes, that answers
just
it.
click
Here we
on
go.
it.
He's wearing the biggest hat in existence.
I guess that answers that.
Oh, really?
I love that he's wearing exactly what I thought he would be. It's like cut off jean jacket.
Oh.
I did have a New Kids on the Block.
In
beach
KOTB?
towel. Yeah. It's pink. They're
That's
all
cool.
on it. I don't know why I had that. I never listened to them. I don't even know what there's. Do they have a song? Big song?
Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what that is.
How old
The
are you again?
right stuff.
Wait,
Oh, oh, oh.
That's
Oh,
it.
oh,
That is the song.
Oh, oh, oh.
The right stuff?
Yep. She's
You
got
know
the
it.
right stuff. Baby. I had just heard people. I did not know it at the time. I did not know any of those songs
I've
at the
heard.
time.
I guess I thought the right stuff was like a different song for the movie. The right stuff.
bum, 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 bum. Oh, hey, Sphincter boy. Now do hanging tough. Doesn't that go like hanging tough? I didn't know any of those songs at the time because at the time you were like, it was Ninja Turtles or New Kids on the Block, and I was like, that's not even a choice.
Yeah, that's true. What was the? Did you have like a song growing up? Let me ask you this: when we in my elementary school, we had to stand up, do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yep.
And then we had to stand there and sing a full song. And it was this patriotic song. It was like, and I proudly stand up next
You guys
to you.
sang that?
You sang "Proud to Be an American."
Proud to be an American. Sang the whole song every morning.
Oh my.
And
God.
then
Welcome to
I told
What
Dallas.
city is this?
John and I. What's that?
What
Dallas,
city is
man.
this?
Right outside of Dallas.
Which
like
one?
right on the edge, Duncanville.
Duncanville.
Like
That's
Duncanville, Cedar
expensive.
Hill.
Is it
DeSoto.
Duncanville nice?
It's a suburb.
I'm thinking Plano.
But
Suburb. That sounds about right for suburb of Dallas. We're singing "Proud to Be an American."
But
every
so-
good morning.
So
I was
John
in
and I are
Arlington.
reminiscing on
We
July
didn't do
4th,
that.
and we're driving out to
No, I
get
don't think
outside.
anyone else had to do that.
And we
if
were
that's what
talking
you're
about that, and
asking.
Kelsey was in the car, and she's like, "That's not a thing, guys."
Yeah, that's crazy.
I did not
And I
have to
was
do
like,
that in
"Oh,
Arlington.
that's weird." It made
Yeah.
me. I felt weird about it
Yeah.
after that, because like we sang it's like a 3.5-minute song.
Yeah.
We sang all of it every morning.
Did you watch Channel 1?
Yes, with Lucy.
Lucy,
Lucy.
not Lucy
had a
Liu.
crush on her.
Yeah, Lucy. Yeah.
Not Lucy Liu.
Anderson Cooper was on Channel 1.
Really?
Yeah.
It was a good.
Yeah. Well produced children's news show with
great.
people who I was like, I'm 10 or
Yeah.
I'm like 12 and you're 26. I guess I relate to you. You're like way cool. I guess you're cooler than my parents,
Yeah.
but you're also like movie stars, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Channel 1. That you just
I
you
know.
said it, and
know.
a flood of memories just came back to me.
Yeah, I know. Any of you
I
guys
did not
watch?
watch that,
That's
but
what
was
I remember.
in-
You didn't watch this?
I wasn't in elementary until the 6th grade.
But that was 6th grade for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think I did.
And then they were like, and then Anderson Cooper, who was an anchor, started being on CNN, and I was like, good for you. I watched you in JV. Like I watched you.
What did Lucy? Was it
remember.
Lucy?
I think I want to say, I think it was Lucy.
Linda? Lisa Ling.
Lisa Ling.
Oh wow.
Lisa Ling.
Dallas, Texas, or
Yeah.
Dallas, Georgia, or Dallas, Nebraska. There are no Dallas, Georgias, or Nebraskas, and even if there are, they aren't.
When I was in 2nd grade, they used to make us do aerobics routines to Tina Turner's Nutbush City Limits.
That's not a true story. And look, that's
How
not a true
was
story.
that
There's no way in 2nd grade in Australia you had to do an aerobics routine
100%.
to a Tina Turner song.
100%.
That doesn't make any sense. You can still do it.
Still do it.
Do it. Do it right now. You live near it? Really, Sphincter? Are you doing it, Emilak? You do it. You do it or you don't get a smiley face.
I can still do it. It's time Australia.
It's pretty much right. What about that sounds right? You need to stretch first.
Oh man.
Like when you were bad or something?
That was funny.
Like as a punishment?
It's like, do your dance routine.
All right,
Nutbush
dance
City
dance
Limits.
for me, all right? You don't get your veggie, mate. Sorry.
Did you guys ever have the multicolored flag? Not flag, but it was like a thing where you would get in a circle and then you'd throw it up and then you'd get underneath it. And
Yeah, they
sit
still
down.
do that with our
That's still popular.
yeah
Yeah.
little kid things.
I love that.
You did that. Emma
Our
did
kid
that.
won't go under. He's like, I'm an adult like the rest of
the
you.
parachute.
And she watches the kids go in, and she's like, "This is fine. I'm where I belong."
I think they do call it the parachute.
Yeah,
And
it's
like,
parachute.
I'm like, that's not a parachute.
Yeah, the parachute was awesome. He gets to. I can't believe it's so funny. Why did she? She just says she's comfortable.
Well, we haven't done it since she's become way more verbal, so I couldn't ask her at the time. But it was one of the earlier baby.
Oh, I'm
type
sure
of
I would be
things.
scared if I was a little
Well,
kid.
a lot of the other ones weren't, and she was
No.
like, "We're like, go in," and she.
Yeah.
But I think she always just like, "Well, you, Daddy, and Mommy aren't going in,
Yeah.
and I don't do
That's
anything
smart.
that they don't do."
Yeah.
She really feels like she's
I buy
part
that.
of part of us
Yeah.
and not part of the kid world necessarily.
Yeah.
I remember when I had to audition for soccer when I was like 4, and it was a big embarrassment for my parents because I bawled my eyes out because they were like, you got to go to the other side of that field to like with all these other
Aw.
kids that you don't know to like just start.
Yeah.
This is at the beginning of the practice,
Yeah.
and I went over, and I think I ran over and then by the time I got there, it It was a
Oh
blubber
my
fest.
gosh.
And today you're like, oh, this is not gonna happen.
I remember-
She won't move up to the 3-year-old class because there's no moms in that class for dance. She wants to stay in the toddler class with me for the end of her days. I don't know how long. I don't know. One day she will just naturally be ready, I think.
My main memory of soccer as a little kid was, I think I was playing defense, and I was way back there, and nothing was happening, and I just kind of was like, I don't ever do anything, and I just like started. It was
What game was it?
soccer, and I was like just looking off, and then I just kind of was like watching, and then it came out of nowhere and smacked me full in the face, and probably bounced back upfield. And I turned
It
around and
worked.
they were like, everyone was I got. And I was so embarrassed. And it felt hot here because of the soccer ball that hit me in the face. And hot here because
With that loud noise, that
yeah, it went thwack.
Yeah.
And I was like, and I was embarrassed because I had failed in the only task that had been given me in my life as a child. And I was like, I'm bad. I'm not good.
Yeah.
go ahead.
I'm like, I think sports is the thing I am the worst at, that I've actually made an attempt at.
Choose sphincter.
And I was just thinking about it tonight, about my feelings of fear of failure and like, not wanting to fail at something publicly. And I was like, I think it comes from the sports thing, because I've actually like, I'll be like, people are like, do you want to go play the sport? And I'll be like, I'm terrible at sports. They're like, oh, me too. Yeah, let's go have fun together. And then they do stuff with me, and then about 5 minutes in, their face starts to fall, and they realize this is not fun at all. We can't move forward in any way.
Yeah.
And I start to go, they wish they could leave, and they don't want to say it, and I don't want to be here. And I just go, this is this utter embarrassment. And I was like, this feeling is probably causing bigger rifts in my whole life, going like, this is the level, this is what it will be like if you let yourself really fail in front of somebody, or in a group, in a team way. I'll fail alone, but in a way where people are watching.
Yeah,
or
but
trying
have you
to be
ever been on the
entertained.
opposite side of that, where like someone's failed like in a way that you're like, oh, that they're really gonna take that hard, and then have you ever been in a scenario like that where you've seen someone?
Well, we were teachers, sure.
And then whenever I've seen that, because I'm the exact same way. And you're like, now everyone hates me. Mm-hmm. And then when you're on the opposite end of that and you see it, you have
compassion.
You have not only compassion, it doesn't affect you at all.
Yeah.
Like the indifference you have to it, and which most people have to any, like no one really gives a shit
about anything,
about anything.
No one's thinking about you nearly as much as you think they're thinking.
That's how I feel, and I expect. I go, nobody cares if I can't play. If I don't care, nobody cares. It's the person who's paired with me that I watch them go, I can't have fun now.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And I go, I am ruining their time.
Yeah.
They are annoyed. They are frustrated with me. I hate this.
And you gotta. We got 9 more innings, so.
We were playing Mario Kart the other day, and Hilarian's girlfriend is fantastic at it. She's blowing everyone away. I go, let me have a turn. I can't do it. And it takes like maybe 8 minutes for my one lap, and I think I was driving her insane. She just could barely watch me, and I was starting to, and I'm like, who cares? It's a stupid video game. I can fail at this. Who cares? And then I realize someone cares, and I go, oh, this feels so embarrassing. I feel like she's annoyed. Just these things.
Nice
yeah, she's great. But I was like,
yeah, I met her at the.
Oh yeah.
Kicked all our asses running.
Yeah,
she's really good.
Oh, I don't remember. No, I wasn't there for that.
No, I know, but she would.
But I was there.
She would.
No, she would.
She would.
No, she wouldn't.
But I feel like she was almost like getting angry at me. Like she was like, I'm like,
come on.
Yeah. One of those. Yeah, one of those where like she's really getting agitated.
You're really not good at this.
She wasn't saying a word, but afterwards, Hilarion related to her in a way, and I was like, oh my God, was she like driven crazy by that? And I was just like, wow, it's when somebody does care that I go, this is piercing me all the way through my body.
I just know that even then, they don't really care that much. Because it's
not for long.
Yeah.
Not for long.
P did that to me in grades 7 and 8. My gym teacher stopped a game of basketball to yell at me for 15 minutes for passing a ball incorrectly.
God.
What a good teacher. I bet you learned how to pass a ball correctly after just being horrified. Or it just turned you off of basketball forever. To this day, I still have to play sports aggressively well or not at all.
Yeah.
Oh, it created a monster. Yeah, I feel
That's
like
what
that.
I feel like I've applied to my entire life.
I love playing sports, but because you're the youngest of 3, you're very, very competitive. No matter what you do athletically, it's always done aggressively. Yeah.
That's why I got to high school baseball, and that's when it got like, it was a job all of a sudden. So like you could go, if you stay with this, you could do it.
Yeah.
You could like go to college and stuff and do it. And like you're not even a freshman yet, and I'm like, and I was getting into movies, and I was like, I don't know, like this, it's not. You're not treating this like a sport. It's like a job now. Like it's like none of this is fun. Yeah. And I remember because I was either really really good, or I was terrible. Like because I would play like a lot of different spots, and sometimes I would pitch, and I could either be getting close to like a no hitter, and then psych myself out completely because I was doing so well. I'd be like, I'm doing so well.
Yeah.
And then the next inning go back out, and there was one time when I was doing really well for like 4 innings, and then the next inning I came back out and I was hyper aware of how well I was doing, and I hit 4 pitches. This is it, 4 pitches. I don't know why they didn't take me out sooner, but with 4 pitches I hit 4 different batters in the head. In the head.
Yeah.
And after the 3rd one,
But
I turned to the coach and I was like, "Come on, man! Like, come on!"
But the other team was like, "Oh my gosh, he's a monster. He's been a no hitter, and then he started killing us."
I literally, like, on the 3rd one, I threw it. I saw exactly where it was going. Like, in the throw, I got down on my knees and I go, "I'm sorry."
And he's like, "What?"
Yeah.
This is what happens to us acting wise. If we're like, this all go good. Oh shit! I just realized this all going good, and then you go, and you go ruined that in the next 10 takes.
You become too self-aware.
Yeah.
Strike's no longer satisfying.
I need blood.
That's why
I have to go to bed.
Oh yeah.
But you
me
guys
too.
can keep talking.
No, I do too.
I have to go
keep
because
almost
I have
there.
to be somewhere at
Oh, okay.
10, and I haven't slept in 3 days.
That's why I want to play volleyball with you guys. That looked like a different thing.
I want to play volleyball.
Oh,
with
volleyball?
You. Go home. I'm gonna just.
Gross.
Sorry.
Um.
We had a child.
It's not how we did it.
Didn't.
Let's go into detail. I want to do
Let's
it.
just play
'cause
our audition.
I want to try it, but I have a fear that it will just, and I'll just feel like everyone's going.
Yeah, but there's
oh,
so
it's
many
not fun
people.
anymore because
Oh no.
if she tries to do it, it goes down. And
Has-
I just
No,
feel-
because
Have you been off camera this whole time?
probably. I haven't cared. I'm
All right.
kind of aware. I've been.
but like
seeing
Polaris
how-
is
how long-
or not. Was it Hilarian's girlfriend? Who was playing volleyball with us?
You mean like Callie?
Kelly was there, and then
One of them wasn't good. But it was fine because everyone we were just all having a great time.
yeah,
I mean, none of us
Yeah.
were particularly good.
But
I was really good.
you don't understand. You don't understand. You go, that girl wasn't
Oh, gotcha,
good.
Tarkovsky.
That she's gonna be like
All right.
an 8 to my 1. Like you're gonna.
Guys.
I get out there and it's just like. Oh.
I'm gonna sign off. Thank you so much for being here with us, guys. Thank you so much for joining us for Kathryn Bigelow month, which we will continue for 2 months. For this will be
2 months.
2 more weeks. Yeah, we're gonna watch every Kathryn Bigelow movie twice. No, next week we'll talk about it. It could be The Way to Water. It could be Blue Steel. But also Blue Steel.
It's gonna be a way to water though.
We'll see.
Later, Imbalak.
All right, later, guys.
Thanks for the laughs.
Lots
buddy.
of love. Yeah. Thank you so much. And I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do some Heat Souls, I think. All right. See you later. I'm just going to cut it.